Here we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Barbershop Talk. Salute Sir Abadayu, Sigma Jones, Black Curls, and welcome Lawrence to the panel.
Thank you, as always. Thank you for having me.
No problem. And I think the funny thing is, when we were talking earlier, I had forgotten all about what was going on with the with the stock market and everything. So it's kind of funny how this kind of plays right in with everything that was going on, how the subject matter does.
Yeah, the stuff with Robinhood.
Yeah.
That's why when we were in the back chat, you said something. I was like, it was very timely. This particular study. So, but.
Yeah, and I didn't even think anything about it at the time. It wasn't until you brought it up.
Yeah.
But hey, it was a needed. I think it's a needed thing because I just wanted to point out the fact that these prosperity preachers and how they poison and influence the followers they have. Shalom, Blaze. Shalom.
So if everybody doesn't mind, could you hit that like button on your way in? If you haven't, it would be greatly appreciated.
Oh, Mace, what's good, man? What's good?
I thought that's who that was. What's up, Mace?
What's good? But yeah, it's it's very interesting how this all plays into everything and how people just how okay, all right, we'll be glad to have you up here, Sigma. How it just plays into what happened with the stocks and everything, man. And I know you being a business guy, you can understand how these things move and how how just unethical these people are, how they don't care about the destruction that they leave behind after doing these things.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Which goes back to as you were midway through the study, where you said the one thing we all got taught growing up, the love of money is the root of evil, not money itself.
Exactly.
And that's what we have here. This really came down to just the love of money, to the point that you're willing to rob anybody of it just so you can have it.
Yes, exactly.
And it's and not taken away from the preacher aspect, but to me, prosperity preachers are not just people of the cloth. They're anybody who wants to sit there and constantly tell you about making money, and that's all life should be about, and this is how you do it, etc. So they're all preachers of prosperity in that respect. Okay. In other words, the same way a preacher who has a church talks it, Richard Gecko is the same thing to me. He's just a different church, but you know what I'm saying? He's just a different kind of church, but he's still doing the same thing.
Yeah, and that's why I also said teachers in a sense too, because a preacher is supposed to be a teacher as well.
True. Yeah, rabbi at the end of the day. Yeah, rabbi, master, teacher. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. The thing that worries me about it all is the massive desire that people run to those type of people. Everybody from, what are their names? Osteen, TD Jakes, yada, yada, yada.
Creflo Dollar, all of them.
Creflo, yeah. I was trying to remember their names because I really don't pay attention to, well, you don't either, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
So it, but you know, um, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. The
Right.
question becomes is what do we do as individuals when we make a wholehearted decision to follow them down that path? You know, because from a scripture perspective, they're going to get theirs for leading the flock astray. There's no question to that. It states that
Hmm.
plain and simple. But there's also the same thing you and I and MOT and so many of us always talk about too. When do we come to the personal accountability? Because you can see what they are, but yet you still chose to walk that path with them. So part of that's going to be on you too.
Exactly. And also too is is we're supposed to be a righteous or a positive moral example too. We also have to call these people out on their bullshit, so it will be known that they are no good and no good comes from them as well. So then after that, if you choose to follow that mess, it's on you.
Yeah, yeah, agreed, absolutely agreed. Because I there was a church. Oh, it's been a while, but
Mhm.
it was in Tampa, and it was a church that had always, you know, it's been a regular church, but the pastor decided that they wanted to start going into the prosperity aspect of it,
Mm.
and then on top of that, it moved from him to being a her.
Gotcha.
So there was a couple of things that were wrong right out the gate. First of all, scripturally, women are not supposed to be allowed to do that. They're just not.
Right.
You know, we people can get mad at it all we want to, but it says it point blank they're not supposed to do that. So I couldn't be part of that. But then
Hmm.
they started moving over to the prosperity thing, and I tried to talk to the people in the congregation at the time, where I said prosperity preachers are a dangerous breed. Some of them do it on purpose, some of them do it without knowing. But here's the end result: the only churches that have ever been prosperous are people who come to it who already had wealth. You've never seen a church who became a prosperity church actually have its congregation built up to prosperity. I haven't seen it.
Mm.
I haven't seen it. All I've seen is the church get richer, but I haven't seen the congregation itself get richer. Generally, when you look at those big ones like Olstein and TD Jakes, they haven't made their congregation more successful
They just drew
or
in. They
prosperous.
just drew
They
in
just
wealthy people.
exactly. They drew on people who already had it. So that's why I try to tell people, pay attention to what you're looking at. And don't get me wrong, I'll throw the same thing out there that I threw out to them. If anybody has one, I'll be more than happy to review it and correct myself. But I personally have not seen it yet. Every
Right.
prosperity church, the congregation is no different than it was when it started, as it is. You know, if it started 5 years ago, those people are in the same positions they are now.
Right.
I haven't seen it. The only thing I have ever seen with the big ones is that they attract people who already had it. And with that, it doesn't become a church; it becomes an elite club.
Yeah, more like a cult almost.
Exactly, exactly.
Sigma Jones, good to have you on. Welcome to the panel, sir.
Hey, salute to you, brothers, this morning. How y'all doing?
Ah,
Man, doing
shalom,
great.
shalom. Um,
Shalom.
uh, Not to be rude, but Eisen, would you mind if I answered a question to Wadner real quick?
Yeah, I put it in the chat, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Wadner. I observe the Sabbath as Saturday, sundown Friday night till sundown Saturday night. And what I do to observe it is I spend my time doing scriptural and biblical studies from the time it goes down, from the time it starts to the time it ends. That's what I do.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. The Sabbath really is Saturday. It is the seventh day. I mean, even when you look at the descriptors of our English words that we have, I mean, Sunday. I mean, it's it's the first day of the week where let there be light, the sun, which we commonly refer to as Saturday, meaning sat down, rest. Yes, the Sabbath
Yeah.
is really it really is Saturday. I just have these discussions. I have my content on Sunday because sometimes I do have to work Saturday. Very seldom do I have to, and sometimes I just choose to go in on a Saturday. But
Right. And then, like I said, as far as it goes for what you do during it, it's a day of rest.
Yes.
Um, that was given to you. So, truth be told, as long as you're not working, you can pretty much make it, I guess whatever you want to. Like I
Right.
said, myself personally, I abstain from a lot of stuff that I do during the week. Like I won't have a cigar. I won't have coffee. It's almost like a mini kind of personal fasting. And
Gotcha.
like I said, Saturday night, excuse me, Friday night itself, when it starts at sundown, I have a tendency to spend it with my family. We talk. The conversation is generally around us as a whole and the gifts that's been given to us by the Most High. And then come Saturday morning when I wake up, I literally spend the entire day until sundown Saturday night. Like I said, just doing scriptural study,
Right.
pulling out the Apocrypha, pulling out the King James, cross referencing, studying that kind of stuff. But again, that's a me thing.
Right. And Liam Johnson. Oh man.
Oh, I
Great
just
to
saw him
see you
pop
in
in.
here. Great to see
Yeah.
you in here, man. Great to see you. And don't get it twisted. Every day is the day to learn about the practical aspects that God has for you and everything that He has for you.
Oh, Shalom,
Every
brother. Nail it, bro. Nail it.
every day is a day for that. But
Exactly.
Sigma Jones, what do you have to add to the discussion today? I know you got something going on in that mind of yours.
Honestly, both of y'all are just very spot on. And actually, this is a pretty good subject because this is one of the reasons why I preach. Well, I don't necessarily preach. I have no
Right.
intentions of preaching. But if there's anything I would give as far as spirituality, I would tell anybody to seek out your understanding of God for yourself. And the reason I point in that direction is because a lot of people in these religious institutions, especially the leaders and everything, 99% of the time they have a personal agenda that they're trying to make sure they get across to the masses. And whether it's good intentions or not, that's for the individuals to decide. But because there's a personal agenda attached to it, you know, it's very likely that a person who's trying to grow spiritually, they're not going to be able to really get that whole guidance and truth out of it. And so growing up, I've always kind of been hesitant about churches and all because I've always sensed that a person's interpretation could easily misguide the next person in regards to what they believe is their spirituality or their belief in the Most High. And so, for me, a person who really tried to grow spiritually, they need to seek that truth for themselves. And how they go about it is up to them and all. But as long as you're able to find that for yourself and come to that truth and understanding from your own point of view, I think that's where a person can truly grow. Because unfortunately, you do have some leaders who they know this is a money making business. They know there's a lot of people who have very low self esteem and they use religion to that advantage. And first and foremost, they use it to where if they can get something monetary out of you, um, in some form or fashion, they feel like you'll be blessed. When in actuality, there's nothing there's nothing to gain monetarily when it comes down to spirituality. That's something that you have to come to that understanding for yourself. Otherwise, sad to say, you got a lot of folks who could easily be misled.
Yes. And to back up that point you were talking about, it even says scripturally in there, you must know to learn for yourself. You must try it for yourself. And it even says to test everything to make sure that it is what it is, so that you know what the fruit, whether that fruit from that tree is actually good or not.
Exactly. And you know what, Isaac, you would definitely like this quote. One of my favorite anime quotes actually came from Itachi. And I never forget when I
Ooh,
first heard this particular quote, it definitely, I had an epiphany moment. But you probably heard it before when he was fighting with his brother, Sasuke. And he said, each of us come into this world with our own sense of knowledge and understanding of our surroundings. And all of that is what we call reality.
Hmm.
However, both knowledge and understanding, or excuse me, both knowledge and awareness are equivocal. One's reality might be another's illusion. Therefore, we're all
Ooh.
bound by our own fantasies.
Yes.
And when I heard that, I was like, that pretty much sums up spirituality and really just one's purpose in life. What your understanding about the Most High could be different from the next person. And the reason being is because you are bound by whatever reality you have created for yourself versus the next person.
Right.
And this is why I'm hesitant when you see these prosperity leaders talk about, yeah, if you put in all this money and everything, God gonna bless you. You're gonna get all this fanciness and whatnot. Not understanding that reality is not set up that way.
Right.
Sure, it
Right.
may work for you or some person that may be on that same playing field, but to the next person, their understanding of reality is way off. And
Limited.
so, yeah, very limited.
And to kind of bring up that point, to follow up behind that point, the simple fact is a lot of people, which they don't, what they don't teach is that, you can pray, you can ask God for whatever. There was a quote I heard somebody say, I asked God for these things. I asked God for this. I asked God for that. Everything that I asked for, I received nothing that I asked for, but I received everything I needed. So the thing is that you have everything you need. That if
Hmm.
it's in your ability to make these things happen, but it's just not going to fall in your lap, like these false teachers teach.
Hmm. Well,
And
it's
that's
oh, go ahead, Lawrence. Go ahead.
no. You first. You first. You're fine.
Well, I was going to say one of the passage in the scriptures that I think not many people truly understand the meaning behind that passage is over there in the New Testament with the woman with the issue of blood
Mhm.
and how she had made it up in her mind that, if I could just touch just the cloth of Jesus Christ, whatnot, I'll be completely healed. And what people forget when she confessed that to, Jesus Christ,
Right.
he told her, daughter, your faith has made you well.
Mm.
And what that small passage is really what he was trying to say is it was your belief that made you heal, made you whole. It
Right.
wasn't something of my doing. It wasn't something of, so to speak, you had to do this or that, some of action plan to get you healed. No, your faith in and of itself caused you
And
to heal.
and also her willingness to take it that far.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so when I hear people talk about that scripture and talk about that passage, what they fail to understand is it wasn't Jesus himself that healed her. Because he himself said, your faith made you well, it wasn't me.
Right.
And what Jesus tried to say is, your mind, what you have between your ears, that is what's going to decide how your life is going to be. And in fact, there's an old saying that life is composed of 1% of things that happen to you, and then the 99% of how you respond to it.
Mm. Yeah.
Right, right. And as a matter of fact, it's interesting you brought up that particular example because there was another one as well with the Roman soldier who had a slave
Hmm.
and who went to Yahweh Shai or Jesus, to himself, and he had asked on behalf of his slave that his slave was hurt and needed to be healed. I can't remember what it was from, and the Jesus said, "Take me to him." And the Roman soldier looked at him and said, "No, just your word alone, and I would know it. I would know he would be healed."
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing. It's just it's
Yeah.
his faith.
And
was that strong that all he needed was the word. He didn't even need receipts. He just needed the word. You know what I'm
and,
saying? So
and also there was another one too where the man who was paralyzed from the waist down, and he had some friends that took him. They were taking him to Jesus on that mat. They were carrying him there, and everyone was, they couldn't get through the crowd, so they had to descend him using, the rug to drop to descend him down to Jesus. And he
mhm.
stated there that their faith is what healed him. Their willingness to take it so far,
Yep,
and their belief in that is what done it. So
exactly.
yes, the
And,
the faith, your willingness to act, and not just just treat it like a genie in the sky and not move, but
and that,
the
yeah,
action, the willingness to act is what done it.
exactly, and that's the spot right there that prosperity preachers are taking advantage of,
Yes,
because what they've done is they've convinced their congregation that that act of faith has to be displayed by donations to the church,
right.
as opposed to actually going out and doing the work based on the faith. That's why the phrase "faith without works are nothing." And that's why I said earlier what I did. Prosperity churches do not create prosperity; they attract it. That's it. No
Mm.
more, no less.
Yeah.
No more, no
And,
less.
and another thing to point out also too is what is about 85, at least 85% of the congregation consist of.
Generally, women.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So you're talking to a gender
That lives
that
off hope.
doesn't exactly. It lives off hope, and not only that, they live off the successes. They ride the coattails of other people's successes. They're not going to have the faith in the sense to actually go out and make it happen themselves. I mean, there's only 1% at best. There's only a half a percent at best that are actually go getters to do
Right,
it.
and I'll take what you said one step further. That's why the Joel Osteens and T.D. Jakes and et cetera and so on, they have people already in there who already have their wealth. They, you know what I'm saying? It didn't happen to the church. So here's the interesting part. That's generally families, generally husbands and wives. You won't see a single successful man in there. You won't, because he knows that all the women in there are looking for him.
Yeah, they look. They looking for that lick. They looking for a
you
lick.
know, you know, and don't get me. I'm not trying to change it into a woman conversation. I'm not. I'm just saying,
Right.
if you
It's
really
a
look
culture
at
conversation, really.
exactly, if you look at the congregation, the vast majority of those are married couples, and they have their children in there,
Right.
and so on and so forth. And it'll be one of two things: there are women in there who consider themselves high value, or the parents have their daughters in there trying to pawn them off as high value, and they're
Yes.
looking for those. I mean, seriously,
Yes. No. 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 I know you're saying. No. I know it. I know it.
because that's another thing about prosperity churches. They try to make it insular. They
Yeah.
try to, what I'm saying. So whatever's passed on, it's passed on one within the family. And if the church can have a lockdown on the family, they know that family will come back with their children and the next set of children, and it carries on and carries on.
And also to kind of follow up behind the point that Sigma made earlier, talking about the pastors, about knowing this information for yourself because they're leading these people down. 99% of them. The other thing to factor in with that 99% of them either knowing or not knowing is the simple fact too. If they don't know or understand, it's because of one simple thing. These pastors, they they are bought in on feminists. They're male feminists too.
Yes,
No,
yes.
absolutely, yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely,
You
absolutely.
to touch up on what Lawrence just said. Why is it that there's a saying out on the streets is if you want to find a wife, go to the church, but you don't hear where they say if you want to find a husband, go to the church. There's a reason for that, and the
Hmm.
reason being is because, like you just pointed out, Eisen, the modern day church is nothing more than a feminism institution. So it's designed and purposely built to, as they say, market to women. That's why all the prosperity talks and everything. I'll put it like this: I have some cousins right now, female cousins, and they are well into their 40s, some of them about to be in their 50s, and for the life of them, they have yet to be married. But somehow, whenever I talk to them, it's like, hey, how's the dating life going and whatnot? Trying to joke with them and everything. But they will be dead serious when they say, oh, I'm still praying. I'm still, fasting. And eventually the Lord will send me somebody. And, they'll ask me, like, well, Super Jones, how about you? It's like, well, going pretty good. 4-year relationship with my girl overseas, and it is what it is. And you can just see the look on their face, like, how is it that Sigma Jones, who's not religious and whatnot, or so to speak, not in church, he's able to find somebody, but yet I've been fasting and praying and shouting and jumping for the Lord Most High, and yet I don't got anybody. And that's where I try to be a nice way in telling them that, maybe the answer is not through prayer, or at least not through church. Sometimes the church can actually be a detriment to your happiness. And I'll just leave it there because, if you go too deep down the rabbit hole, then, they want to say it's sacrilege and whatnot.
Well, I could tell you why that situation exists because and this kind of goes back to earlier about when I was talking about the female pastor who came into the church I was in, over a decade ago. This isn't. There are two different formats that fall in line when we talk about church or religion or spirituality, and unfortunately it's a separation between the genders, because from the day we are born as men, we're taught, even before we go to our first church session, we're taught point blank that anything and everything we do to achieve anything has to be based on self-motivation and self-improvement. Period. Point blank. Mm-hmm. That's why you do what you do, Sigma, and why you can get away with it. While the girls are taught, the hope factor, you're so pretty, you'll get somebody, so on and so forth, yada yada. I'm not sure if I'm explaining that.
Hold
right.
on, watch out. I got you right here. There
you
is
go.
a difference.
But you understand what I'm saying?
The girls are both are taught improvement, but only one is taught self-development.
Yep. There you go.
Development is something internal.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Thank you, brother. That's what I was going for. Thank you. Thank you very much. Really, that's what I was going for.
And really, to sum it up, what Lawrence, you were talking about, like I just said, both are taught self-development. However,
improvement. No. Both are taught self-improvement. Yeah. And when you're done, I want to add something to that.
Yeah, both are taught self-improvement, but it is the man's job to actually put in the work. The woman's job is, like you said, just be pretty and just sit and wait. That's the difference between the two.
Right. And what I also wanted to add onto what Eisen was saying is that here's the other difference too, with the self-improvement. Both are taught self-improvement, but there's still a it's a major difference. See, self-improvement, for boys, has a tendency to do with a lot of stuff. And it could be whatever you want it to be. But if you look at women, everything about self-improvement for them is only based on the superficial. Which comes to hair, makeup, dress, how you carry yourself, how you walk in heels. It's all superficial. So even with boys, their self-improvement might have some of that, but it still goes deeper.
Well, the thing is, self-development is the deep part. Improvement is the external. So the reason why they're taught to self-improve, it's really for two reasons. To gain prosperity and wealth, but mainly to do it to attract women.
Mm-hmm. There's a joke by Dave Chappelle a long time ago, and actually the joke rings true even to this day. And he talks about how for men and women, their tests in life are different. A woman's test in life is based on materials, whereas a man's test in life is based on a woman. And he was talking about how men will go out of their way to get some of these intricate items and whatnot, not not per se for themselves, but they know that women are attracted to material things. And so, he made a joke about how if a man could screw a woman inside a cardboard box, he's not going to go out of his way to get a house. He's only getting a house for a woman.
True.
Exactly.
Yeah, and yeah,
Exactly.
and that is true. That is very true. And Eisen and I have talked about this many a times with many other brothers in this space. Got to get past that. Got to get past that. Just like I had a female cousin who it was something about a house and what kind of house would you live in if you had this, you had that, yada yada. Excuse me. And I remember she started calling off I think it's like 8 bedrooms and this many. It was a mansion, man, at the end of the day. And she asked me, what would you do? Probably 3 bedrooms. And she like, what? She said, well, okay, you got enough money to get more than that. I said, yeah, but I don't need more than that. And she like, really? I said, see, here's the problem. When you have too many bedrooms, you have too many relatives trying to move in. That's the first thing, because everybody's going to have an excuse for why they can't pay their rent and they should come live with you for free. That's number one. Number two, I don't need that many rooms. I don't have that many friends, much less people I like to come visit me all like that. So, you know what I mean? So it goes back to what you were saying about the whole materialistic thing and what we do in order to impress women. But what happens when women run across men who aren't into that? you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I want brothers to do. I don't want brothers to think that they can't achieve what they want to achieve. I want brothers to do what Marco did a couple of weeks ago when he came up and he asked that main question that messed everybody up. Are you really doing it for you, or are you doing it to impress other people? Because that's really what it comes down to every single time. What's the motivation? That's the most important question. So if you wake up in the morning and say you want to be a lawyer, why do you want to be a lawyer? Are you interested in helping people, or are you interested in it because of the prestige of it? Those are two totally different kind of motivations.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
This is that true, and that's why I value having Marco and Agon and Zero around, and as well as MOT to point out those things, to ask those types of questions that need to be asked. That way we can look at ourselves and see why we're making the moves that we make.
Yeah, because there are times, man, I'm talking to MOT, and sometimes I wonder, if we were separated at birth. Because I got to tell you, that's my man. That's my man. But going back to the prosperity preacher thing, that's why you see, like I said, you got 2 types of prosperity churches. You got the ones who are trying to convince people to donate to the church because it's going to make them prosperous. And the vast majority, like you said, Eisen, are going to be women in that group. Right. And then you got the ones who are actually prosperity churches, but they're prosperity churches because people who already had prosperity comes there. Right. So now what you have is the percentage might be smaller for the number of women in it, but it's still pretty darn large.
It's still going to be huge.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the simple fact they know that they know that they're going to be able to get money from these women no matter what.
Yeah, because and again, it comes back to what all 3 of us said, the hope factor. They sit there and they hope and they pray and they hope and they pray. And it's weird because you figure you got 2 problems when you watch that. The first one is the definition of insanity. You know what I'm saying? Repeating the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And that's what they're doing. Because if you've been in a prosperity church for 2, 3, 4, 5 years and you're still in the same place that you were, then you're a fool for still continuing to do it. The second thing is that, look, when you have a minister who literally whines to you because he feels he needs a jet, when you're still trying to figure out how to fix your car just to go to work, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Hey, or better yet, whenever you got 4 kids and 4 baby daddies, and he telling you doing good because you were able to reel in a sucker to pay for all this shit, that's another problem.
Hmm. Yeah, and it's something how when it gets to that point where the the preachers are now asking, hey, y'all need to donate this or that to the church so I can get a jet or I can get a car, fancy car, whatnot. You study their messages, and all of a sudden now, they'll tell those same women that yeah, if you just keep donating everything, there's going to be a guy who comes through, and he's going to have the means to provide and the means to be for you and everything, not realizing that they're essentially trying to set up a sucker to bring in more extra stream into the church. And so that's why, like, when, say for example, if you have a brother who just so happened to be visiting the church, I kind of notice this a little bit, where if there's like some group of young men visiting the church and everything, the sermons will always, and I mean always, talk about submission and talking about men loving your wives and women submitting to the husbands and everything. And I just found it interesting, like, they only talk about this when they know for sure it's going to be a group of young men, especially young men who are, got going for themselves, and they just so happen to be visiting. They always have this type of sermon. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but I've kind of noticed some of these churches that I visit, the message is somewhat similar to where all of a sudden we're talking about, loving one another, building family and everything. But it's like, are y'all talking about this all the time, or you only wait till a sucker actually happens to be in the building?
You know what? This is what I'm gonna say on that. That's why I brought up my comment about a lot of them being male feminists, because of the
Mm-hmm.
simple fact, I think they're so bought in on the fact that these women need help, the kind of help they need, really. They need to have on that white jacket hugging themselves with a padded room, because these bras are literally insane,
Right.
doing the same stuff over and over again. That they actually believe this bull crap, that getting this guy in, this inexperienced guy who is decent, will actually change these hoes. Whenever these bras are all in on living this life.
Right. And for me, and this is a personal interpretation. So, take it as you will.
Right.
But when it comes to churches, feminism has invaded all of them. No question to it.
Yes.
Oh
But but
yes.
but but
Yes.
but what I'd like to point out, and again, this is a personal interpretation. What I like to point out in addition to that is that prosperity churches in and of themselves, to me, are feminist religion, hands down.
Yeah.
Because every aspect of it and everything required to be part of it all falls in line with the same tenets, theories, concepts, policies, procedures that feminism works on.
You know what?
Now,
And
now,
I'll
now, 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 the regular church might have feminists in it, but prosperity churches to me are actually feminist temples. Does that
I'll
make sense?
I'll do you one better. The black church in itself is a feminist temple because
Yeah,
the culture is feminist itself.
yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I wouldn't disagree with that at all.
Well, it's something that you both brought up that kind of made me think of something. So, when I was in Tokyo 2 years ago, I went and visited the famous Asakusa Shrine and
Ooh, nice.
The Buddha temple that was there. And first of all, I definitely highly recommend anybody that visit Tokyo definitely go to the
Oh,
Asakusa
I did it.
Shrine. Yeah,
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
it's
yeah, I did
amazing.
it. Yeah, yeah. When I when
It's
it,
in Osaka.
Yeah, Asakusa.
yeah,
It's not too
yeah.
far from the Sky Tree. It's like the tallest building in Tokyo, so it's actually not too
Okay.
far from there.
Yeah.
But when I was there, I noticed how with the temple and everything, it's it's like a free open range. So if people want to go there, to do a short prayer and then leave, they can do that. Versus a lot of these churches, once you enter the building, you have to stay there for who knows how long the service is and all. It's almost like you're being trapped as soon as you step inside the building. And like Lawrence was pointing out earlier, you know, they have it formatted and set up that way because they want to make sure they keep things in house. And so, if you're going to have a church where it's a lot of women, well, of course, you're going to make sure that the sermons are catered to them. You're going to make sure that the men who happen to be in there are all in agreement. So, being male feminist. So, there's not no sense of free range or open range. Whereas, like, you go to a temple in Asia, you just go there, say your prayers or whatever type of chants, and then you leave. There's no sense of, well, you got to stay and listen to a sermon, or you got to stay and listen to this message. So definitely on that aspect of the feminist mindset, you know, th- that's definitely where I have to agree. Like, it's very feminist driven, these institutions.
Yeah, and to make matters worse is that, well, okay, I don't believe in church or religion anyway. Never have, never will be, because the Most High, Yahweh Shai didn't bring religion. He just didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But to add insult to injury, here's the thing: the entire concept of either one of those goes against the very scripture where he told us how to do things. He literally told us, it's better for you to go into a closet, you know what I'm saying, by yourself alone. And then after explaining that to us, he actually gave us the exact words on how to open our prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, yada, yada, yada. Nothing in there said anything about being in front of a congregation. Nothing in there said anything about falling in line for women or pastors or anything like that. Nothing. Nothing.
And,
And
oh,
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
go ahead, Sigma.
No, I just want to make this quick point on what Lawrence just said. I actually, and I talked about this in one of the videos I did not too long ago, but I have a tendency, I like to go hiking. And where I live, it's a lot of mountains where you can go and hike out in the desert and everything. From a spiritual standpoint, I actually get more growth when I'm out in the wilderness and actually up in the mountains, more so than I ever did being inside any sort of church building. And really, that's what was intended for man to begin with. If you want to talk to God, you don't go to a building or a temple. You go out into the wilderness. That's how the prophets and the leaders in the Bible, that's how they were formed. They were formed out in the wilderness. They wasn't
These
formed in
dudes,
some
yeah,
church or
yeah,
temple.
yeah. These dudes were in caves, man.
Yeah.
No, no, seriously. I mean, if you look at John the Revelator, for Revelations, he was in a cave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? John the Baptist was out in the wilderness by a lake baptizing people. There was no church. I'm saying there was none of that.
The people themselves were the actual church. Um,
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
and the other thing to take away too is uh, this simple fact is the other problem. Um, when you look at these pastors, let's say they're not on the end of trying to be a prosperity preacher, but they're compromised because of the simple fact that they are male feminists because of this one simple fact. No guy wants to acknowledge or admit to the fact that their mama was busting it open for somebody before they got here. Their sister gonna do the same, and that their daughter probably will too. I mean, when you look at it, and I know Lawrence can attest to this too. Um, it's probably a whole bunch of kids from your generation, Lawrence, and even from X too, who are products of the milkman, the mailman, the plumber, and the cable man, and anybody else who did an odd job that a woman couldn't pay for. So she had to. So she paid for it in the only way she knew how first.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got a lot of people to this day in my generation who still don't know who their daddy is.
Exactly.
Like there was like one girl I've known since we were kids, man, and we dated here and there and all that good stuff. And the dude she always thought was her father, man, was not,
Mm-hmm.
was not. And I got, you know me, I got stories. So, you know, like, I've got plenty of stories, and that's one of the, I don't want to say unfortunate because that's not the phrase I'm looking for, but it's that classic situation where you live long enough, you're going to have as many stories as I do. You will,
Right.
you just will, that's for anybody. You know, mine are a bit more extreme because you know maybe because of the generation I was in, free love, yada yada yada, and all that crap.
Right.
So you know, a lot of people, you know, tripping out, you know, what I'm saying angel dust, LSD, and all that other stuff, heroin. But yeah, at the end of the day, no, you're dead ass right. Yeah, it's just yeah, and it don't even have to be the milkman or the cable man because we didn't have cable back then.
Right. Right.
We had the milkman, but there's a lot of times it was just a dude down the street that they just felt jiggy with.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, not to
And
give
the
away
one
my
to pay
age.
for the cable.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but like I said, you know, you go to the store, you got $10, everything costs you 15. Okay, you'll pay off that 5 with some ass. I mean, that's how it was when I was growing up. I've known them, I've seen it. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've gone to the corner store in my neighborhood and just you could hear somebody getting banged out in the back, man, while the other dude is up front running the cash register. That's real. That's real, man. That's and like you said, nobody wants to believe that it's their mama. But at the end of the day, it is, you know.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's gonna be your mama, it's gonna be your sister, it's gonna be your grandma. You know what I'm saying?
Aunties. It ain't new.
No, it's not new. Like I said, I got 4 daughters, man. I expect it. To sit here and think otherwise makes me a fool.
Well, that's the very basis of their whole nature. They traded that for provision.
Yeah,
It was the
yeah,
only thing they. It was the only thing they had to
exactly.
trade, other
It's
than being obedient.
it's the only thing they will ever have to trade.
Yes,
I mean, seriously,
other than
it just
obedience.
yeah. It just is. That's just the way it is, man. It's not going to change. Um, you know, with my daughters, man, I train them as best as possible. I teach them, how to think things out and look at it from a different perspective. But that's the best I can do because at
Right.
the end of the day, nature will always override instruction. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been military and everything else. I've been trained in a lot of disciplines, but there are moments where, my nature kicks in and that discipline gets overridden and I'm in my base form. It is what it is. I mean, that's a human thing. So I don't, like I said, I don't expect anything different with my daughters. I just don't. And like I said, if I did, that makes me a fool.
Right. Right. Welcome, Mace. Good to have you on, man.
Brother Mace.
What's up, fellas? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while, but it's
I'm
good to
glad
have you on.
It's great to be back here. I want to first say shout out to guys like Black Curls and my boy Iman and one of my main boys Evan Duncan and everybody else in the chat room and Radner. Sigma Jones, nice to meet you. Finally, it's been a hot minute.
Yeah,
Nice to meet
likewise.
Lawrence Guy, my man.
What's up?
Shalom,
Shalom. Shalom.
shalom, my friend, and of course. Um, I'm just glad to be here, my friend. You know how I
I
feel
know it.
about you, about our
You know it.
friendship, my friend.
Well,
Let
I
me
was I,
comment.
I, I was good till you gave a shout out to that Black Curls dude. I don't know about that.
How I do my business, fellas, is whoever I came into this manosphere with in the chat room are my boys. Because I'm always gonna be a chat room guy. I'm not a guy who will be hopping panel to panel. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
But for this man here and you too, Lawrence. And Sigma, for this man here, I've been busy with the football season, and I felt guilty. I used to see him pop up on my screen on Sundays, but he was coming on. I'm like saying, you know what? When this is over, I promised myself I'll come see this great man, and I'm so honored to be up here. I mean that. It's good to see all of you. The topic you're talking about, I couldn't agree more. I'm going to add in my 2 cents. First of all, as far as the rip-off lying preachers go, if these women are dumb enough to believe that these men are out to save them, I don't know what to tell you. Seriously. I mean, these men are they're worse than con men. They're worse than extortionists, in my opinion. How the hell can you preach about the Lord is here, the Spirit is here, and you don't bond men and women together to build families? If you cannot see through those lies, then I don't know why you even dare. Am I right about that?
Well, here's the thing, man. Being a pastor
Mm-hmm.
is probably about the best con you could hope for.
Of course.
I'm just gonna be honest,
Very,
man.
very
Because
lucrative.
I mean, you got to.
Concepts.
Well, and not only that, you got to think. Not only can it be lucrative, the allure of the simple fact that you are lifted up next to the Almighty Himself.
Yeah. Sure.
I mean,
Remember Mace? 25 years ago, everybody was out to kill him, the rapper. Next thing you know, I'm an ordained minister, and
Yeah.
everything for him is taken care of financial wise, and he's gonna make more and more money off that. You
Yeah.
talk about I'm dead honest. I'm a church going man. I'm a God fearing man. If these people who worship these extortionists, I'm gonna be nice about this, can't see that they're all about what they put in their pocket. Come on. There was a preacher a couple years ago, not too long ago, that was telling his congregation to fund his private luxury jet. You know how much one of those costs?
but like $1 billion.
Are you kidding me? And these fools give them I think it was Platinum Elite told this story not too long ago. You're not going to believe this. When T.D. Jakes has his sermons, and the people who are in the front rows, let's say 2 rows up front, if you're not donating more than 10K to this man, especially if you're a professional athlete or entertainer, they will escort you out of there so fast.
Yes, I believe it.
Well, I've seen that because in my neighborhood growing up,
yeah,
there was a church that was right across the street from my grandmother's house. I can't remember the name of it, but they were the same way. And then it went straight to hell when people realized that the new mayor at the time, Mayor Dinkins, had become was already a member, and it went batshit crazy. I mean, literally,
I remember that.
If you put $5 in that plate, they got mad at you and they called you out. I mean, they got up on the pulpit and called you out on that.
Yeah,
man. And I got another one. I've got a guy at work who was telling me they tried to get TD Jakes to come to the area, and just it ain't that many people around here that ain't gonna be that type of money rolling through there enough like that. Anyways, man, they said he wasn't coming unless he got a starter of 10,000. And I had another friend who said, they went to one of those things that, as a matter of fact, it was the guy who played for the Green Bay Packers, Chad, was it Clifton?
Yeah, Chad Clifton.
Yeah, he's from close in the area, and he took several of them. Man, he said every time you look up, they was passing their tray around, money rolling, people dropping 50, 100. He said, man, he said, oh no, man.
Man.
I had to get up and leave. It's like every time you look up, they asking money for this, money for that. And it's a con job, and like I said too, it's also about that power that comes with that position, especially in the Black American conglomerate. I don't call it a community; I call it conglomerate.
I agree with that, but excellent point, Azen. Absolutely correct. And the sad part is, there are women. Let's just stick it to women who give up basically everything to these men and get nothing in return. And their hearts, they think they're getting the spirit to beam down on them. But in reality, they're just taking for everything they have. And it's sad that these people are so blinded is a little bit too soft. So
Why is it sad?
ignorant to think that these men, these extortioners, are there to help you, and they're not.
And here's the thing, Mace. They do feel they're getting help because of the simple fact this is the one thing that they want. They're getting their ego stroke and they're being told that they're right.
Yeah,
But why? But why? But why feel sad for him?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Because
saying. I don't feel
yeah,
sad for him
I
at
don't feel
all.
sad for them at all. Because they're getting what they're actually looking for, and that's to be told they're right. Um, and that's what they want. But now everything else that they want, they're not getting. But hey, they're getting what they deserve. To
Yeah,
be honest,
and here's why I don't care. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Eisen's gonna remember for sure. But I don't know if you guys are familiar with Billy Preston, the singer.
nothing for nothing, leave nothing.
There you
I was about
go.
to say it
There you go.
sounds very
That's it.
good.
That's it right there. And that's
We're
why
the same age, bro. That's why
and,
I
and
know that.
and that's why I have no sadness or sorrow for them, because you get what you put in. So if you
Yeah.
put in nothing, you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, they don't get nothing. Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, I have literally told, I've literally told women that ask for this. Hey, look, I said, baby, I'm like a bank account. I said, if you don't put nothing in, you can't get nothing out.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Oh,
And I accrue interest. Thank you very much.
well, then you
Yeah.
get this clown Joe Osteen a couple of years ago when Houston got hit hard. I think it was a hurricane or something. I think it was in 2017. This clown, whose church is as big as the Astrodome, didn't want to have people stay in that church for shelter.
Oh, the hurricane thing. Yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
Actually, I think his church is the former Astrodome because it was converted from a former Houston Oilers stadium. So
Yeah,
yeah,
because this man's church is immaculate, and
Yep.
yet people can't stay. Oh, come on, man. I'll tell you something else. We can dog the men. The women are worse. I'm gonna tell you what the women do. They sell themselves, if you know what I'm saying.
No, they don't. No. They don't sell themselves. And I'll tell you why. Anybody who becomes a minister is only going into it for two reasons and two reasons only: money and ass. Period. Point blank.
They're about
And
to
the,
reverse.
and the women know full well that's what they want. They're not selling their ass. They're not prostituting. They're going into it with a straight up 100% game plan, because the game plan is to knock whoever woman is married to that minister out of position so they can have it, because that's what they want. They want the esteem. They want the privilege. They want the power that comes with that. I don't consider that prostitution. I consider that a game plan.
Same thing goes for those women pastors as well. They go to it for, of course, the money and then that power. I've said it on here before. When you go back to Genesis chapter 3, and Eve knew that she wasn't supposed to eat of the fruit. She ate of it because of the simple fact when the serpent told her, your eyes will be open and you will be like God. In
Mhm.
her mind, that means I will be able to run over God.
Yep.
I will have greater control and power than God. And that's what she wanted. Um, oh, hey, look, Wagner. All of these women, she found a sucker. I mean,
I would agree with that.
she found a sucker, just like other porn stars who've gotten married to these pastors. They found a sucker. But, but don't get it twisted, though. Yes, that power is attractive.
Was Megan Good a porn star?
No. Well, no, I'm not saying
They
she
all
was.
porn stars at the end of the day.
Well, wait, hold on. I won't say
Okay.
porn stars, but they're all prostitutes at the end of the day.
I wanted to get back to what I said because
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. That was
No,
me
no, it's
too.
okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're telling me the reverse doesn't happen when these female preachers be wearing these tight spandex and their hair all pretty and guys take a good look at them. They go, oh, I'm coming to this congregation. Look at her. Maybe
Well,
I can get to her, and then their bank accounts and their paychecks are empty out to those women.
well,
I
I
haven't
mean,
seen that.
there's a difference.
I haven't
There-
seen that though.
Yeah, man.
There's a difference.
Yeah, seriously, I've
I'm
seen.
gonna say this, Mace. There is
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
difference. They get into it. They do get into it for the money, but doing all that, they naturally do that stuff anyways for the attention of men.
Of course.
So
when you
the
see-
real reason why the woman gets in there is for the power. They want power.
yeah, and they get
They
it.
decide they're obsessed with having power
I
over
agree.
men.
I
Right.
agree.
That's the main reason.
Lawrence, you never seen female preachers, bro? There's a couple of major
No.
areas like this.
No. I've two things.
Yeah.
I want to respond to what Eisen said, but first
Yeah.
I've seen female pastors. I absolutely have, but I've always seen them wearing business suits, like a pair of nice slacks, a nice blouse, and a jacket. I haven't seen them all done up and skin tight. I've never seen that.
Yeah. There's one.
I've never seen.
Iman, she's on TV here, bro. I think she comes on every. I forgot the honey's name, but next time I come up here, I'll tell you. Yeah. Her church is on 200 and 230, 230. I think it's 220 Plains Road by the 2 train, man. Yeah.
Oh,
She comes, man.
Well, I haven't been in New York in a minute. I think last time I was in New York was 2010, my dude.
Yeah,
So I
man.
couldn't tell you.
There's times where.
I see what
Yeah,
you're saying,
yeah.
Mace, but I think what like E-Man Perry is trying to say is those aren't on TV. The ones that are on TV, they really don't have usually that appeal as far
Right.
as attractiveness.
Yeah, they
This
did.
one's
I mean,
on TV. This one's on TV on that the channel that show all the pastors.
Locally.
I guess it's the Word channel.
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, she's on
Well,
there. Yes, she's on
all
there
right.
early, like around 6 o'clock,
Right.
6:30 in the morning, man. Our time.
Well, like I said, I don't know.
Got you.
But going to what Eisen was saying earlier, and it's interesting, and I could be wrong, but women pastors are in it for the power. Male pastors are in it for the money and the pussy. Now the money and pussy, now being in it for the money and pussy might come with some level of power, but that's not the initial game plan. It's just dollars and ass. But women are just straight up for the power. Period. Point blank. And if I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to hear somebody's.
No, I don't think you're wrong, bro. I just think it's all the above with these people. It's all the above, bro.
Yeah.
That's what I think, man. We all know what the males do. The women, Asians, right? There's a big time older woman out on Long Island, and trust me, she is clocking dough. Okay, you could tell that woman's all business. She basically deals with, I would say, upper crust black women out there, older black women out there. And dude, I mean, every time you look at her, she got a brand new car, man, and she's on every Sunday. And I guess it's the Word channel, because I get that here, on my cable. And I just look at these people, I'm like saying, you really buy what they're preaching to you? Seriously? Now let me comment on what you guys were saying right before I came up. I have a neighbor that, let's just say that her and the super in my building are best of friends, if you know what I mean. And yes, it does happen. If you look good, but you are coming up short with your paychecks and your bills, yes, those women will do what they have to do behind closed doors in bed with your super of your building, the landlords. Trust me, it happens. No doubt. And what you said about the milkman. Really? The milkman, bro? How large? The milkman, man?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Hey, the milkman, hey, he in every room in the home except for the kitchen and the refrigerator full of butter, cheese, and milk.
Yep.
So you know what's going on.
Baby. The milkman.
That's right.
What's up, sir? How are you in the chat room? Yeah, unbelievable what these women do to degrade themselves. And yet, I'm the one who gets bashed on over in my network because I be killing these women, keeping them in check. God's on our side. That's all that matters. We believe in in the spirit, and that's why we all are here today for this terrific study.
Oh,
And as you should keep it in check over there. That's that's your house. So you
yep.
should keep it in check as you see fit.
Yeah, man. Speaking of which, I know this is off topic. I don't get to see you much. How are you feeling, my friend? How you feeling these days? It's been a hot minute since I spoke to you. My birthday, I
Oh,
think it was. Thank you for that, brother.
oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, man, I'm doing good. The hip is
That's
doing
great.
fine. I'm back in the gym, back at work, so
That's
everything's
great,
doing
man.
good, man.
God's good, bro.
Yeah, oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah, man. I'm glad to hear that, man. I don't get to see or hear from you guys often. I saw Lawrence Guy a couple of weeks ago, and the last place I thought I would see him in, I forgot what room he was in. He was in the chat, and I'm looking at this, and I said, "What's up to him?" I'm like, "You got to be kidding!" But it's good to see you, Lawrence. Sigma Jones.
Thanks.
We ran past each other a few times in the manosphere. It's nice to meet you. You, know, you
Yeah.
can continue, sir.
Honestly, there's very few chats now or streams that I go to, but me and Eisen, I mean, we just hit it off just from the get go, being over on Soul Provider Speaks channel. So
Yeah.
that's how I came to his streams and all.
Yeah.
Same, same for me coming to yours, and I like the war room, history aspect that you bring in there. Very great history,
Yeah.
very great information that still applies to to how government and how the people are like sheep today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the sad part about it is, unfortunately, you have some individuals on YouTube in general, but just some in like mainstream media that they misinterpret some of the key events in World War II that you know a person who doesn't know anything about it will be misconstrued as like, oh, so that really happened. And so for me, as somebody who really enjoys studying that type of era and that time frame, it's like, you know what? I'm gonna do a series where we really kind of get down and dirty, talk about the people, both from the winners and the loser side, really dig into their psychology, so that way people can see these are what these people really are. And my perspective, let's look at some who claim to be monsters and some who were hidden monsters as well. Like to be, you gotta dig deep through all the crooks and crannies to get the truth. And the same thing, like even with this stream, with the prosperity leaders and all, if you don't take the time to do your own study, do your own evaluations, and really seek the truth for yourself in some form or fashion, people can easily get misled. Very easily.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. As a matter of fact, going back to what Mace was saying about me, seeing me a couple of weeks ago, I did that on purpose. I haven't been on any streams, man. I haven't been on any streams. I haven't been in anybody's chat. Um, just I don't know, man. It's just nowadays there's no point to it. You like you're saying, Sigma. You try to teach them to do their own evaluation, their own studies, etc., and so on. But it's falling on deaf ears. So you get mad or you walk away. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, and my whole thing was, I'm gonna be honest. I treat a lot of these dudes like I do females. I really don't expect much from them.
exactly.
So
Exactly, and that's where I'm at now because you know how I treat women. I just don't interact.
There you
yeah,
go.
So
Yeah,
so 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 that's that's why my end result, their response is to walk away because that's how I see it.
uh,
So like I said, for me, this is the first stream I've been on in like 2, maybe 3 weeks, I think. Um, I mean, yeah, this one and last Sunday on this one, yeah. You're the only person I've been on, Isaac.
oh wow.
Yeah,
uh, I,
same here because I've been busy doing some overtime work on my job and whatnot, and every time I send out the streams and everything, it's like, man, not gonna be able to make it this time. But finally today, it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I definitely gotta jump in on the fun this
Yeah.
time.
I said the same thing. I've been busy with the football season, and today is an off day, and I always promise. I said I told Asian last time me and him had a one-on-one talking. I said it depends on the season, and it's not what people think that I put football over God. It's not that. Oh, this bad. My audience is a big football audience. They live and die with the NFL. But I always say that God is always number one in my life and always will be. The Spirit follows me, takes care of me, blesses me to see another day, sleep for another night, and wake up the next day. And to go with Lawrence about women, I always avoid women, Lawrence, because I know how they are.
Oh,
And
I know. Yeah, I know. We've talked about that before.
yeah,
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah.
I stay to myself, and I feel better this way. It's good to have a good peace of mind and know, and not in the back of your mind, your entire body and your spirit and your soul that God has your back at all times. What's up, Paul? God has your
Oh,
back at all
Paul.
times. You know, and I do believe that. I live by that, and I'm so glad that Asian does what he does up here. And I know I asked him what was his platform was going to be about, and I'm not going to get into the other one, but he said that this was going to be it, and I was taken aback by it. And when he first started, I was here most Sundays, and I know I missed a couple months, but the bottom line is, Asian is the person I come and listen to. I said this in the chat room a little while ago. If I want to hear about God and about the Bible, this is the person I come to, and I'm very proud to be here always.
Yeah, and going back to Sigma, I watch his channel because he covers my favorite time frame, like World War II. So
Oh, okay.
Well,
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So
and,
I'm always good with Sigma. So
and not only that, for me, I mean, not only does he cover those that good time frame and brings out aspects that other people don't understand, he also covers a lot of he covers the culture that I like. So I'm interested in Japanese culture because of the whole anime thing. So it makes me want to learn more about it because I actually want to, whenever I get everything set, I actually want to take a trip and travel to Japan, to those areas, and so I like to learn about that the culture, and I've actually in the past, when we had Japanese people that moved here, I had some friends when I was younger, so it's just an appreciation for the culture as well that he brings.
I really believe, this me saying this, that I think there are certain cultures that are worth embracing, and there's others just leaving alone. And I believe the Japanese culture is one that is worth investing in. I know I'm gonna sound a little corny, but I am a huge Godzilla fan, and I would go to the conventions a lot back in the early 2000s in Chicago, and meeting some of the people from Japan, the way they treated me, uh, is worth uh, the investment to go over there, in my opinion, just to see how the culture is. Asian, you should do it, bro. I
Oh
think you
yeah,
have a great time.
I definitely do.
I think it's worth your time, man.
yeah.
Yeah,
And just a heads up, Sigma and Mace, I dropped your channel links and
Thank you, Lawrence, so much. I
and
yeah,
appreciate
I
you.
appreciate that, Lawrence. But
Appreciate you.
yeah, it's something because not to get off topic a little bit, but it actually
Oh, it's
kind of
okay.
ties in. It actually kind of ties in, Eisen, what you're talking about as far as these prosperity leaders, hypnotizing people. So I just so happened probably maybe 2 weeks ago, I was watching a rerun, Eisen, of Bleach. And I was watching the episode where all the captains were fighting Sosuke. And there was one scene in there where he pretty much tricked the captains thinking they were all attacking him, but they ended up attacking Hitsugaya's friend. And so one of the captains was upset. It's like, when did you started using the Kyoka? And then Isaac turned around and said, well, let me ask you, when did you think I wasn't using my Kyoka? And the reason I say that is because I had a conversation with a cousin of mine on Friday, and he's a football guy, just like I'm a football guy too. So we were kind of talking about some of the recent events in the NFL, and so the conversation kind of came up about that guy in Seattle by the name of Chad Wheeler, and the domestic issue that he's going through, or supposedly he did. So my cousin, he's kind of one where he's religious, and deals in church and everything, and he's kind of like still believes in the concept of black love, and saving himself for marriage and finding a church and a church
Poor
girl
guy.
and everything. So he asked me a question on Friday. He was like, Sigma, I gotta ask, with recent events like this Chad Wheeler guy and the Proud Boys, come to find out that some of them are married to black women and everything. He was like, I gotta ask, man, since when did black women take interest in these racist white guys? So I pondered on his question for a few seconds, and then I told him, I was like, well, bro, I can only answer that question by asking you this particular question. And I asked him, since when did black men believe that black women was always their women?
Facts. And
Dude,
I'll add to that.
dude, Sigma.
I've said that many times, and I get pushback in the management when they said about black women are not black men's women. And I'll go a step further with this, and I'm glad that Sigma Jones brought this up. One of the main reasons why black women go to the other side, because they see no hope being with black men. That's why the diverse community is growing in droves, because these women just look at black men as weak, inferior to the white man, and that's what they really believe. And that is growing, by the way, especially with the younger women under the age of 20, under the age of 28.
Well,
That
you
has
have to
grown.
you have to understand. It goes back to something I had got pushback for on MOT's channel a couple of months ago, where I think it might have been a MOT. I know Eisen was there, but I had made the point when there were men up there arguing about the patriarchy and all this other nonsense, and I was like, never in the history of this country has there been a black patriarchy ever.
Never, and it won't be. And
I got hard pushback on that.
yeah. I was telling these same women when I'm gonna excuse the expression, Asian, when Wheeler beat her ass, and I said on my platform, black women do not mind getting their ass beat by any race of men for us. And what it
They don't
saddens
even mind
me,
about us. It just
it,
depends on the dude.
it saddens me that these black men who are hoping out to mate, love, and marry black women, it's over. Black women, especially under 30, they do not. You hear some of the things they say now, they wish us dead, they're glad that the police shoots us and kills us. And I tell black men now, go
Well,
over there. Go to another country where Latino women are waiting for you to wife you up, to treat you the right way. God is going to protect you. But these guys want to stay here and get embarrassed and get played all the time, really believing that these are their women, really? If there is a species on Earth that the devil got a hold of, it is black women and white men. They belong together. I mean, you couldn't get a better combination of evil on this planet than
Well,
But
black
you got
women with
but you
white
but
men.
but you got to understand why that is, Mace.
Oh, I
You
know
got
the power aspect of it. That
Well,
black
it's not just the power aspect. You got to think in consideration. Okay, from my particular faith system,
yeah.
is that we're all Hebrew Israelites,
Hmm.
the original people. Okay,
Yeah.
so logic would dictate that Eve, who bit the apple, would have been a black woman. Therefore, in my mind, black people will always get the bulk of the curses because we're the one who set it off. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why black women are the way they are as opposed to others.
Well,
Now, one thing I do disagree with you on is the thing about Afro Latina and going someplace else and wifing up and all that stuff. I always disagree with that because as far as I'm concerned, they're all the same.
yes.
It does not matter to me. That's why I don't believe in cisbim. I believe in save yourselves, black man, but I don't believe in it from the aspect of the passport game because, like I said, because all you're doing is switching the geographical location, but you're still going to have the same problems. Nothing's changed except the place. That's it.
Isn't it
And-
funny?
You know, and I was going to touch up on Lawrence. Like I myself, I'm one of the knights of SYSPM, but even I don't push the aspect of, you know, go and get married. Your solution in life, black men, is go marry from a different culture. Like I've always said it from the get go that SYSPM is not for every brother because not every brother is going to be disciplined enough to know how to vet properly, how to deal with women that are suited for marriage and family life. Because unfortunately, you got a lot of guys who are looking at women for the wrong reasons, and they have a tendency to choose women that uh, even if they go to other cultures and all, they have a tendency to choose women that is going to run them through the rocks and run them rock bottom later on. So even myself, I don't push the marriage angle unless they truly know what they're doing. And even then, it's just like, do your own research, find out if it's best suited for you. And if it is suited for you, go about it, some form of fashion to where the state doesn't get involved. But to kind of teach that to young men. I'm about to be 29 this week. To teach that to young men that are
Well, happy
thanks,
birthday to
thanks.
you.
Yeah, happy
Thanks.
birthday.
To teach that to young men who are under the age of 25, it's sad to say, that's kind of like talking to a brick wall. So I just kind of like, hey, you guys, go out there, do what you want to do, but don't go thinking that the solution to your problems is in the arms of another woman. It's not.
Yes.
Yeah, those
And-
guys. Let me say this: the younger crowd, and God bless them. I was saying this week. The younger crowd already said, "I'm not dealing with these women. I'm going to get my passport and go." My nephew has a group of friends, and half of them now live overseas. They got the hell out of here. They gave them the white man the middle finger, the black woman the middle finger, and got the hell out. And I was talking to some of these guys last weekend, and I've never seen a group of six of them who got the hell out of here. So happy not to be in this country no more and have to deal with the white man as the slave driver and the black woman as the double agent.
Well, here's the thing. Patriarchy is a non-existent thing really here in America. Period. Anyways, I mean, if you look at it, when you see white men of success saying pretty much, "Man, fuck these hoes." I mean, you look at Superman, Henry Cavill. He's at the prime of his life as far as in his looks, career-wise, and financially. And what is this dude doing? You see him on YouTube building computers. Forget these hoes.
And it's
Matthew McConaughey
mhm.
from Texas, he went and got a woman from overseas, and don't nobody see her outside because he's like, nah, I ain't finna let these hoes corrupt her.
Dave Chappelle too. Dave Chappelle too. You don't see his
Smart
wife.
men.
And to add to it, just to show you how serious this is getting, Bill Burr, who's married, is now doing jokes about brothers staying out of it. For real, for real. So
Yeah.
it's bad. I mean,
got-
going back to what Eisen was saying, yeah, it's up there.
I got pushback when I first started doing my platform, talking about this, what we're talking about right now. But now I have more men coming around when I go to other chat rooms to say hello to everybody, because I haven't been there in a while. They say, "Yo, Mace, you right, bro. I didn't know they were this bad. They're that bad. Okay, but they are toxic and poisonous and evil. Okay,
Yeah.
I've been preaching that.
And here's the other thing too. Um, let's be real about it. The American black succubi knows that for the most part, she ain't got nobody to go to.
It's
Mm.
gonna get worse.
She's already got a ruined reputation in the eyes of 99% of the men in other cultures because of they see has she been saying black men ain't shit for decades.
Yeah,
So if you say that about your own, if you say that about what's supposed to be your own men,
yeah,
they already know you ain't shit from the jump.
yeah. And I'll go a step further, my brother. I think what's gonna happen about 6 years from now, they're going to be killing each other. I'm talking about black women because when they see more black men leaving the race, don't give a F about the community, excuse me for saying that, going overseas, that's the one that's going to kill them. Because when you're young, you're already your brightest. 35% is left. Married, dating out. Now, when you lose your young generation, young Zers, like Paul in the chat room, when you lose young guys like that, but they just saying, I'm not even going to give it an effort. I'm running overseas, getting my passport and taking my talents over there. What people don't understand is this is only the beginning of the year 2021. For people who doubt that black men are going to be doing this, wait to 2026, 27. And one night, if you're still living here, one night you're going to click on 2020 and the topic is going to be, they're going to spin it to make the women look favorable. They'll say, well, how come black men are running away? Mm-mm. Black men ain't running away. Black men are escaping.
They're
What
Well, I,
already turning it that way now. So
that's yeah, that's what I was that's what I was gonna say. This has been that's been going on already for a minute. But I will disagree with one thing you said, Mace, and that's about women killing themselves. And here's why. You are talking about a creature who has
no,
such a
not killing
high.
themselves. I say they're going to fight. They're going, all I was going to say, but they're going to be fight each other, pointing the finger at each other. Why the good black men fled the country?
They're not going to
That's
do
what they're
that
going to
either.
fight.
They're not going to do that either. You're talking about a group who has such a high opinion of itself and its existence that's based on false dichotomies, false information, false knowledge, false aspects.
A false overvaluing of
Oh
Exactly.
something.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Or, so that at the end of the day,
Delusional.
at the end of the day, they will never blame each other. They will always bond together and blame us. Always, always. They will not fight each other. It goes back to a conversation that I keep using all the time. When I sit with a bunch of women and I ask them, you know, do you have any friends? And they're like, yeah, my friends are male. Well, why don't you have any female friends?
I
Well,
know
because
why.
I don't trust other females. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
here's my logic. If you don't trust your own kind, why would you expect me to?
It's funny you say that because, unfortunately, Asian, you're going to love this, bro. I'm going to say of the, I'm going to say the 7 of the 9 women I've dated between the year 2011 when I first lost all my weight and the end of summer of 2012. I'm gonna say 7 of those women didn't have no female friends and only hung out around men. And I used to be like, why are you hanging out around dudes all the time? And the guy told me, he said, yo, Mace, the reason why a lot of women do that because they need what's that self validation. And he told me, you better believe that those women slept with those male friends of theirs, you know? And he said, you have a decision to make. Either you can make something of it or just walk away. I walked away every time, bro. And I don't look back at that either. And ever since 2012, I said, no more women in my life. And my God, I live now a peaceful life.
Yeah,
I can hear the birds chirping in the morning in the spring here, up here where I live in the Northeast, New York. No children dirtying up on my house, no women nagging. It is the best feeling in the world. I have no female phone numbers in my phone. It is a terrific feeling.
it is.
God's grace.
Yep. What's up, Black Girls?
Yeah, what's up, Black Curls?
Shalom, panel.
What's up? What's
What's up,
up?
Black Curls?
Salon Black Curls.
Before you
Nice to
go,
meet
Black
you.
Curls, real quick, I want to say, Wagner, man, what are you doing, man? That's your mom, and she's black. You have to man, that's not that's not everyone's experience, man. You should take that risk. I mean, no,
Okay,
Why
you
not?
should-
Don't listen to
quit,
them.
man.
Don't listen to them. Listen to your boy Mace. You'll live a more peaceful lifestyle. You know who's similar to me?
wait, Wadner, turn away from the light, bro. Turn away, turn away from the light.
Come back.
Dude, you're doing the right thing. You know who lives a similar lifestyle to me? And it's a guy that all you know, and shout out to this guy. I talked to Spiritual Logic Hulk about the lifestyle we both live similar, and he says he's at peace all the time.
Oh yeah.
Wait. What about me?
Oh, you too, Lawrence. You know, I'm not around you that much. Man.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm hardcore black people.
Yeah, I forget about that.
I was gonna say
I'm
this,
sorry.
Lawrence. I don't think they're as hardcore as you, but I think that would be the difference.
One
Yeah.
thing I can say, me and Lawrence, we agree to a T. Like these women, everyday women, at least here in America,
Yes.
in our minds, they don't even exist. Like I can go a whole month without even speaking to a woman outside of my relatives and everything, because there's nothing that I want from them. Now they obviously want something from me, but it's like you're not gonna get it because I'm not your type and you're not my type. So in my mind, you're just a human being that I acknowledge your existence, but I'm not gonna go
Nope.
any further than that.
Nope.
That's right.
And before I let Black Curls go, I want to address Ranger 117. Here is the thing: there is no such thing as a traditional woman.
Nope.
Any woman that is not going to give up those law privileges that allow them to pull the Me Too bullshit and everything else, they are not traditional, and no woman is going to do that.
Yep. And
So-
Sigma real is real kept. I do not look at them as human beings. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I have more respect for a beast of burden than I do one of them. And I will also say this, as I've given an example before. I have women who have fallen down face first, spilled all their paperwork, look up at me as if I'm going to help them, and I literally step right over them. I've done it plenty of times.
Oh yeah,
Bruce
I-
Wayne, baby. Bruce Wayne.
I don't give a rat's ass.
There you
I
go.
do not.
I'll put it like this: the scripture says, "Try to live peacefully amongst all men." So I'll try to make sure that I don't do anything to
All
incriminate
men.
myself.
All men. Live peacefully with all men. Men is the key word. There's nothing in there about a woman. All men.
It was meaning humankind, but if you can't, that means get the hell away from the fuck.
Exactly. I'm just kind of look. If it looks like it's going to be some confrontation, I'll just cross the other street and not even walk the same pathway as you. So
Very
If
good.
you, look,
That's how I do.
if you showed up on my doorstep and said,
There's a difference.
if you showed up on my doorstep and said, here's a woman I found, I promise you, within the hour, I will be going down the block and trading her for 2 chickens.
I said this too. I said if there was 2 women twerking in front of me, I will call the police and tell them, look, they're not only disrupting the peace, they're decent exposure, and those are the type of
That ain't
women
doing no
you'll
good.
Nope.
They'll do good when they get those cuffs on them. It'll do it.
Police are on their
The
side.
police ain't finna do nothing.
The police are on their
try to
side.
take them on home.
The police are
That's all that's gonna happen.
the police are on their side, so much so that you say, I don't know her, and she goes, he's lying, and they will make you leave the house and put her in it.
that's
That's
why
so the police don't count, bro.
Yeah. So that's why, like I said, with Lawrence, if I can smell danger from far away, I don't even walk the same path. Like the females and whatnot is looking for attention, I just don't give it. You know, if I have to talk to you on the job, that's only for job purposes. Outside of that, you know, I'm not going to open doors. And like Lawrence showed where, you know, a woman spilled her coffee or whatnot, he just stepped over. There was a woman one time, she was trying to change the tires on her car. I just walked by.
And there's a good reason. And there's a good reason for that, because there was a dude who helped a woman whose car broke down, And he went to change the tire. And the very next morning, the police was at his house because she said he assaulted her. If it wasn't for the fact that there were video cameras around there, that man would have went to jail. As it is, he still lost a whole lot of money defending himself over that nonsense.
That's not even worse part, Lawrence.
I was going to say, Lawrence, it's for that exact story why I just walked past. I was like, nope.
And not only
wasn't it Dionne Warwick who sang that song "Walk On By"?
That was Dionne Warwick.
Yeah, Dionne Warwick. That's what Sigma does. He's walking by.
Yeah, like I said,
he got accused for literally doing that, walking on by in Europe. He walked past the woman and she tried to accuse him, and then the video camera just showed him walking past her.
Yep. It's not a game, gentlemen. It's not a game.
No,
that's why I said you can't. That's what I'm saying. Nobody who tells me any type of interact. Look, I've got Public Supermarket or Walmart and Dollar General. I have a Chinese restaurant, okay, and I have an Italian restaurant. Okay. I promise you, if you ever came to visit me and you walked into any one of those places, I promise you, if there are females on those registers,
yes, sir,
the manager will come out and put a dude on it for me because I will not interact.
Hey, I don't blame him.
I will not interact. They would rather go get a dude so they don't lose that money. Yep. Because like I said before, I'm not trying to be funny and I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I'm that guy. I'm not going to do it. Now, if I happen to be out with my daughters, I'll let them go through if there's a female there and they can handle it. But if I'm by no, sir, no. Like I said, you're talking about people walking down the street can be accused of assault. You're talking about helping somebody change a tire and you can be accused of rape. There's no chance for us. You are putting yourself at risk at every single interaction. Even if you're walking down the street and you're passing by and she says, good morning, I keep it moving.
And the other thing to follow up on that, they also use that whole tire thing too. They set it up for you to come over there and you end up getting robbed too.
Yep. and I had told that to somebody before too, because make no mistake, even if it gets bad and they start pretending that they're going to be quote unquote submissive again, you can't even trust that because you'll have a woman show up at your door with a kid crying, knock on it, saying she needs help. And if you open that door, there's going to be a Pookie or Ray Ray on the side ready to smash you, come in and take your stuff.
Hey, did I tell you guys the story? I never told you guys your story.
Well, hold on. Before you do that, because Black Curls came in here to tell a story. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Black Curls.
For a minute. Yeah, go ahead. Bro, because with us, traveling and avoiding them, like you and Mace said, it's amazing how they try to do this victim narrative because they're already doing it. They're saying we're leaving them. But then at the same time, remember, they say we're abusive. And the dynamics with the abuser and the victim? The abuser wants to maintain control and keep the victim around. So how does it make sense that black men are so abusive, but they're leaving you at the same time? And they can't abuse you if they're leaving you?
Because that's the abuse.
Yeah, ignoring them is the abuse. And that's another thing.
No, they've actually said that.
Yeah, they're trying to ruin your image for not associating with them. But even when you associate with them, they're ruining your image and telling you how niggas ain't shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's why I always come out on my panel and say that they're poisonous, they're evil, they're worthless. I'm going to do a show about that probably 2 weeks from this Saturday night. I'm going to do a show, A Black Woman, American Black Swirlers, divestments, and black women in general, are they worthless to good black men? And to that, should be
and see, that's why I don't go on those panels like that anymore. Because as long as we're talking about them, they still got us.
Well, I think the other thing too is the thing that you have to take in consideration is this fact right here. You got so many of these inexperienced and foolish dudes that they are looking for approval from not just the women, but the niggas too.
Yep. Facts. That's facts. That's facts. They looking for approval from Pookie and Ray Ray, which makes no damn sense.
Well, I want to prove. What the hell do I need their approval for? Because I'm gonna say something that is going to happen in the next couple. As this woman gets her feet wet in the White House, I guarantee you, Kamala will wipe Pookie and Ray Ray off these streets.
Oh no. Hey, look.
No, she's not.
No, she ain't.
Yeah, nah,
Yeah.
No, she's not. She needs
They-
them. That's how she
Yeah,
got
they
there.
need it.
I was
Pookie
going to
and Ray
say
Rays are her
they serve a
drone.
purpose for her.
Yeah, that's how she got there. She's not going to get rid of them. Because on top of that, she's going to rely on them because if they slap down an Amendment 25 on Biden, she automatically becomes president, and then her vice president becomes Nancy Pelosi.
Mm-hmm.
No, she's not going to get rid of them. She still needs them.
Yeah, and black men were the main ones trying to get her to be vice president, like begging to make Kamala the vice president, even though
Yeah.
But it wasn't
all that
Pookie and
crap
Ray
about
Ray.
it.
It was the so-called coon black man that wanted that woman in office.
It was all of them. It was Pookie Ray Ray. It was Coon. It was pro-black. It was Hoteps, the whole 9 yards. It was all of them. Not even realizing that she's not a full-on black woman anyway.
Hey, watch this. Hey, watch this. I got something better for you. And then whenever she got in, what did she turn around and say to these niggas? Oh, it wasn't because of y'all. They said it wasn't because of y'all that we got in.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, them Hispanics got them in there.
And them and the alphabet.
Basically it turned around and said, "Hey, you niggas don't mean shit no way."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And the sad part is I don't feel sad for them because it happens every damn time. It happened when Kerry ran. It happened when Clinton ran. It happened when Carter ran. I've been alive to see a pretty good number of freaking presidents, my dude. It's always the case. Use them, get in, and then afterwards dispatch them or ignore them and their needs. Dude, this is nothing. Like a saying goes, there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing.
Yeah, and then
Don't
even
you
with the
have
Hillary
And don't get me wrong. It's not just the Democratic side. The Republican side does it too. Let me make that abundantly clear.
Yes.
Exactly.
let me make that abundantly clear. So
Exactly.
It is that talking point right there that I try to hammer home on the war room. It's like,
Yes.
look, it doesn't matter if you left wing, right wing, it's still the same bird, and they all talk the same talking points.
Yep.
So why even get involved into politics?
exactly. Just like when somebody asked me if I'm liberal or conservative, I'm conservative, but I'm not conservative because of a party. I'm conservative because of my interactions with the world and how I run my life. That's it. That's it. It has nothing to do with being a Republican or anything like that. I could care less because at the end of the day, they're all out to get me or use me rather, and then dump me to the side. So that's why I'm saying. That's why I made it a point to say it's not just one side. Both sides do it. I don't really give a rat's ass about either one of them.
And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let Black Curls go again.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
It's okay. But to that point is why on Sigma's War Room that he had on Benito Mussolini.
Yeah, man, that was good.
And I said in there we got to talking about it, and he talked about the points of Hitler. And I said, I pretty much envision here in this country, if the whole principles of everything falling like the Republic did in Star Wars with thunderous applause. So
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Black Girls, because I have a question after you.
Yeah, because you adding to my point, Eisen, I was about to make with it crumbling down and falling down with America. That's how it's going to be. And then black men and men in general are saying they're gonna leave. Women are like, oh, we can do it too. I'm like, no, the fuck y'all can't. You guys love these rights way too much. You're not gonna relinquish them and go to a patriarchal country where you don't have those rights. Y'all are stuck here.
You heard what happened to those two broads in Thailand last week, right?
yeah, that's right.
No. Wait, hold on. I missed that. Oh, you talking about the ones who got kicked out? Yeah, that wasn't. Yeah. The two gay chicks. Yeah.
Could y'all enlighten me? Because this is my first time hearing this.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they
Oh,
were preaching,
Yeah,
right?
go ahead, Eisen. You break it down.
hey, look. Basically, they hadn't because of Corona. They like 70-80% of women lost their jobs. So they went over there where they could live better. But then look, this hoe was so dumb. She was making videos of basically her stunting on the culture and hadn't even paid taxes.
On the culture and the law, because she was there without where her visa expired.
Right. Her visa expired and was stunting on the culture, hadn't even paid taxes.
And teaching other people how to do it. Sorry.
Yeah. And teacher, and that right there negatively impacts the economy to where, I mean, if you got a whole bunch of these people coming in that ain't even supporting the economy, but they there to mooch off of it. It's gonna raise up the cost of living for everybody that can't afford it.
Yep.
So that's why they kicking her out. And it
Yep.
wasn't because she was, that rainbow shit. It's because of that right there. They were bad for the economy and the people.
Yep. Because here's the thing, they're not necessarily against LGBT, but they're not exactly helping it either. It's pretty much one of those don't ask, don't tell kind of situations. They'll leave you in peace as long as you're not like out there with it. Kind of like what I said before. Okay, gay people exist. It is what it is. My question is why do we have to have the extremists? What did we used to call flamers? That's what we used to call them, flamers. Why do you have to pick? Yeah, why do you have to pick the worst aspects of female nature to display to prove that you're not heterosexual? And the same thing in reverse with women who are lesbians who wanted the dyke. That's what we call them, dykes.
And
Yeah.
they were, and I'm just gonna say they were preaching the magic words out there too. They said that black men ain't what. They were preaching that out there. They said too.
Yeah, and that's why I don't like terms. Well, there it is, right there. I was just about to say I don't like terms like market value. I don't like because at the end of the day, none of this comes down to market value. What it is you got bad players. That's all you have.
Yes, I agree with that.
This is one of the reasons why it's easier for men to kind of like blend into other cultures than it is women. See, what these women don't understand is you're in other cultures, you're just mainly seen as an asset to a family. You're not your own person, you're not your own individualism and everything, you're an asset. Whereas men are the ones who can create assets. And they're ones that can make things happen within other cultures. I don't know if I
build them
shared.
up.
Yeah, and build it up. I don't know if I shared this story with you guys, but I remember I was in Shinjuku in Tokyo on my trip, and we was kind of like near the governmental sector, so kind of walking around a bit, me and my traveling partner. And I kid you not, we was walking down this certain pathway, and this black woman, I mean, you talk about a fish out of water. She's walking down the street. Picture this. Got red streaks in her hair. Wearing
Typical.
a pink kimono. And wearing small Gita shoes to where the backside of her heel is touching the ground. And
So a lot of you guys haven't been to Japan like we have. I know what that means. That's bad.
yeah.
That's really bad.
And
You don't ever want to stand out. You want to blend in.
And to make matters worse, she's also almost morbidly overweight or morbidly obese.
Oh.
So when I say a fish out of water, Lawrence, you and I both know that Japanese men are not going to even look in her direction, let alone talk to her and whatnot. So
actually, it's worse depending on where you at, because some of them won't even let you in their establishment.
Well, that's what I was going to get at. So I guess this lady was trying to go into one of the Starbucks that we were going into.
There it is.
And one of the workers kind of told her in Japanese that unfortunately you can't come in because you're wearing a pink kimono or whatever. Really, they were trying to be nice, saying that you're too big.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's and you got all that flashy crap on.
No, that's very offensive to them. It really is.
Yeah.
The only people they accept being large like that who are celebrities are sumo wrestlers. Anybody outside of that, it's disrespectful and unbecoming.
Or even foreign men who at least look like they have some form of class, like sumo wrestlers. But
how they carry themselves, yeah.
Yeah. But if you a big woman and you wearing clothes like that, like this, honoring the culture, nah.
Yep.
I was gonna tell you guys a few minutes ago. I'll tell you something about me. I was dating a woman, gorgeous. I mean, I had a model's body a decade ago, And you know, you be with someone, a woman alone, and when you everything is going well, but yet she puts her head down like there's something wrong, but she don't want to tell you. So one day, you know, she called me. She said, "Can I see you?" I said, "Sure." So, you know, she only lives 10 minutes from my house. So I go over there. And she's standing with 5 kids, and I say to
Hold
her,
on, wait, say that again.
She's standing there with 5 kids. You heard him.
"Yeah, yeah."
Dog,
And and
doggone
you know, the oldest kid is 10, the youngest is 2, and the 3-year-old is tugging on my jeans. So I say, I walk up to her, I say, "Baby, were you babysitting today?" And she said, "No, these are my kids." I swear to God, I cursed her out, dumped her, bro. There were 2 female cops there, and they told me, "Hey, look, you can curse her out. Just don't hit her." I said, "I'm not going to hit her. I got more common sense than that." And I'm like, why did you lie to me? Because I don't date women with children, fellas. I can't do it.
What did you tell her that?
I thought she didn't have no kids. She was an interior
No, that's
decorator.
that's not my question. That's not my question. Did you
Yeah,
tell her that you don't date women with children?
At first, I know.
Okay, then you can't get mad at her.
Oh, yes, you can.
No,
Oh,
you
yes,
didn't
you
set.
can.
Dude, you didn't set the standard. You
Well, that
didn't
was
set
my
the.
bad, but I did the right thing. I walked away.
No, that's fine. The end result. What I'm saying is the anger you had at her for doing that is misplaced.
Well,
You
that
didn't
was my
set.
bad.
That's what I'm saying.
Again. I let
You
women
know
know up
what?
front. I don't want women with children. And now, if I do ask a woman out, the first question I ask her right to the second is, "What's your body count?"
There you go. There
No,
you
hey,
go.
look, you know
Okay.
what? That's
At least you know
pointless
from now.
ass too.
Not that they're going to tell you the truth about the body count, but
That's pointless ass. And the other thing, here's the thing
Yeah.
I say about not even saying that you don't date women with children. Here's the thing. Um, uh, it's not like they're going to give you the same respect. I mean, I mean, I'll tell any dude, look, not that I care, but I mean, they'll lie to you. They'll leave out information with you. It's not like you have to put it. It's not like you have to be forthcoming exactly with them. Now, if you do so, it's because that's your character and that's who you are, not because of you care about what they think.
right,
I should say you. I mean, if you're going to do it for because that's just who you are.
right.
But doing it and thinking that they're gonna do the same thing with you, oh hell no, this shit ain't happening.
And see, to touch on that point, Eisen, this is why, you know, brothers got to learn, whatever you do not take what these women say at face value.
Facts.
Watch what they do, and I'll tell you why. David Carroll, on one of his older videos back in the days, he said this. He said this in relations to women having multiple kids. He said this online of, look, I'll give you one if you had one child, you didn't plan for it, and things just kind of happen and whatnot, and boom, you have a child, and that's the only child you have. Okay, we can give you that. But now, when you have 2, 3, 4 multiple kids by multiple men, that wasn't by mistake. That's a lifestyle.
Facts.
And those type of women, you can just tell right off the bat. They don't even have to tell you they have multiple kids. You can just
Take me as I am.
You can just look at how they act. You can look at how they carry themselves. I'm gonna put it like this: have you ever met a woman with multiple kids and she dressed modestly? Never.
Nope.
Nice
No.
try.
Let me take that back. Yes, it's the one that just told you about because she was an interior decorator, so she always wore business suits. Yes.
You know what?
That was
I'll
probably
tell
a
you what.
one-off. That's probably a one-off because I have never met a woman who had like 3 or more kids by multiple men and she didn't carry herself modestly.
That's correct.
Guys, she had real hair too. No joke.
No. I'm not arguing with you, but I agree with. I'm not arguing with you, but I do agree with Sigma that that's an outlier.
Well, it wasn't an outlier. What it was is she realized she realized something about herself, and she had to be Christina the chameleon.
If
I
I
was
had
just
to
I was getting ready
That
to
was
say
the
I was
real
just
if I
somebody
had to
in.
compare her body,
I was just about to say chameleon mode. I was just about to say that.
if I had to compare her body wise, but a lot pretty and much longer hair behind her back. And she was a chocolate. I mean, she was dark chocolate, but a nice dark chocolate because she kept herself up well. Believe it or not, she had a body like Candace Owens with a nice bubble butt, bro. But much
I
longer
mean,
hair, a lot prettier.
yeah,
Okay, I mean
it
that
don't
does nothing
matter.
for me, but okay.
It don't matter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. None of that matters. You can describe her however you want, but the end result is exactly what Eisen said. You're looking at chameleon mode, and that goes back to something my cousin William taught me when I was younger. Look, a thief is a thief, right?
That's true.
But when you go, but when you go to Bed Stuy, you dress accordingly. When you go to Wall Street to steal, you put on a suit.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
chameleon mode. That's all it is. It's straight up
exactly.
chameleon mode. You're going to emulate what you're trying to get.
Yeah, exactly. Sigma Jones, go ahead and continue your point. My bad.
Oh no no. I just wanted to highlight that this is why I really don't pay attention to what these women say. I just look at how they dress and how they act because your character. I don't care who you are. You could be some famous celebrity, whatnot, or just as they say, a strag. Your
That's
character
right.
is your true person. And so all I have to do is just watch just little details of how you act, and that tells me everything I need to know.
Yep,
But
that's
this
true.
this took years of learning how to read body language and learning how to read details of human behavior. This is
Hmm.
it's not something that you'll just learn overnight.
Yeah,
You understand. This is why they say you know keep your friends close, but you keep your enemy closer. You
right.
learn in the military, and Lawrence, you know this too. In the military, they tell you you should know your enemy better than the enemy knows themselves.
Hey, Eisen, didn't I say that last stream?
Yeah,
That the dudes need to stop being mad about it. They need to come to the appreciation and respect what these broads have
yeah,
done.
yeah.
You
You
gotta
gotta respect your
you
enemy.
gotta respect your enemy. You might not like it, but you gotta respect their tactics, their skills, their abilities, and everything they've been able to accomplish. Yo, you gotta respect it.
And
You got to,
Exactly.
and
because
there's
because until you do that with your enemy, you can't see far enough to be able to figure out how to either defeat them or circumvent them. You're not going to defeat them in
I
this
was
case, but
giving I was on the Roger report last week, and I was destroying which I consider weak men. And you just finished talking about you better know your enemy. You damn right you better know 'em. Because I think a big problem. No, matter of fact, it's not a big problem. It is the problem. And I didn't realize. This tells you how much I don't get involved with women. Okay, I did not know that men. I'm gonna pick the ages. I'll start with this age because it's 50 years ago. Old farts in the 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, and late 30s were so weak because they wanted a warm body next to them on a day like this. If you're living in New York and it's 16 degrees and expect 16 inches of snow in the next couple of days, you're that weak that you need a warm body in your bed next to you, that you will actually play the role of stepdaddy. I didn't realize this. Tells you how much I don't date women. And when I found this out 2 weeks ago, I just went all gung ho on these weak ass men simping for these for these women. It's disgraceful to me.
but
Disgraceful.
that's but dude, it's been like that for centuries,
That's
man.
why
yeah,
this. Well, I ain't know about centuries. But all I'm talking about is black
No,
men.
it's been like that
yeah.
for centuries. Trust me when I tell you, everything you
No,
see
no, I
now,
believe it. I
it's
believe it.
not new. It's not new. I'm
It's just
pretty sure in
history.
Egypt, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure in Egypt with the slaves, there's some dude who had to just take a woman just cause. You feel what I'm saying?
And
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
this is nothing new.
Yeah. So
and
like
there
that
was even
black
a
girls.
study Specialist and I looked at. It showed that when it comes to fatherhood, black men are the most likely to be stepdaddies out of every race of men.
Yeah.
because they're the
Hey,
weakest.
Yeah.
They're the
And
weakest. That's why.
the sad part about it is that it goes both ways. It's intentional and unintentional. Because there are men who will sign up for it of their own volition, and then there are men who are walking around thinking the child is actually theirs, not realizing that they're actually a stepdaddy because the child is not really
and
theirs.
and number one, what's worse than that is you got these old ass niggas that are giving out this information to send these young dudes to be a stepdaddy like lamb to the slaughters, so they'll have somebody else to pay the bill
Hey,
for their damn kids.
hey,
And like
Agent,
I
let
While
me
said,
tell
they
you
while they
something.
go tag the
Agent,
mama.
that's
and
changing
like
now. So a lot of these young guys ain't going for it.
Hey,
They're
I'm gonna tell
not
you
going
something,
for it.
Mace. I'm gonna tell you something, Mace. It ain't changing in the percentages that you think.
that's
It is
right.
small.
I was
It
just about to
is
say
getting
that.
better,
Yep.
but it ain't changing like you think because you
Because I
still got these old ass niggas that's selling
yep.
these boys down the river.
Yep, because I was on MOT's channel and I said it point blank, point blank. As far as I'm concerned, between them and these dating coach motherfuckers, they nothing but predators to me. Period.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
That's why I
Period.
make fun of
Hands
them on
down.
my channel.
No ifs, ands, or buts. They just
They
straight
are.
up predators. I look
Yeah.
at them no different than I look at a fucking drug dealer
For
poisoning in the
this
neighborhood.
clown, Steve the Dean, 2 weeks ago, if you haven't seen it, saying that men like me who don't get involved with these women, to call me a simp because I don't want to hook up with a baby mama. I swear to God,
I mean, he
Hey,
married a
hey,
single
Mace.
mother.
Hey, Mace. Look,
Yeah.
I don't even want to bring this soft ass nigga up on my channel.
You know what? I
I
was
will
about
bring
to
it
say
up
the
on mine.
same thing.
I was gonna say he's irrelevant in this part, and to me,
Exactly.
All right,
he's a
my
prime
bad, my
he's a
bad, my
prime
bad.
example. No, you fine. He's a prime example as to why I don't preach marriage to a lot of other men here, because I don't want them to be caught up in the missed messages that guys like that saying, if you don't deal with these single moms, you're not a man. I will tell
And
I will tell any man, like, look, you do what's best for you, and you try to avoid bad situations that's going to be demoralizing not only to you physically but also mentally. And personally, I don't want to see any man get caught up in the mess of being a stepdad, especially in today's dating world here in America. No.
mhm.
So yeah, that's why I will never preach marriage, at
and
least
that
in this market.
and that's why and that's why I tell my stories. That's the main reason why I tell my stories. Like I said, if I'm going to say women don't count, I cut off my daughters when they act a fool, and I have. The same way with my oldest daughter, I have looked at her fiance and told him point blank, don't do it.
And you know what?
Don't marry her, don't cohabitate, don't have kids. And he went ahead and did it anyway. But I did my part. I broke it
And you know
down.
You
what?
guys, you don't know. Go ahead, Sicky.
I was gonna say I have a story, because I've been meaning want to share this with Eisen when you brought up the rabbit hole stream, because
Yeah.
we kind of talked a little bit on the back end. This is one of my personal stories. I used to have a cousin who we grew up together and whatnot. And he was kind of one where he he didn't get much education, but he was definitely trying to better himself. He was going as a HVAC technician and whatnot, was getting certified. Well, some years back, unfortunately, he got caught up with one of these women off the streets, ended
Oh,
up getting her pregnant and
oh,
whatnot, and have a child. And it kind of ties in with today's topic. The women in the church, who were mostly his relatives, were pressuring him to marry this woman. And I was kind of being one of the ones, as far as being the reasonable voice, like, look, if you feel this situation is putting too much pressure on you, don't marry. I mean, I know you made a mistake in getting caught up with her and everything, but you're only going to make it worse if you're trying to marry this woman and you're not ready for it. But unfortunately, he kind of caved in. Or actually, he did, not kind of. He caved in to the females in the church, and he ended up marrying this woman. And he tried making it work. He really did. But this woman just pretty much ran in circles all over him and everything. So eventually, this dude pretty much went into depression, and just to kind of make the long story short, he ended up overdosing. And doggone it, not even a month, the man hadn't even been freshly in the grave, and his supposed widow shows up with a new guy.
Yeah, that's what they
Oh, he
do.
been
Uh,
and we all know what that means. He been tagging it all along,
along, yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah,
she's
so
all
already.
along.
and this is
So
what I
it,
call. This is what I call these women. I call them the Amtrak a seller because everybody's ran through 'em. So
Go
it's
ahead,
like,
Sigma.
yeah, so it's just like that situation that happened for me is one of the reasons why it's like, nope, I don't believe in black love. I don't believe in, so to speak, marriages, at least within generation Y and generation Z, because black men and black women, they want something separately different, and to be honest with you, they're detrimental
why
to each
not?
other.
I'll add to your point. I'll let Lawrence or Eisen talk before I add on to
Well,
what you have.
I'm gonna add this real quick. The other thing really is, and truthfully, I don't really believe in women loving anything but themselves anyway. I mean, when you look at it, when you take the fact of them wanting to have kids, they still really don't even love the child. The only thing is that the child makes them feel like a god because the child needs them in their mind. The child needs them to survive. The child needs them for this. The child gives them a feeling of importance and superiority. Um, so I really don't even just believe in them actually loving the man. Period, or anything. Period. Anyway, go ahead, Lawrence Black Girls.
Just real quick, I'm gonna keep it short. Women can't love. Love requires sacrifice. They don't
Mm-hmm.
sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Yep.
they do sacrifice. They just don't. They sacrifice you. They sacrifice others.
Okay, well then self love, I guess. I don't know, but you get what you get
Self
the point.
sacrifice is what you're looking for.
Yeah, yeah, but you get the point I'm making. They're incapable of it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like that streamizing you made about rabbit hole and the situation
Yeah.
that you was experiencing just reminded me of my cousin. And I was just like, and that part about it, he's not the only one. I have other
Right.
stories, unfortunately, of relatives who life was either ended by their own hand or by the hands of somebody else, all tied to some black woman.
Yeah. And to,
And
my bad.
Yeah,
oh, go ahead.
yeah. Go
No,
ahead.
go ahead.
Yeah, go
I was
ahead,
just
Black.
gonna say I forgot. I never got to follow that up. He actually is still alive.
Oh,
He
okay.
yes.
Oh, thank goodness.
He's up talking. He'll probably be on dialysis forever though.
Yeah,
But
for
Johnny,
sure.
I'm sorry to hear that because I do that every 3 days. So,
Yeah.
he is alive though. So
Go ahead, Black Curls. I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, to Sigma's point about this whole black love thing, about marriage and kids, they love complaining that we're not marriage minded, but look how destructive the marriages are. The outcomes of marrying them is not good. So why the heck would they think they should get married? And then even when you do marry, they always say that black men are the worst husband, the most abusive, so they're already killing their argument for marriage right then and there. And then making children is the father. I think we've talked about this privately, Lawrence, with the specialist about when it comes to a child being able to speak and think, the man is supposed to be there to guide them. But the women, like Eisen said, they feel like God because the kids need them and they want to have full control over the kids within these dynamics anyway. So it destroys the family as is.
I'm gonna say what I said a little while ago about guys leaving. I just believe right now the women. I know that Lawrence disagrees with me, but I'm telling you, when more and more brothers leave or go elsewhere, if you don't think they're going to start wondering, because one thing about these women, and I'm being generous, they think they own us. But once that, really changes in droves, where they start seeing us, this not even paying them no attention, going elsewhere. If you don't think that's gonna bother them, because Lawrence, not all white men is gonna bring them aboard. You think?
It's got nothing to do with that. Because okay, here's the thing. Yes, you are correct. They believe they own us. But
I agree with
here's
that too.
here's the issue. Here's the issue.
I think it's more instead of own, they feel that they're better than us.
Oh,
Well,
of course they
well,
do,
well,
but they
well,
think
well,
they own us too.
Well,
I
it's
think
three.
it's both.
Well, it's three. Actually, it's three things. They think they own us. They think they're better than us, and they think they're entitled to us. It's all.
I agree
It's
with
all.
all
It's,
that. I
it's
agree with all the above. Definitely.
yeah. It's all three of those. And
And
here's the issue about the walking away. The walking away won't make a difference. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. Look, whether I've been married or whether I've been individual, I've got women I've known since I was 7 years old, and that's saying a good amount. Considering I'm rolling up on 54. That's a good amount of time to know somebody.
Hey, I'm about their age.
I know you are. That's why I'm saying it. So realistically speaking, these are the same women I've known since 7 years old who feel and have stated on numerous occasions that they should have been chosen by me. Okay, so whether I'm married to somebody or whether I walk away, that's not going to change. Their mentality is not going to change. That's the point I'm trying to make. So men walking away in droves will mean nothing. They'll just find another way to blame us for that.
Here's the other thing too. I've got to go Marco Grande since he's not here. On the SYSBM thing, not for the aspect of traveling and enjoying yourself, but but thinking that you're just gonna find some wives.
Exactly.
Two things. Mm-hmm. If you bring them back to the States, you're done because the laws here support and encourage them to take you down through the ringer and take you through the meat grinder.
Eddie Murphy told us that in the 80s. Yep.
Two, if you marry them there, but the problem is the pussy is still gonna control you, you're still finished.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So what do you want them to do? Be like me, bro, and just say no and walk away?
Honestly,
here's the thing. Honestly, you literally cannot give a damn about them.
Yeah.
Yours truly.
But the problem is that there's so many dudes that don't have it in them.
Of course, they're weak. They don't have the willpower. Yes, they worship and sniff these women's panties too much. And the sad part is they're not getting anything. That's what they label simps.
Not only that, the thing is it either the only way it can change is either you have to either get tired, you literally have to be born with a don't give a fuck attitude.
Mm-hmm.
Or the other thing is you have to be able to have enough success to be able to be stoic.
Exactly.
And that last one, obviously most of them aren't getting that success. So
it backfires when they try to do that.
See, my thing is this. I much prefer men to be more MGTOW than I would for them to be SYSBM. And the reason why is because SYSBM requires a lot of self-discipline. And I'm just going to be honest. A lot of these men nowadays don't have self-discipline, even an ounce.
Paul said it best in the chat room. You got to look it up. I saw him say it earlier. What you mean by that? There's one away and they'll change.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Sigma.
Oh no, I was going to say that's why my messages have been consistent from day one. SYSBM is not for every brother. You will never hear me telling brothers they need to go SYSBM because I know it takes a male to understand a male, and especially Lawrence, you being one of the older guys on here, that a lot of these young guys don't have the discipline to simply vet, let alone walk away from a woman. They simply don't have it in them.
Well, the vast majority don't. You have outliers like Eisen, you know what I'm saying, and so on and so forth. But
and Black
and Black Curls, But and Mace, and a couple of other brothers we know. Here's the issue. Here's the issue. Why I have a problem with SysBim. Because at the end of the day, you haven't done anything. You are still doing the same thing. You are chasing pussy, and that is never
Facts.
good.
Facts.
That is never, and that's why I have a problem with Sysbem. That's why I said you're not changing anything except the
No,
location.
exactly.
Your actions and everything you're doing is still based on the same motivations with a lack of discipline.
And
That's
hold
why
on.
that's why I have a problem with it.
And hold on, watch this. I just wanted to address this real quick. Charles Abram, to what he put, foreign women treat black men with more respect from jump. That's good enough. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. They treat more men that have
resources.
that are deserving of respect from respect from the jump. But
Right.
here is the thing. Here is the thing. On the word vet that Sigma brought up, the thing is you can't stop that shit. It's an everyday thing. You have to keep your foot on the bitch neck.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean,
That's
that's the thing. Ain't nobody, and here's the thing: ain't nobody scared of it.
Nope.
I'm just bringing out the simple truth. I have plenty of foreign friends, female friends,
There you go.
men too, mostly Mexicans. But here is the thing: because I have a don't give a fuck attitude,
There you go.
and I don't hide it, they have that respect for me because of the simple fact I'm not going to allow them to treat me with any type of disrespect
There you go,
whatsoever.
Exactly.
Because the thing is, I will cut her off. I will cut a bitch off.
Yeah,
I will
there you
cut a
go.
nigga
Exactly.
off too in a
I
minute.
want to say something about myself real quick. Two things. Two, my reputation around the manosphere now is that they know that when it comes to these women, if they don't go by my standards, get the f off, get the hell off my get the hell out of my face. Number one, I live a very, very monk lifestyle. If there is the real professional monk that you guys hear about, you're looking at right here is me. I live that
Lawrence
life.
too.
Lawrence too. I live that life. I have no shame of it. A couple of months ago on my panel, I had got a whole bunch of guys, but you guys know, and I told them the truth. When it comes to these women, I will take the L and keep it moving. I'm not losing any sleep over them. I don't wake up in the morning and say, "Oh man, I wish I would have been." No. Black men, especially young guys, find hobbies to do. Okay? Find something else to do than waking up bitter at the world because no black woman would talk to you. The hell with them. Do you get your resources up? Okay. Get yourself a nice condo or townhouse, nice car. And if you still want these broads when you're in your mid to late 30s, they're there. They're not going anywhere. The only question you have to ask, what's their body count? And you don't know what's happening with their hygiene down there. Other than that, my message to young men, black, white, whatever, do you. Don't worry about them. Women are always going to be there. They're part of our life. You know, they're the females with the males. They're always there. Just take care of your business and see what happens down the road in life.
Well, I've said that before. Well, I mean, with slight differences to what you're saying, but I've said that before. At the end of the day, man, focus on yourself, get your motivation put together, do what you got to do for you. If nothing else, man, get yourself out of the space and go for at least teach yourself how to go for a better or high quality of woman. And that's just me saying that because like I said, at the end of the day, my message has never changed and it never will. Fuck all of them. You don't need to be bothered. If you need to fulfill that urge, then you just go rent one for a little while. Get an escort. Like I said many a times before, an escort, you're not paying her for sex. You're paying her to leave. There's a difference.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fucking difference. Okay. And that's all it's got to be. And you leave it at that. But like I said, my message is always going to be same. No marriage, no cohabitation, no long-term relationships. Don't interact with them at all. Personally speaking, that's me. That's how I interpret it. What's up, MOT? What's up, MOT?
Yeah, salute MOT.
What's going on, MOT?
Going on. You're up Sunday, Sigma.
You said I'm up
Next Sunday. Yeah, next Sunday. I'm gonna interview next Sunday.
Okay.
Oh, okay, cool.
Great. Yeah, great. I gotta check that out.
Yeah, I went to check out the video you did last night, MOT.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out here later.
Well, you can't because when I went to do it, it said it was made private.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
MOT, as somebody also, SYSBM and all, you can testify that I have said from the jump that SYSBM is not for every brother. I have said that from day one.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're not going out with the church bus chasing people down and like putting them on planes and dropping them off in Brazil, man. Like, that's not what we're doing.
Right.
So, my thing is, a lot of these guys that don't think like, the six of us here and everything, it's like, look, if you go to another culture and you get a female who still acts like these westernized females, that's not SYSBM.
No, I mean, you're a passport bro at that point. I mean, you don't care. I mean, yeah,
That's what I was just about to say.
it's not hard. Like, I had this conversation with the village arsonist last night. It was like SYSBM and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, you need to be worried about the motherfuckers who are actually here fucking up the environment, not us who are leaving. Yeah, like, yeah, man, don't worry about us. We out.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I wanted to highlight those things about SYSBM, because the guys like MOT and Sigma that actually do it. A lot of these dudes in this space don't have that mindset. They don't have that type of fortitude about them. So you have to bring it simple and bring the correct formula of, if your mind isn't right and it's still going to control you when you go there. Yeah, I mean, it's no different.
Yeah, but but the problem is that SYSBM isn't in conflict with anybody.
Right.
It's just generally being a
right.
bitch ass nigga. At their heart, you have to worship and compete with what they're doing. That's part of how bitch niggas operate.
Yeah,
so they think if you're not worshiping the same thing that they actually think that they're good at, because see, the point is they don't want more of what they got.
Right.
They want you to compete with what they got. That's how they feel verified.
Yeah.
And it's like, why would I do that if she gave you the self-esteem to act like a fucking moron? Why the fuck would I want to be with that person?
Yeah. No, I agree there. I agree there as well. Most definitely.
And I would like to add to Lawrence's point, because MOT, you already shortened it and said they're just passport bros, and when these passport bros like to claim their SYSBM, they're enabling the bad behavior. So if you bring these passport bros en masse to a foreign country, these women are going to be enabled to act like the women in America.
Yeah, because what you're doing, you got to look at everything like a business venture. Okay. And those passport brothers who want to take that same nonsense over to someplace else is just exporting. That's all they're doing.
Yeah, pretty much.
And what's gonna happen is they're gonna find themselves in a situation them two black holes got themselves in. They're gonna get exported right on out.
Yes.
What they do to get exported out of the country?
She went over. Well, they went over there. Well, they went one time and they spent like a year over there and then came back. And then when they came back, they left the U.S. to go back over there. When they went back over there, they let their visa expire. So technically, they're there illegally. While they're there illegally, she creates a blog or whatever it is, and she's making videos teaching other people how to do what she did. In addition to that, she's making money without contributing to the economy or paying taxes on it. So she's literally pissing all of them off in every aspect. Did I sum that up, Eisen?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
She went over there and she stunted while she was over there, video herself stunning with the attitude, and didn't pay taxes or contribute in any way financially to the economy there. So they was, oh no.
And was promoting it to the LGBT too, because they were gay. So
but it really didn't have anything to do with.
Which country was it?
Thailand.
I think it was Thailand over there. Yeah.
Thailand.
Yeah, and it didn't really, and they said it wasn't because of the rainbow shit. It was because of the stunting she was doing, and how it negatively affected the economy because she did nothing for the economy.
And in addition to that, she's teaching other people how to come over there and replicate the process.
Make it worse, right?
Yeah. And there were a couple of citizens who had made videos themselves saying and breaking it down that if you come over here and you don't pay taxes and you continue to make money, all you're going to do is increase the price of living for the people who are already there because they don't have the same level of resources. So you're diminishing their capability of increasing their standard of living and stuff like that. And which they were right. They were absolutely right.
Yeah.
What they don't understand is that other people are protective of their shit. How in America they're not protective of their shit. So they
Yep.
take the American attitude to other places, and they don't understand that that shit is frowned upon, and that doesn't work there. So it's
That's
like,
why.
yeah. So those are passport hoes
Yeah.
in that case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of countries don't like it when we come visit because they
Yeah,
have a
and that's
tendency
where-
they have a tendency to bring that fucking attitude.
And-
Oh, Bali. Okay,
Yeah, it
Bali.
was Bali. Yeah.
Bali. Yeah.
It was Bali. That's where it was, Bali. But yeah, exactly. That's it. They passport hoes, and that's what happened.
hmm But like I said, man. All things must come to an end. All things must come to an end, and they will. They will. They always do. The question is we have to be prepared that when that moment comes, we're straight.
You know, when I end my show every night, I'm not kidding. You can look at my tapes. I always end it with this phrase. You know, I told people don't use drugs, brother. These are the final. This is the final tool, the final statement I say every night. Say no to sex, say no to women, and then I say goodnight to my audience, and I live by that lifestyle.
Well, I'm never gonna tell men no to sex and all that good stuff because, like I said, the same way we talk about women and their biological function, we have our own. I know the desire is there. I know the need is there. So I'm never gonna tell a brother not to have sex. I'm never gonna do that. I'm never gonna do that.
Yeah,
But like I
it's
said,
too unrealistic to expect.
exactly.
I lived it my entire life.
Well, don't get me wrong. I've done it too, and so has Eisen. I mean,
It's not-
that's nothing new.
Yeah.
It's not impossible. It's just improbable to expect it for the masses. It's just
Right.
improbable.
Right,
mean,
and,
to be-
and
in my
Mace,
life.
and Mace, you got to understand something too. You got to understand. You got to take this to heart, brother. You got to take this to heart. We are outliers, my dude.
Mm-hmm.
We are not the norm. We are outliers.
I know that.
And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. That's one of the main things Eisen's had to break down for me over this past year, because I'm going in with the perspective that everybody can just do this and everybody should do it and yada yada.
They can't.
You know what I'm saying? And I had to realize that there's an age difference. There's the fact that, again, it's improbable. There's the fact that we're the outliers. So you know, if you can catch one, great. But you know, we gotta come to acceptance on that all men are not going to do this. We're lucky if we get a small percentage from Jump Street. So
Yeah.
I've gone my entire life. I wake up every morning alone. I go to sleep every night alone, and nothing happens in between except making money. I just look at it as, in my situation, is this. You know, I was obese most of my life, and once I lost all my weight, you know, I started checking women out here and there, and to me, they all flunked, bro. I mean, this what you call with it, the effery, the way black women carry themselves. I said, no, I
the
can't do that.
BFF.
Yeah, I can't do this.
yeah, but see, that's the thing, though. For you, that's okay. That's one of the things that men have to come to the realization of. That's to be expected. If you go into it without that in your mind, you're going to fail right out the gate, because fuckery is all it ever comes down to.
I never do that.
You can call it fuckery, you can call it shit testing, whatever you want to call it. It always comes down to that.
See, and I want to highlight something what Lawrence and Eisen were just saying, even Black Curls. See, I'm not going to ever tell a man, especially a young man, don't go for sex and everything. Because sex is a basic human need. You know,
Yeah.
that's just something that humans going to have. Now, if you're asking Sigma Jones, like, how do you deal with sex? I'll tell anybody. I'll wait till my next trip back to Japan to get my needs met. You know,
Yeah.
that's just how I roll. But
Right.
I'm not going to expect another man to do what I'm doing,
Right.
because I don't expect him to have the same type of discipline. So again, I'm not going to tell any guy, no, you shouldn't be having sex with ladies. I will say be more responsible
Yeah.
and
Yes.
definitely watch yourself. But to
Yeah.
just outright tell man stop having sex,
Right.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm
That's
gonna tell you guys.
just basic human rights.
I'm gonna tell
Yeah.
you guys something that happened 2 weeks ago. No joke. Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. The Roger Report had the topic "Why Men Go Monk," and I was on the panel. And what happened was, is it my man BGS? That's his name.
I don't know.
I guess I didn't
Okay.
see it. I don't.
No. I was there.
I
I
don't
was on the
watch the.
panel. I'm trying
Yeah.
to make sure I get the name right.
No, I don't watch those guys, so I don't
Okay.
know.
Yeah, I don't know if it was him
No.
speaking,
But
but I don't watch him.
the point I'm trying to make, fellas, is this: he was on the panel, and then a bunch of young guys. I'm not kidding. I would say between the ages of 18 to 25 wanted to become monk, and he was trying to tell them, "No, you're too young. Go out there, experience women, see what happens." You know what happened, bro? No joke. Roger got his channel pulled for like 2 weeks, bro.
Dang.
Wait, hold on, Mace. BGS was telling them that because I watch him. He doesn't come off as that. I'm not. Maybe the Roger
See it.
Report.
No. He told them not to go monk so young. He
Hey,
said,
look.
"Go experience life." But the
Hey.
point is, because of that topic, Roger has some female enemy out there, and she made the phone call, and he was pulled for 2 weeks, bro, because of that topic.
Hey, I said it. I'll say it again. Black girls. About the only old niggas I give. I ain't even gonna say niggas. The only old brothers I give credit to and listen to are Lawrence and the Gone. I
Okay.
forgot how old Macy is, but anyways.
Yeah, I'm pretty old. I'm up there with for Lawrence.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I watched a few of his videos. I'm like, wait, he's actually
Yeah. Hey,
releasing that?
look. Hey, look. I'm telling you. Just you can't. A lot of this, you got to treat it like a strainer. It's gonna be a lot of bullshit you got to strain through to to get any good stuff. Yeah, you just can't really pay attention. And here's the thing, my thing. Any young dude willing to do that, I would just tell him, it's not gonna be easy for you. It's not gonna be practical. It's possible, but it's not gonna be practical or easy.
No,
But
I'm with you, Azen. I wouldn't tell
and,
you.
and the thing is, I won't steer them away from it, but I won't, it's something that you have to. It's something that has to be a decision of your own that you have to make up your mind that you actually want to do.
Facts.
Yeah.
And the thing is that if the guy has that type of personality and look to him that's gonna be able to draw women, and he has a stoicness about him, it's just too improbable for it to go down. But if it's something that he wants to do, then hey, I'm not gonna shun him from it either.
Yeah, because like I said, one of the most difficult things I go through, and it's always been this way since I was younger. I can't tell when women are interested in me. I can't. I've never been good at it ever. I literally have to have people tell me she's checking you out, she's flirting with you, whatever it is. I've never been good at it. But the thing is that's the mentality that I want young men to take. Don't go out there looking for it. You don't have to. The fact that you are on your purpose, the fact that you build up your resources, your wealth, whatever we're calling it, high value, all that nonsense, whatever. The fact of the matter is that women will find you. They are built for it. They always have been. They always will be. They gravitate towards men of power, men of wealth, men of substance. It's what they do. So out there chasing it makes no sense. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. It doesn't at all. So if you're focused on doing what you're doing, then you get yourself straight. And like I said earlier, if nothing else comes out of it, if you still want to get in a relationship, get married, etc., and so on, for the love of God, at least you moved yourself up in life station wise, that you can choose from a better crop of them instead of the ones you knew when you were down on the bottom.
That's right.
Also, hold on real quick. I got to shout out my hermano Marco Grande. Thanks for the cash app. I did get it. Go ahead.
Lawrence, you was talking.
No, that's it. That's all I had.
Um, Again, and shout out to Green Machine.
Yeah, shout out
I'll
Green Machine.
I'll say this again, and Marco Grande. I'll say this again. And I was just talking about what happened there. Um, I'm the type that I would advise. I got young nephews. I got two nephews who are both 29 years old, and they're like my sons because I don't have kids of my own. I would advise young men, especially under 30, don't go that route yet. Try to see what you can experience. See if we can make something work. But once you hit 28 and it's not going for you, then yeah, you can go that route. And like all you guys up here, Lawrence that is doing it. I've done it my entire life. Um, it is not easy to do. You have to have a strong mind to do this. And that, boy, how can I say this? If
Oh,
you're going to do it,
thanks,
my
thanks
advice
too,
is a
Sigma,
lot
for the
of
cash
faith in
out.
the Lord. Yeah, you're gonna have. You better have good faith in the Lord to discipline your mental state of mind, because that's the part you're gonna lose the most when you're doing this. Is your mental state. You're gonna drive. If you can't handle it, you're gonna drive yourself insane. I'm telling you guys. I came close to that.
Well,
You
like
know,
well, like well, like I said, I'm coming up on 54, and I can honestly sit here and say that close to half of that existence has been celibate on purpose. Okay, because here's my particular take on it, and it's no offense to anybody else. If it applies to you, it does. If it don't, it don't. That's all it is. But my math is if you haven't learned to do without, you don't know what to do when you have.
Mm-hmm.
facts.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
Man,
Very
I
true.
agree with that. I agree with that. Because wait, I'll even go further. What you just said. If you couldn't handle yourself when you had nothing, you're probably going to be overpossessive and act the fool or ignorant when you have something.
All you have to do is look at black people who ever won a lottery.
Now, tell me about it. What was my man named Curtis Sharp that won the lottery back in the 80s twice
Hmm.
and still was in you grew up in our area back then and he
Yeah.
still ended up broke?
Yep.
Oh, you kidding me?
Yep. Yep. And that's why I said what I did. If you haven't learned to do without, then you don't know what to do when you have. And that's facts. I mean, you can't get past that. You can't. So and that's why I tell young brothers, I get it, man. I was a young brother too. I get it. I absolutely get it. All I'm asking for is to hold on just a little bit longer to get yourself straight. Once you get yourself straight, then I'm not saying go do what you want to do, but at least you're in a better position that if you have to get out of it, you can get out. A lot of brothers are don't have any resources, don't have anything set up, and then they get caught in the neighborhood. They get caught with menial jobs. They get caught up with hood rats. They get caught up with bearing more hood rats from the hood. It's just a bad system. Sigma, I'm sorry, you wanted to say something?
Oh no no no! I was going to tell Isaac that I just realized he had a cash app on the stream, so definitely wanted to show my support for the stream and all.
yeah, I
But
appreciate it.
to kind of like reiterate today's topic and everything, this is why I had a brother ask me like what can he do to kind of better his own development as far as like his self-worth and everything. And I told him if you're able to go hiking, if you're able to go out into the wilderness like the forest, just do that for a couple of days. Like get away from human contact just for a little bit
Hmm.
and really learn how to be alone out in the wilderness and learn how to enjoy your surroundings and learn how to appreciate who you are from within, because then and only then will you start to develop that self mastery. And again, it's hard to do that when you're constantly being bombarded with social media and people from the urban environment and everything. And so This is why the prophets and all in the Bible, they spend a whole lot of time out in the wilderness. That's how they develop themselves.
Yeah, they got away from everything, all the distractions to help understand themselves better, so they can know who self was. So that way, they wouldn't let self get in the way of their own self development. Um, and that's very crucial to be able to. I mean, if you got a problem when you can't handle being by yourself,
Facts.
um,
Exactly.
Yep.
solitude is something that you're supposed to be able to welcome. It's supposed to be a time of peace
And
For
for
your
you
reflection.
mind, baby.
mentally, emotionally, spiritually, as well as for your health. You have to be able to get away to recharge those batteries, uh, and then to make yourself better, to reintegrate yourself into society. It's something that's necessary and needed.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely agreed. And it
I
should be
live it.
something. And it should
I
definitely
live
be
it
something
every
that's
day,
taught.
fellas. I live
Yeah.
it every day, fellas. Is the greatest thing that
Yeah.
can happen to a man is have peace or solitude, especially when you have no women in your life and you have no children in your life. It is the greatest feeling in the world. It's so sad that people need people when it comes to individuality in this world. I just believe as long as you have God and the Spirit in you and in your life protecting you and making sure you make the right decisions, the difference between right and wrong in this society, you're going to live a good life as long as you want to live it. Yes,
Yeah.
it's a great life to live.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. I mean, it's like with my youngest daughter. Believe, trust, and believe when I tell you. Last September, when she turned 18, was not a celebration for her. It was a celebration for me. My work is done.
yeah,
My work is done. Now, in addition to that and everything else that I've been doing, 2021 is going to be wonderful for me. I can make moves because I don't have to worry about the responsibility of children anymore. I don't have to worry about responsibility. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm their dad. I'm always going to worry about them. That's just the nature of things. What I'm saying
Yeah,
is
of
that
course, of course.
I'm going to worry. But the key here is I'm no longer responsible. You feel me?
right.
Yeah,
Because I've showed you everything you needed to know. I explained it to you as best I can. You are probably at this point in time better off than anybody else that you may know. The rest is up to you.
Right.
yeah,
Exactly.
totally agree. I mean, even though my two boys, which are my nephews, think that they look at me as their father, I let them go into the world and let them experience ups and downs of being an adult. And they really appreciate being on their own as men. They love it. And
Mhm.
neither one of them have women in their lives right now, thank God. And neither one of them have children in their lives, thank God. And they're just living the life, man. Getting paid every 2 weeks and living the dream.
Yeah.
What little dream they can live.
Yeah. Like I told my youngest daughter when she turned 18, she got the same conversation I gave to all her sisters. Okay. There will come a day when this burns down. Just make sure you're not one of the ones I decide to throw as a log on the fire.
that's a good, that's a good
There you
statement,
go.
bro. There you go, Dad.
Good advice. Good
No,
advice.
I'm not lying. If you want
I
me, I'll
believe
call
you.
her.
Know, you
No, no, no,
I'll
know.
call
no,
her in. You can ask her.
no,
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 I
you know.
no,
I
don't.
no,
believe it.
no, no,
Oh, I,
no,
we
Yeah.
no.
believe you, Lawrence. Dad of the year right now.
I don't like. Look, the greatest job I have ever had in the entirety of my existence is being a dad. And I mean that
Nice,
sincerely. I
nice.
truly mean that sincerely. It's the best job I have ever had. And there's something that men who become fathers have to accept within their mind that if you don't do it right, you're only going to be adding to the problem.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
And the thing is, I get what you said. Don't be, the log that throw on the fire because of this simple thing. Uh, there's nothing worse than biting the hand that's literally fed you.
Yes,
Fact.
sir.
I
Yes,
mean, there's
sir.
nothing worse. There's no bigger traitor. So,
and that's why my two oldest daughters I cut off for that
right.
very reason. And we've talked about that
And
before.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to. That's the thing. I'm not finna own no dog that's gonna
Nope.
bite me.
Nope.
Yeah,
There you go, baby.
I tell
There you
you, and
go.
I'm feeding him. I tell you what, the dog won't get fed,
Mhm.
and then if he growl at me a second time, he's gonna be taking a dirt nap.
Yep. And there's a bonus to that too, because like I said, after seeing what happened with their two older sisters, the two younger ones are like, okay, dad's not fucking playing.
Exactly, exactly.
You know
Now
what I'm saying?
they
They
have
like,
a
okay.
visual, living example that they have experienced now. What happens whenever you do?
Yep, because see, up until then, the thing was okay. Well, he don't deal with grandma. He cut off all our aunts, the whole 9 yards, yada yada yada. So there was always that space in their mind that okay, well, daughters, we're different. But now you see your two older sisters cut off. Now he's like, okay, dad's not fucking with none of us. he's
Honestly, I was gonna say, Lawrence, I have some female relatives and even male relatives right now. I have not spoken to them in years, and I've told them, kind of use my inner Samuel, that look, y'all won't see me again until we on the other side.
Let me tell you something. I cut all of mine off in 2009. 2009. Even my wife has stated that I'm better since then. It's okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
Straight up, straight up, straight up.
I always
Straight.
say that these women gotta go. Let them go over here and stay with who they worship. We all know who they worship up here, and we go over there. The problem is, guys want to stay with them here, while the guys who have common sense, like me and Lawrence and Black Curls and Sigma, we go and Asian, we go over there. We go far over there and live our lives. And from being up here with you, when you establish distinguished gentlemen, you guys feel so much peaceful with yourself that you are away from them. And I get bashed for it, but at least I'm honest. They're toxic, they're temperamental, they're trifling, they're poisonous, and they're evil. And you don't want to be around a species that when they look in the mirror, they reflect who we are. And they hate
Yeah,
us
they
so
don't
much.
reflect me.
Yeah.
Was he?
Well,
Was
what I
he?
mean
Was
by
he?
that, well,
Was he?
what I mean by that is that they're black no matter what shade they are black. Even though I say this, you guys are about to crack up. Because when I said this, I got a lot of pushback from a lot of women in the manosphere. If there was a pill that you can take to make yourself white forever, black women around the world will be trampling each other to get that pill.
Yes. Yes, they would.
No,
Yes, they would.
that's
And
true.
the funny thing is taking in consideration, which is 2 points, real quick. The first one is what you said when you were describing us on the panel, when you said we're way over here.
Yes,
Okay, way over here goes right back to what I said before. We're outliers. That's the whole point of being way
exactly.
over there.
Yeah,
No
you're
way
right.
over there.
You're right.
This, the second point is that at the end of the day, again, like I said earlier, you cannot trust a creature whose whole existence is to sacrifice anything and everyone just for the sake of something that never mattered.
Well,
Facts.
well. Here's the thing: you can't trust a creature that's always been up for sale to the highest bidder.
You're correct.
That's the simplified answer.
Not to be funny, but if I could build off that, they're still in the 1600s mentally on that auction block.
Yes, they are.
Hmm.
Facts. The only
Well,
difference now is instead of them being like led to the slaughter, they are running and hopping to be slaughtered.
it.
That's the difference
I,
compared
I
500 years ago.
I argue it goes back further than that. They're no different than the cave woman who traded that piece of tail so she could have a warm cave and a fire to sleep in to get out of the weather.
And somebody to bring her food. Yep.
Hmm.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. And it comes right
That's
back to what we
facts.
said,
You see,
resources. So,
Lawrence, let me tell you, you know what they do now here? No joke. These women, no joke, they be camped out. You know when you go to a fancy restaurant or steakhouse and there's benches
like
there.
Windows of the World or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They camp out there now for some white guy to pick them up, buy them a free expensive meal, and they'll throw it at them just because they get an expensive steak.
Well, you know
They
what?
love roof.
But you know what that is? That's a variation of Julia Roberts from Pretty Woman.
Yes, that's what they do now here. No joke. And I
Yeah.
guess across the country now,
Here,
it's a black woman in thing now.
it's
But to
not just
get
a
it,
black woman.
It's women in
okay,
general.
okay,
It's all of them here in America.
Yeah, thank
okay.
you. I was going to say that.
Hence
Yeah.
is why I call them all women, anyways, regardless where they are, prostitutes.
Exactly.
They're trading. They trading with that. They trading with that box for something.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let
if
me
you're
a-
bartering with it, it's prostitution, no matter
Let
what.
me ask you this: how
Right,
long?
'cause-
If you heard what Kamala said last week, she wants to legalize prostitution in America. How long you think before they push that through?
I
Here's the
want her
thing.
to. I want her to do it. I
Watch this.
want her to do it. She needs to do it. And here's why. They've already done it everywhere else. And the thing that happens is when you do that, it takes away a lot of power from a lot of these women because it devalues the very pussy that they trying to use. So I want her to do it. Let
But
her
here's
do
the
it.
thing. Here's the thing. Because you have feminism in the White House. I mean, you got the feminism party. It's not going to happen. They don't have to because they have the power now. They're going to give them. They're not going to have to spend. They're not going to have to pay to go to college. So you're talking about billions of dollars there for free. They're going to make a Wholeville for them. MOT's bunk bids plan. They're going to make a whole new town for them. It's going to come at the cost of taxes, and probably next, I would say, old people, yeah, old women, y'all voted for it. So y'all health care is gonna be next. I mean, if you looked over the past 10 years, the first thing that happened was what was it? Okay, you had the veteran, they had SSI. It was talking about the money being left there. Next thing you know, they were talking about the veterans and their health care. So the only thing they got left next, is old people and their health care. So now y'all old women, y'all gonna have to move out there too to Hoville.
And that's what I was gonna say because legalizing prostitution isn't really about making sex available. It's really about being able to put women on health care and have everybody else pay for it. Because regulations have to be put in place to make sure that whoever's a sex worker is healthy, has no diseases, etc. and so on. They're going to have to follow certain regulations to make sure that happens. And a prime example is all you got to do is go to Nevada and look at the Bunny Ranch. It's already been in effect for over a decade.
It's about paying for feminism. That's what it's about.
Yeah. Bottom line, at the end of the day, more free shit. Yeah, there's more free shit. That's all. But like I said, we've been watching it play out to see how it would land. Like I said, just look at the Bunny Ranch in Nevada. They've been testing it for over a decade.
Go ahead. I think Sigma wanted to get in there for me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sigma. Go ahead.
Oh no, y'all pretty much hit it right on the head. Like America is the last bastion, you could say, where prostitution still has some sort of religious prudishness, and taboo. Whereas other countries, and this is why I try to explain to a lot of brothers, like they really think that America has been around for centuries. America, in the eyes of most countries, is only still 272, 73 years old.
It's a baby.
It's a baby.
Yeah.
So while we're dealing with, so to speak, the women issues and whatnot, other cultures and countries have dealt with this for so long, they already had things in place to at least minimize some of the aspects that's going on here in America. So believe me, I'm all for go ahead and legalize prostitution because even though they're going to use it more so as a taxation on everybody else,
right?
But the main benefit from it is now it's going to level out the playing field to where, okay, you feel that your rotten snatch is worth millions of dollars. Okay, let's see what the market says.
Yep, exactly. And the thing about it is that the taxation aspect is going to happen regardless, because like I said, if it's not prostitution, it's going to be a bachelor's tax. If it's not a bachelor's tax, it's a work at home tax. Like I said, I've been tracking work at home tax. They want to put taxes on people where it's 60% on every dollar you make per day. This is not. It's not an overall. And I've seen it. It showed up on Forbes. Okay, the bachelor tax has been talked about forever. It's just another way for dudes who are not involved to pay for chicks who have made bad decisions. That's all it's for.
Well, there's already
That's their way of forcing us to take care of women we don't want.
well, it's already been in effect. It's just that it's going to go up. That's the thing.
Exactly. Yeah. And they're gonna tweak it a little bit, but yeah. So yeah, but is that Savage?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what's up, man? but all that's going to happen regardless. No matter what, there's always going to be something that they implement that's going to put those of us who walked away in a position to have to pay for stuff, even though we're not involved. But in that respect, that's where I agree with MOT, and he and I have had this conversation that at the end of the day, yeah, go ahead. I'd rather part with my money than take on her. Because you're only going to take so much from me tax wise. She's going to take everything. Yeah, I'll take that trade. Go ahead, take the tax. I'm good.
My thing with that is better them than me. That's just how I see it. Better them than me.
Exactly. Because no matter what rate you tax me on, man, it can only go but so far. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, even if you turned around and you taxed me at 75 cents, that's still cheaper than her taking 100.
And two, the other thing is, I don't see it happening because, like I said, you've got feminism in power right now. But if it were to happen, and here's the one thing I can say, because of you old ass sugar daddies, this shit is gonna drive the pussy down in price.
Big time.
It's gonna bring it down big time. Now old hoes will be finished.
Highly finished.
Of course, there's going to be some suckers that they gonna take them in.
Yeah, just like
but for the most part, they're done.
Yeah, I can see a lot of those simps taking them in. You're right about that, Eason, because they can't control themselves. And I'm gonna say the magic word again. They're weak, very weak.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get what you're saying about the weak. I just think it's not so much weak as it is lack of discipline.
I think it's more weak, bro. When you start bringing these women to stay with you, bro.
Well, how about that?
It's the same thing.
How about this? How about we split it down the middle? Where men are concerned, it's lack of discipline. Where niggas are concerned, they're just weak. Is that fair?
No, that's not fair because who you consider niggas, I would say a lot of. Let me put it this way. A lot of dudes who have very good careers and jobs, they're just as weak as the niggas. I mean, I know bus drivers who do this shit, man, making $100K a year to start in New York City Transit, bro. You live there, you know what I'm talking about. And these guys are simping for these women. I just call it just so it's disgusting to me. They should have their black men's card taken away.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like I said, it's men in general in this country.
Yeah, agreed.
Because and Savage just brought it up before. The thing is, the women have been playing the men on this for centuries now. I mean, that's how you got feminism. You had women, wealthy white women, that played white men so they could get the shit.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And now they play black women to keep it.
Yep. Yep. Like I said since day one, that thing in the 70s that I watched when second wave feminism took off, I watched it live. You know what I'm saying? And I knew from Jump Street, it had nothing to do with equality for all women. They just wanted all the other race of women because they needed to shore up their numbers. That's all it was. That's all it was. I watched it happen live. And I listened to aunts, cousins, and the whole 9 yards, and grandmothers. Yeah, well, women this and women that, yada, yada, yada. But they're not even offering you anything. Yeah, but if we all get together, we can make this up. But they don't care about you. There is no difference between them with you than it is the argument about white men against us. There's no damn difference.
And you know what, Lawrence, to highlight exactly what you're talking about, back when I was in college, I actually was once friends with an Indian girl who was a feminist, and she have told me straight up when we had a private conversation, just trying to understand why they need feminism and everything. She just came out and said, "You know what? I really don't understand why black women need feminism
Exactly.
because you men have never really oppressed women at all." She was like, white men, Indian men, Asian men, and all, they have a long history of oppression with women. But she's like, but black men, I really can't think of any history you guys have where y'all actually oppress your women.
You
And
know
so,
why? You know why? Because it goes back to what I said earlier. There's never been a patriarchy for black people in this country because there's never been
yeah,
power to be able to have a patriarchy.
that's true.
And then
That's
another
true.
thing, Simba, in America, you're thinking coming right out of Jim Crow, they had power to oppress black women right when they just came out. Like, really, as soon as Jim Crow was over, oh, black men were oppressing us, even though they claim we both were oppressed. Like, really?
Yeah.
Again, it goes back
And
to. Oh, I was
no, I'm
gonna
sorry,
say
Sigma. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Sigma. Go ahead.
it goes back to the same question I asked my cousin when he was asking me about why is it that black women, choose these racist white guys and whatnot. And I was like, well, man, to answer that question, you gotta think of this question: since when did black men believe that black women was always their women?
Yep.
That
And I tell
That's
you,
that
true.
in
yep.
yeah,
And I tell you
True.
something. And I tell you something else too. And here and it's going again. It's going back almost 40 years. It was
50 years.
20. Well, right now, what I'm about to say is roughly about 40. Here's the thing. There's only been one female who literally has come out and said everything you said, Sigma, on a daily basis, and they tried to tear her apart, and that was Shahrazad Ali.
Yep.
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 I've got personal recordings stored on my personal server and external hard drives, and I can play them at any time. She was straight up there, point blank, saying everything that you just said and then some, and they don't want to hear it. They don't
Yeah.
want to hear it. And they started
And
coming after. They started doing interviews with her and the usual people you would see doing the interviews. All of a sudden now it's a black female doing the interview and they're trying to tear her apart. And I'm sitting there like, come on, man. Come on. Come on.
and here's the thing too. Uh, to these niggas, Sigma Jones, they haven't just been their women; they've been their queens.
Yeah, that is
Yeah,
true.
yeah. And village arsonists, man, I see what you're saying. I believe in stressing the difference in experience between rich white men and working poor white men. You're absolutely right. And the same applies with black, Spanish, Asian, whatever have you may. It's going to be radically different. And not to be offensive, but since he's here in the chat, it's like my man Savage sitting in here, man. They come at him as if just because his color is white, man. All of a sudden he's got to have millions of dollars hidden somewhere, and it's not even like that. It's such a small percentage, man. At the end of the day, it goes back like the conversation that I've had with him, and Eisen's had it too with this whole thing. Feminism has now moved into a new, well, not a new, but they're being more blatant with it, where they're trying to get us as black men to go against white men when we're all running the same fucking race. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're just building up this false narrative that racism is so massive in this
Well, you,
country to get us
You
arguing
really
with
think
each other that
you
we
don't
can't
think?
bond together.
Whoa, whoa,
So
whoa! Back up. You don't
yeah,
think racism is big in this country?
I didn't say no.
not big enough.
Hold on,
Here, here, watch this. Hold on, hold on.
hold on a second. Yeah, I'm sorry, Eisen. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. It exists. Don't get me wrong, but
Exactly.
there is no systemic racism.
Exactly.
Um,
I see it outside my window every day. Being a black man.
Not
I,
saying
You
you
gotta be.
don't.
I'm
You
not
Not
gotta.
saying.
wait,
I'm
wait,
not
wait.
You gotta
saying.
be kidding me.
Yeah, no, no, no.
I'm not
Hold on.
saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying
Exactly.
there is no systemic. There is no system of it. Black people are niggas are where they are because of this one simple fact right here. They refuse to be better themselves.
Exactly.
Watch
Exactly.
it.
I'll
Hold
go
on,
a step
watch this.
further.
Well,
How
Go
well,
long?
further. Here's the thing: every other culture of their distinguished people, they look they look at they don't see them in the same light and use them in the same light like as black people do here in this country.
so
The thing is they Black America is the only, I can't say only, but they're the main culture that buys into this whole welfare system, but they do it wrong. They sit back and wait for shit to come to them without doing any work and using it as a launching pad to get to the next level.
Right.
It's always excuses because of how you fucking feel, not
Exactly.
because
Well,
well,
well, I
Because
don't.
yeah, go ahead. You first, Sigma, and then Mace. I'm sorry.
yeah, because I'm actually got to balance it a bit and everything, but I want
go
to
ahead.
answer this question. Village Arson is asking the TV in the chat about
Yeah, I
Tulsa
see it.
and being bombed. Here's the thing: Tulsa, Oklahoma, was rebuilt within a year or so, as far as Black Wall Street. What killed off Black Wall Street was the fact that blacks started buying products from white folks. That's what killed off
Exactly.
Black Wall Street. So, with that said, fellas, thank you for having me on today. And Eisen, always, I'll definitely will be
Exactly.
listening on the back end, and definitely catch you all on the next stream.
Oh man, you got to go.
Yeah, I got some items I gotta ship off to the post office tomorrow, so I
Gotcha.
gotta get those
Hey,
together.
Sigma, nice meeting you, bro.
All right, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
likewise,
appreciate
mate.
having you on.
Appreciate
Black girls,
you, man.
good
Hope
to
we
see
run
you.
into each other again.
Yeah,
Hey, peace,
likewise.
Sigma.
But yeah, to the
Appreciate you.
point that Sigma was making, that's been the problem. That's why I've got my whole niggas want bondage series,
Yeah.
because of the simple fact they bought into welfare, and as far as the lifestyle in general, and then it continues with the church. Here's the thing: Malcolm X always had been right. Martin Luther King was wrong. For
Yep.
black people to move ahead and get better, integration was the worst thing that happened to them. There's a watch this, watch this. I see the look on your face, Mace. Here's the thing: there's a reason why let's go to a spiritual. There's a reason why Israel needed to be lost in the desert for 40 years, so they could learn how to fend for themselves and take care of their own selves.
And
They
kill
have
off the
been
generation that existed that was still going to propagate
Exactly.
it.
It still was going to go back to that slavery mentality. Niggas still got that shit.
Yep.
It
Yeah, big time.
it ain't ended, and you can't. This shit ain't no slavery no more. So niggas ain't got an excuse to keep blaming it on somebody else when they choosing to adopt that shit. I'm done
Yep.
with excuses, man.
Yep.
Let me
Yep.
say, let me
What's
say,
up? What's up? What's up, Savage?
So
let me say this as a black man, okay? And this is the problem that we have that comes to the rest of society. And this is the facts. As black men, we do what we want to do. We don't fall in line. We don't give a bleep about what anybody else says about us, how we carry ourselves, and how we handle our business as men.
I disagree.
Every
I
every
disagree.
You
every
really
single
believe, brothers fall in line? You really believe that?
every single thing you said is absolutely wrong, because looking out the window shows that it's absolutely the opposite. If that was the case, men would not chase pussy. If that was the case, men would not be trying to compete with Pookie and Ray Ray. If that was the case, you'd be out there making your shit go and not worrying about what a white man thinks of you or anybody else.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying we do what, as black men, we're individualists. That's why we don't come together. We do
No.
what we want to do. Yes, it is. Because
Hold
if
on.
that was the case, you'll see more brothers together, and we're not.
That's not
Because
true.
we're going out because we're selfish, self-centered. We do what we want to do.
Here's the
No.
thing. No, we don't do black. Look, in the culture of Black America, the men, for the most part, don't do what they want to do. They do what they do what they feel they got to do to get to the pussy. That's a bitch mentality.
Yep.
So
Can
fun fact.
Savage go real quick?
So
Go
fun
ahead,
fact. Back in the 90s, when you had rappers you had a lot of rappers, but you have more rappers today than you did back then. Everyone's a rapper now. So tell me how it is that black men are doing whatever they want, but there's a huge amount of an overflooding of rappers now. Why is it that most
Yo, you
Yeah,
joking? You're saying that most black men rap?
What they want
No.
to be that.
No, that's not what he's
not-
trying to say.
No, that's not what
I'm not saying that most black men rap, but I'm saying there is a overabundance of men in the community from the ages of 12 to 30 that are trying to rap. If men wanted to do their own thing and they were selfish, you would not see so many rappers.
I can answer
Because
that question, Savage.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because okay, we already know black men have this narrow view of what black masculinity is, and it involves being a rapper or an athlete or an entertainer. So a lot of them disproportionately want to be rappers, athletes,
It's
or
much simpler
entertainers.
than that. It's like Village Arsonist said. Look, that's what gets the pussy.
Yep.
Niggas, look, niggas
That's
are the
pretty good.
only one. That opening line in Baby Boy was the one thing they got right. Niggas are the only one that spend they get out of it and spend their whole life trying to get back up in that shit. They spend their whole life trying to be a pussy.
Yep.
But what was that?
And
lyric?
as a
Tricking
matter of
if you
fact,
got it. What they tricking for women?
and if I could say this, just as an example of what Eisen just said, to even nail it home more, here I am, literally reaching the pinnacle of my success and resources, and then you take a bumble rap nigga from the street who's hustling to become a rapper. That pussy will go after him before it goes after me, and that's facts.
Like,
That's facts. So it's always about the image you're putting on. It's always about the celebrity of it, etc., and so on. It is what it is.
like look in the 80s. So back in the 70s, you had a lot of drug dealers in Harlem that sold drugs, and those guys were flashy. Okay, so then the 80s crack epidemic hit, and everyone wore chains. Now that's become part of the culture, and now even dudes that don't sell dope wear chains.
Yeah.
Yep.
To try to look like them. Yeah.
Yep. That's true.
Like,
That is true.
Because that's what the pussy wants.
Exactly. And again, it comes right back to the pussy.
Yeah, I like to add to that. So the pussy, if that pussy views the rapper, athlete, celebrity, or entertainer as masculine, that's what they're gonna do to try to look that way to get to the pussy.
And the media is pushing that agenda to make you believe that that's the idea of what a masculine black man is.
And to the point that Village Arsonist made, look, here's the thing though. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the only reason why you got colored women walking around with shirts saying we want a dude like this is because of the simple fact, like Zero said, he made the shit cool because of popular references.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, even if you go and try and you look up black men that are in his field, the algorithm is so fucked up, it's gonna bring up females.
Yep.
well, not even that. If you look at after the election happened with Trump this year, like last year when they voted for Trump, the group of black males voted for Trump increased. There was articles that came out that said that these black men voting for Trump went against the black community. So they were trying to shame the black community for being individuals and voting what was for what they thought was their best interest.
Unsavage.
And to make it worse, let's not forget the Breakfast Club with Biden when he literally said to everybody's face, "If you ain't black, you don't vote. If you don't vote me because you black, you ain't right," or something like that.
If you haven't heard, the Breakfast Clubs sided with the sisterhood and the diverse and swirling community late this week. They were basically patronizing and giving Chad Wheeler a pass, bro.
Yeah.
But that's not. But I expected that.
Yeah, so-
Go ahead.
Like, so this is what's going on with my YouTube channel right now. That just goes to show you how this goes. All right, so I used to be a heroin addict, and I used to be running with gangs, and I used to be a lowlife. I've been sober 6 years next month. During my time as a drug addict, I had a girlfriend I was with for 7 years, and me and her were in a toxic relationship. It was abusive both ways. She hit me, I hit her. She fucked dope boys. I fucked bitches. We were in a very toxic relationship. I posted a video on my channel when I first started about this. My whole channel is about male improvement and losing the victim mentality and taking responsibility for your actions to progress in life. And also not to do stupid shit like I did because you'll leave you years behind. So this shit happened with Chad, and you have Eddie Ahim and you have the Pink Pill talking about how it was black men's fault
Right.
that Chad smacked the shit out of his girlfriend. But then you have Eddie.
Slapped. That's the statement.
Well, to be honest, he's 6'7" and 310. He's 6'10". He's 6'7" and 310
That
pounds.
makes
Like,
it no excuse, bro. Slap.
Yeah. For a dude that big and that strong, it probably wouldn't take much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he didn't have to probably try to pummel her to shit, and it still looked like he did. I don't know what happened. We weren't there. We don't have.
Yo, bro, how the hell could you say that? And pictures prove it. That bitch was just about beating to a popo. Yo, hold
on, Mace. Hold on, Mace. Let him finish the story, man.
Yeah. But the fact of the matter is they blamed it on black men not parachuting and protecting her and saving her. They were calling for men to go deal with him. All right. Then at the end of the day, Eddie Ahim posted a stream yesterday, doing a stream saying that Jessica X accepts money from men that beat women.
I'm not going to go there because I got a relationship with Jessica X, so I'm not going there. Asian, you should know better too.
Wait. Yeah, he's not bashing her. He's just telling the story.
I didn't say he was, bro. But my point is, let me say this. Whatever that Eddie clown said, bro, nobody knows if that's the truth about what he just said just now. That's what I'm saying.
And and everybody here and in the chat is smart enough to know that.
No, but what I'm saying
there's one guy in this chat that's not agreeing with anything this brother over here is saying, so that's not my concern.
Yeah.
So what I have to lighten up the mood. Good.
What I'm saying is,
Savage, go ahead, bro.
But what I'm saying is he cowtailed and said that it was black men's fault for that black woman getting beat up by a white dude. But then within a day or two, he turns around and talks about a video that I posted about being toxic and stop being toxic to use it as a weapon against Jessica.
Yeah.
So that's my point. So even these divestment people, the media, they're not in black men's interest. They're doing whatever is possible to subjugate them and lose power for them and give power to women.
Another thing, Savage.
Facts.
Exactly.
Another thing they omitted was that even though more black men voted for Trump, because that point you said earlier, they like hiding the fact that they doubled in their votes for Trump also. But, they got to single out black men to keep us in control. Because even the founder of Me Too, when she got assaulted by a white dude, she's like, why is it my job to go after white dudes? So basically, she only goes after black men. So anybody who gets assaulted by a white dude, she's not going to say anything.
Well, here's the thing, and again, this is an interpretation, a personal interpretation on my end. I think the game plan is to literally remove from existence all white men and keep all black men because they're easier to subjugate.
Ooh, damn!
What?
No, you know what? Lawrence makes a good point, because here's how it is. In the lifetime of this planet and this country, who believes when they walk around that they're entitled and they're gifted, white men, and that they're God's gift, white men? But if you can wipe them out, let them go with the lowest form of species, and I said it earlier, but they belong together, black women and white men. And then who do you get as species that used to be in the bottom of the totem pole, you could control easy, used to being slaves, the black man.
Here's the way.
And that's what I said, and I didn't hear anybody disagree with me yet.
Here's the thing. here's the thing: black ain't the bottom of the totem pole. It's only in this country. I mean, 62/3 of the world is black.
That's correct.
Yep.
Here is the thing: in this country, I mean, the population is what, like 75% white.
Yes.
When you are the ruling population, you're going to walk like you have an air about yourself because you're dominant. It's what you're supposed to do. It's what any dominant culture does.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But like I said,
and I just say that now because of the simple fact, because I mean, ain't nobody slaves no more.
Yep.
So why in the hell would you walk around like that?
When you wake up in the morning, gotta make a living. It's like us, what we say here in the Northeast. We're back on the plantation again. Always gonna be on the plantation.
And that's why I said what I said. That's my personal interpretation. Because if look, we can talk all we want to about Black, Latino, Asians, etc., and so on. But here's the thing: as far as it goes currently, and it might not involve all, but it does involve a good percentage. If men come together, it would have to work the same way it worked with second wave feminism. You can have every color in there, but the spearhead has to be the white guy, the same way it was the spearhead for the white woman when it came to feminism. And that's why there's such an attack on white heterosexual men, because they know if they get it together and then they bring the rest of us together, there's an opportunity to challenge what's currently going on. So instead, that's why you hear them talking about executing them, cutting them out of existence, removing them, etc., and so on, because they never say that about us. They talk about controlling us, dominating us, and getting in line. They do not talk about removing us the way they do white guys. And that's why I said it's only my personal interpretation, just my personal interpretation. But the goal is to remove white men from existence and then have black men because they're more subservient and can keep in control and in line better. That's just my interpretation.
Well, the other thing you have to realize, so the black community itself is plagued by the idea of communism. There's a very strong group. There's a really strong group of collectivism together.
Well, then that would be socialism, not communism.
Yeah, but it really is communism though, because it's ran by women. Like it's all for the woman, and everything else can be sacrificed. Like for example, that woman chose to date that white dude and got her ass whooped. And now they want black men to fly out there and kill this dude and whoop his ass and either get beat the shit out of, killed, or go to prison.
We see. I think you make a good point, but let me go a step further. And I've been saying this: when black women talk about protection and all this BS, the one thing they want black men to do is stand up to the man. Let the man know in their minds that you cannot intimidate them or push them around. Because black women really think like this, a lot of them. You're going to end up in jail anyway, black man, so you might as well stand up and have some dignity for yourself. Problem is, black men can run out there and do that because they got their own lives to live. And these women just go all hog wild, putting us down. And the reason why they get away with it, because most of the society are against us, especially the media.
Now,
see, I don't agree. I'm with Eisen. I don't think I can agree with that, because I think when it comes to black women and protection, it might play a part, but I think I think the real problem with black women wanting black men's protection is only to protect them from their bad choices.
Yep, attack dogs.
It's much more simpler than that. When they bring up that whole fight for me shit, all it really means is be a sacrifice for me.
Yes, that's the point I was trying to make. Yeah. That's exactly the point I was trying to make. You sacrifice yourself to save me from my bad choices. That's exactly the point.
Everything.
Yeah. That's what I mean, with everything across the board.
Yeah.
So yeah. That's where I was going to. You put it in fewer words for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
But that's what it is. Because when you ask a black woman to describe what protection means, she can never give you an answer. Never. You can hear her rambling and scrambling to put words together. And if you listen to those words, you understand what she's saying makes no sense.
Oh, and Lawrence,
And then,
I dealt with a black woman like this, so I'm like,
Mhm.
y'all love singling out black men to do it, and I'm like, and this person was a swirler. I'm like, why can't you get the race of the men you're dating to protect you guys, since you know y'all hot
Facts.
stuff? They were
Facts.
silent when I
Well.
was
Here's
asking
the
them.
thing. Better yet, here's the thing. They're so fucking great, and I mean, this is what feminism teaches them. They can do everything a fucking man can do. Fuck getting them men. Do it your fucking self.
I have no intentions on protecting women who can square up and go shoulder to shoulder with me in a fight. Because if you can do that with me, then you can protect your damn self.
Oh
They
well,
take
I ain't.
pride in fighting men.
Well, I ain't seen. Ain't nobody gonna try that with me.
No, but I'm not saying
Yeah, I
with
know what
me.
you're saying.
I'm not.
just
I'm
saying
not.
in general.
Yeah, not with me personally, but I'm just saying when you see grown ass black women in the street fighting like dudes and with dudes, you can't come to me and talk about protection. You cannot
I
because you
see them
have
at airports,
because you have
videos.
because you have everything. You look. You can beat a grown ass man in the street and not suffer the consequences. The cops will protect you. The government will protect you. The sisterhood will protect you.
Shit,
You
the people watching it.
the people watching, even if you rolled up and beat the shit out of that dude and he just swung one time to protect himself, oh, you can't do that, that's a female. You got enough protection, you don't need me. And in addition to that, like I said before, you told me I'm not worth it, I don't matter, I'm dusty, I'm useless, and I should just drop dead. If that's the
There you
case,
go.
you can't come to me and ask me for protection. You just told me
Exactly.
you don't need me.
Yes. Hey, I had a woman not too long. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago. The time goes fast. I think it was back in 2017. So when I didn't pay her no attention, she started getting all like she was gonna get physical with me. And she goes, she said, that's the problem, you black men, you don't protect us, you don't do. I said, why would I want to be bothered with a woman that act more manly than I do? Okay, want to fight me, thinking that you're stronger than me. I said, bitch, do you realize I'll knock you out with one blow to your head? You know? And then
And
she came to
see,
her senses, and she was still had so much vitriol towards me, but she realized that I'm a brother that's not going to play her game and go to her level.
but see, here's something else you have to take in consideration. You have to pay attention to the wording. Okay, that's the problem with black men. You don't protect us. Now I'm gonna give a couple of I'm gonna repeat it and I'm gonna give a couple of seconds and then I'm gonna say what I mean by that. That's the problem with black men. You don't protect us. They're not asking for a black man of their own to protect them. They think every single black man should be available to sacrifice themselves for whatever she needs.
Yep,
Of
and they
course.
don't even give
That's
a
and
fuck if
that's
he's
and
married or has children. They're
exactly
like,
and
sacrifice, and I won't do anything. Your
exactly.
children have a destroyed family.
Exactly. And that's why they phrase it that way. They never say, I don't have a black man to protect me. They always say, that's the problem with black men. You don't protect us. They always make it a group consensus because in their mind, they should be able to go outside and pick any black man at random, regardless of whether he knows her, to get what she wants from him. That's what that comes down to. That's why they phrase it that way.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Um, it's simply like this. In their mind, well, no, in their feelings, the dichotomy of the black man and the black woman comes down to two words, and they both start with F: fight and fuck.
Yep.
That's it.
And it goes back to what
That's it.
and it was either black curls or it was Sigma. One of the two of you said it earlier. They think they own us.
Yep, they do think they own us.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they
And
think
that's
they own us.
and yeah, and that's why they say stuff the way that I just pointed out.
Your
That
mama's
Because
comes,
it,
black.
that comes from the white supremacy ideology,
No.
especially the educated ones think that way, the 89, 92 octane, because they've been around that culture from college to corporate America.
Mace, this is why I say you're wrong. That doesn't come from that. It comes from the simple fact of this right here. Whenever they gave them welfare.
yep,
Yeah,
1964.
yeah, the system.
I
Yeah,
mean,
welfare,
that's the thing.
Section 8,
That's the thing.
Section 8. Yeah, I agree with
That's the
that.
thing. That's the thing, Mace. It don't come from. I mean, Because nobody, I mean, all these people, they didn't experience slavery. It came from this right here.
Yeah, I
Whenever,
agree with that. Asian, I
whenever
agree.
you made it to where it was beneficial for the man to not be in the home, she has no need for him. That's why she thinks she owns him and she's better than him.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And then
No,
and
I
if you
agree.
want and if you want to add insult to injury on that, you have to keep this in mind too. When it comes to black women and black men, okay, in this country, here's something that needs to be understood. We are an island unto ourselves. The women were permanently grafted into their society
I agree with that. Yes.
Hmm.
Yes, I agree.
from day one, from the first one that was taken on the ship to the
Yeah.
first one that was allowed to be in the master's bed to being able to serve in his house. They have been grafted in from day one. We will always be separate, always.
I
And
agree.
what happens is that mentally over centuries they've bought into that propaganda, accepted it, and willingly went for it. While those of us who are still left are trying to figure out either A, be Pookie and Ray Ray, or to be a productive brother and walk away. But either way, the bottom line is this. The vast majority of our problems, if not all of them, right now at this point in time, is nobody's fault but our own. Nobody's.
Well,
Agreed.
see, that's the thing of it is. So when I was younger, I was super left leaning, and I was supported. I supported Obama. Um, like
So,
I was
first of all, I'm sorry.
like I support Obama. Like I was against the cops. Like typical left leaning positions. I
Right.
always voted for the little guy. I thought the cops were racist. I thought like systematic racism was a big thing in 2010. But because I was a criminal at the time, like I sold drugs, I was in and out of jail, and when I got sober, that's when I started to move more towards the conservative side and become more red pill because I like part of getting sober, you have to. It's called your 4 steps. So you write down all the bad conduct that you've done during your use, and then
It's like AA when you have to start making that list to make amends and all that.
yeah. So then your fifth step is you have to tell somebody. You have to go through your 4th step, and you have to talk about I robbed this person, or I cheated on this person, or shit like that. So your 5th step, you have to say it to someone else so it becomes true. Like it becomes a reality to yourself. And then your 8th step, you have to make amends to these people. So the
Mhm.
people on your list, you have to make amends. So by doing that and having to realize that, like, I used to think that the reason I got arrested wasn't because I was a criminal, but it was because I left my house at 3 o'clock with a bunch of drugs on me. And if I would have left at 4 o'clock, that cop would have been sitting there. Like it was never I was the issue. It was something outside of me that was always the issue. But now that I'm sober and I had to take accountability for my actions, it's not someone else that's holding me down. It's things that I do. So a problem with a lot of the black community is there's a lot of a victimhood mentality in the black
Yep.
community. So my son is mixed, and when I was working at this company, all the people on my electrical crew were all minorities. So my journeyman, he was Filipino. The guys underneath me were black, and I was second in charge, and I was white. And those guys would talk about race and racism and America and all that stuff. And I would say that, like, no, it's don't do dumb shit. And one of the guys ended up telling me that, like, you're going to turn around and teach your son not to about racism. I said, no, I'm not going to teach my son about racism because bad people do bad things. But I'm not going to teach my kid out here that there's some KKK member around every corner, in every tree, in every bush, waiting to take him out and ruin his life, because that's an unnecessary amount of fear that you're putting in your kid for no reason. And that kid that I had that conversation with left being an electrician and went and started being a truck driver. And then from being a truck driver, he started saving up money and he bought a semi truck. Now he has a company running semi trucks for himself, and he also has a convenience store that he has his family at. But by me bringing him this information of it's about what you do, not what other people do, it planted the seed to where he started doing stuff for himself and working for himself. And now he's prosperous. But before, it was someone's always trying to hold me down, which if you tell someone that no matter what you do, you'll never be anything because there's going to be someone to knock you down, you're not going to try that hard. Like, you're not. Just like when I got sober, people told me heroin addicts only 2% of heroin addicts stay sober. So you're pretty much telling me that I'm not going to be sober. So why would I try? See, in my mind, it was, well, if 2% make it, I'm going to be one of those 2% that make it. And I've never had a relapse. I've never went back to committing crimes. I haven't been in trouble with the law since 2015 when I got sober. It was all based on what I did.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And those people, Savage Red, the one of the dudes you were talking about, he was one of those guys who were under you with the victim mentality, right?
correct.
Oh, see, nice, good for him.
Yeah, great. It's great news.
Yeah, and real quick, not to change the topic, but if you guys are in the chat and you didn't hit that like button, it would be greatly appreciated if you did. And Savage, I'll drop your channel link in the chat.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's all about self accountability and wanting to be better for yourself, and wanting to get rid of those people out of your lives and out of your circle who don't. Here's the thing. I don't steal, and I'm not about lying, so I don't hang around liars and thieves. Because if I hang around them, I'm a liar and a thief too.
Yeah, just like when you go to jail, when you get locked up, the 3 things you're supposed to stay away from so that your bid's not hard: gays, gambling, gangs. Do you know why you're not allowed to hang out with gays when you're in the pen?
So you won't end up that way too?
Well, one, most gangs have a code that you can't do gay shit. You'll get violated. So you can't hang around with gays because you're gay by association. So then you get questioned.
Right.
So you just don't put yourself in those situations because it could end up you getting stabbed.
Right.
Like that's why people that always tell me about people that rob them, it's like, okay, well, you knew he was robbing other people. If he's robbing other people, what makes you better than the people he's robbing? Just like if you found out a guy is out here graping women, you're not going to hang out with that guy. There's certain behaviors in society that we're completely okay with shunning that person from. But other people tell you that you're a dick or you shouldn't do that. And that's your friends are the type of person you are.
Birds of a feather flock together.
Exactly.
Just like every hood movie you've ever seen where there's a dad in it that tells him to stay away from his friends. And then what ends up happening? Like, what is that? Isn't that Boys in the Hood where the one guy had a good dad?
Yeah,
and he told him to
Fishburne
stay.
Lawrence Fishburne. Yeah, it was Lawrence Fishburne. Yeah,
and he told him to stay away from those guys. And then don't both those dudes end up getting shot.
And he had a great mother too. Yeah, he had a great mom too.
But here's the thing, though. It's the influence of that father that brings that logical sense and that logical discernment between things. Women don't do that.
and that's one of the reasons why I get so upset when I hear black men talking all this nonsense about I can't get ahead this, white man that. That's why it pisses me off so much. Because here's the thing. My father died when I was like a year and a half old. Okay. No male father figure growing up. Okay. I'm from Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. I was there at the height, not the height, the beginning of AIDS, crack, and a whole bunch of other shit. Gang, drive-bys, all that stuff. All that started there. Okay. And then here I am now at the age that I'm at, and I'm good. So when a brother comes from a hood talking about I can't do this, I can't do that, white man this, white man that, let me tell you something. Whatever the fuck you're complaining about now, you best believe it was worse when I was there. So I'm not trying to hear your shit. You're not gonna pull that fucking victim card on me. I'm not having it. Because whatever the fuck you think you're going through in 2020 ain't even close to what the fuck was going on in the 70s and 80s. You can kiss my ass. So when you come up in here talking this racist shit or talking about I can't do this, I can't do that, or pull this victim card, no, fuck you. You're going to get called out. Period. Point blank. I'm not having it.
I got two examples.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Nah, not really. I was rambling. Go ahead, man.
All right, so I have two great examples. So the first one, my girlfriend works at a restaurant. She's a server. The manager is white. The cooks, there's black cooks. There was a sign in the front that said that they were hiring. So I don't know if it was for cooks or what position it was for, but this guy walked in and wanted a job, and the manager told him no. And the first thing he started doing was started yelling, "Is it because I'm black?" But there's multiple black people in the business. So I don't know specifically why she said no, or if it was busy or what. But the fact of the matter is it wasn't about race at all. But his first idea was to holler and scream about it being black. Another incident, I was picking up a buddy of mine when I was selling drugs. And I picked him up at the gas station by the house because I didn't want the people dropping him off to know where I lived. So I went and picked him up, and there was a cop that was sitting in the driveway. He got in my car. The cop followed me around the block to my house. The cop pulled me over and said that I had ran 3 stop signs, and then if I let him search my car, he wouldn't write me a ticket. I told him no. He ended up bringing a drug dog, and the drug dog hit in the car, and he pulled me and my dude L out of the car and searched us for like 3 hours. The whole time, Lawrence was saying it was because he was black and it was the cops were racist. And I believed the same idea. Like, it had to be because he was black that they were hitting the car. Well, that was in like July. Well, in October, my door got kicked in for secret indictment. I had made a sale on camera to an informant. So the fact of them being on my car had nothing to do with L. It just so happened L was in the car. So our belief in the moment was based on his race because it made sense. But once we got all the information about it, it had nothing to do with him. They were after me.
Right.
He's just there.
And that's the thing. It's one thing I want to say. I say it a lot. Stereotypes exist for a reason because they're marginally true. So you have to do your work to make yourself not be a part of that negative stereotype.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. As many places as I've been, I can't tell you, man, it didn't make a difference if it was white, Spanish, Chinese, Japanese, Indian, whatever have you may. They have always been absolutely fascinated by the fact that I do not fall into the category of everything the media has told them about black people.
Oh, you get that too, huh?
There's a reason I've been able to date practically every type of race of woman on this planet in my lifetime. There's a reason. Because I don't come to their house and their father opens the door to see me standing there with my pants hanging down. I don't walk into the door and he greets me and says, "How are you this evening?" And my response is, "Yo, what's up?" You feel what I'm saying? And just to bring the point home, because I had to do this with my oldest daughter, Chris. Look, I had a dude showed up to the house one time, wanted to going on a date. I opened the door, and no lie, he's standing there dressed exactly how I just said. And I opened the door, I looked, and I was just about to say something, and all of a sudden you hear this scream come from behind me. No, don't. And I turn around and I look, and it's Chris, and I'm thinking she's talking to me because I'm about to rip into her like, "Yo, I'm your father. You don't fucking talk to me." You just go into that gut. And then just as I was about to say something, she caught up to me at the door. She put her hand on my arm. Then she looked at him, and I'm looking at her, and I'm like, "What's your name, son?" And he said, "Africa." And I'm like, no, not where you from. What's your name? And he's like, no, that's really my name. All right, so your parents did a disservice to you. So then I looked at Chris, and Chris looked at me, and she goes, I'm sorry, Dad. And I'm looking at her, and then she looks back at the dude. She said, I'm gonna tell you right now, you were dead wrong. I told you, my father does not play that. You do not come to his door dressed like that, especially not to pick me up, because he's not gonna have it. And she slammed the door in his face. Straight up. Like Eisen said, there's a reason stereotypes exist. Because my first impression is that that marginal amount of truth is that you could be just like you dressed, and I'm not risking that with my child. And that's facts. And any man who's a father could not disagree with me on that choice.
Can I play devil's advocate with you?
Yeah, sure.
What about the reverse?
What do you mean?
Same scenario you just said, but dealing with, let's just say, baby mama.
What about it?
You know and I know that if he's doing something shady, she's accepting that young man into the house.
No, that's what I'm saying. She didn't.
No, not your daughter. I'm talking about if you did the right thing.
In general.
In general, baby mama would do the reverse. She'll let that young man in. Let him raid the fridge. Let him, God forbid, have sex with her daughter upstairs.
Yeah. Well, technically, she'd move him in. Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So what are you playing devil's advocate?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, you did the right thing, but if it was a reverse in the scenario I just gave, Lawrence,
I see what you're saying. If she didn't have a father there like him.
Yeah. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, okay. That's my bad. I misunderstood.
No, you did the right thing, bro.
No, that's fine. I misunderstood the point you were making.
It's okay.
That's on me.
Yeah, it's all right. Don't worry about it. But we're human. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like that's why I'll say it again. I don't believe that the issue is a race issue. I think honestly it comes down to a gender issue. I think that the gender issue is way worse than any race issue could be, because the criminal the criminal element of any group automatically man, white or black, gets 6 times more than any woman. They get 6 times longer of sentence time.
Yep.
When it comes to alimony payments, 90% of alimony payments go to women, but women make up 40% of head of household. Child support goes 85% to women. Out of the 15% of women that have to pay child support, 7% don't pay. Like, at the end of the day, whatever issues are going on in the black community or the Asian community or the white community, the gender war is the worst thing, because women of any color have the most power.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, why it's a gender issue is because these women use the race issue to touch these men emotionally.
Yep.
To get them out of a logical mind frame to be able to see that they playing all the men against each other.
Facts.
Yep. Facts. Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely.
You see that shit on a nightly, afternoon basis.
And that was the point I was trying to make earlier about this whole thing with black men versus white men. I'm not saying in any capacity that racism doesn't exist. Knights of Columbus and all the rest of them prove that it does. What I'm saying is that out of 100%, it might only represent 10. The other 90% of white men don't give a rat's ass. They got their own fucking problems to deal with. And the last thing on their mind is worrying about a black dude in the neighborhood.
Right.
He really doesn't give a fuck. And that's what black men need to understand. White men really don't fucking care.
Yeah.
You do you, they do them, and everything's right in the fucking world. I mean, that's it.
And that's the thing. I've literally had, when I was younger, had a white dude, we were talking, we were going somewhere. I can't remember what all we were doing. And he said, the situation is like this. He's like, as a black man, you gonna have more problems with black people than you are white people.
That's
true. As a white man, I'm gonna have more problems with white people than I am with black people.
And let me sit here, and Kyle will agree, as living proof that is true. That is true. I will live in another neighborhood before I live in an all black one. I'm not gonna bullshit you.
Well, see, for me, I live in Cleveland on the east side. I live
Yeah, I
literally,
know.
Yeah.
there's only two white dudes on my block. The guy that lives above me is white, and I'm white, and everyone else on the block is black. No one says anything to me. The lady across the street waves and says hi, but like no one bothers me. No one talks to me. Like I don't talk to nobody else. Like I don't have any issues over here.
But did
But like
but did I narrow that down appropriately on how the average white man thinks? He really don't give a fuck about all this.
yeah, we don't. The only reason the only problem I have so far with race is so like my son's mixed. So I'm in black YouTube because black YouTube is one the most prevalent part of the manosphere right now. All the people that are relevant are black. Two, my son's mixed. So if there is a his aunt's black, his mom's black, his sister's black, his brother's black, he's the only one that's mixed. So out of him dating, he's either going to date black women or he's going to date white women or he's going to date other women. Either way, if the black community is fucked up, he could effectively be dating into that community, and he's going to have to deal with that fuckery. If the female white community is fucked up, he's going to have to be dating into that fucked up community. So either way, it's relevant to me because my son, I'm supposed to make his life easier and make his life better. And if I don't address the gender issue, because if we fix the gender issue in general, it's going to affect both communities just as well.
Right, and you and I share that in common because that's why even though I'm here, I listen to Sandman, Turd Flinging Monkey, MGTOW, John from MGTOW's Freedom, because like you, my two oldest daughters are mixed. So I've got to be able to see it from both angles in order to find a sufficient way on helping them deal with it, interact with it, and more importantly, not become an addition to the problem in it or of it. So you and I have talked about this before because we both come from that same direction.
Well, like the other thing of it is when it comes down to it, like when it comes down to race, like I don't like. So I've seen on black YouTube lately, like they keep saying that once white women have sex with black men, white men won't take them back. That's not true.
It's more of a class issue thing.
Really?
It's a class issue thing.
Actually, it's a porn. Actually, it's porn. Actually, it's just what it is. That happens in porn. That doesn't really happen in real life, man. Because how would he know? How would he even know she fucked a black dude unless she said something, which she won't.
And that's why I said too, it's more of a class issue thing. If he's in that higher earning, that top 3-4%, then it comes into play maybe.
Exactly.
But as far as the average,
exactly.
You got a point.
Yeah, because most people still started beating the pussy when it came to OJ's ex-wife. That ain't stop shit. It's just that it was OJ. He was a higher, like you said, a higher class.
Like at the end of the day, like I've only heard one dude say that in my entire life. One dude. One. And I sold dope, so I know a lot of people, and I've only heard one person say that.
The only time I've ever heard is, like I said, when it came to the porn industry. Outside of that, any other person I've known, I've never heard that from.
One of the highest search porns is interracial porn.
Yeah, I know that. It is now. It is
Black
now.
man and white woman is the main category in that.
Well, yeah, it is now, but it didn't used to be that way. I'm talking about in my lifetime when it was the 70s and 80s. That was a big issue. If a white woman had sex with a black guy, the white guys really wouldn't hire her on. I think there were only two black guys that they were okay that they dealt with. One was Lexington Steele, and the other one was Shawn Michaels. Because if you look at those videos from back in the 70s and 80s, those are the two main black guys you see more than anybody else. But like I said, outside of porn, that's the only time I ever heard it. And that, like I said, that was back then. It's different now, I know. But back then, that's the only time I ever heard that. With all my time in the military, all the people I've known in college, all the people I've known in business, and the friends and associates I've made over the years, I've never heard a white guy say that, ever.
Well, like back in high school, so I went to high school in a country place. So like when I say country, I mean like you could ride your tractor to school. Like there was an actual day for that. There was a pig
Okay.
farm across the street, and there was only 3 or 4 black kids in the entire school district. One of those kids was the principal's son, which the principal for the middle school was black. There was a mixed kid that was there. He was adopted by a white family, and then there was like 1 or 2 other black kids that were younger than me. So predominantly white school. I never seen anyone say racist shit to any of the black kids while I was at school. The girls that were my age and older were always fucking college guys or black guys from Ravenna. Like most of the girls that I know were having sex with black dudes from a different school, and those girls are married now. So like I've never seen it. Like I've never seen it in my life.
Listen,
Yeah,
guys,
yeah,
it's mainly black women trying to spew that rhetoric towards everybody.
Colorism. Yeah, because like I said, even like Black Curls were saying, it's mostly black. I don't really hear white women saying that. I hear black women saying it.
Well, here's the thing: they don't have to anymore because that was the narrative what got them to vote, anyways.
True. This is true. This is true. This is very true.
They don't have to.
Yeah, yeah. But like I said, at the end of the day, man, it's just nonsense. It's just nonsense across the board. It's just they found a way to separate, us from Pookie and Ray Ray to cause problems. The next phase was to make black men separate from white men, yada yada, because they know if we group together, it's a wrap.
Mm-hmm.
They know this for a fact, and like I said, it's nothing new under the sun. Divide and conquer. I mean, this is not rocket science.
And the only thing about the grouping together is the simple fact of the other men teaching discipline, learning discipline from the other men. That's the only thing, because I mean you can't. There's no way you can get them to. You can't outvote them.
No, you can't.
You got too many men in jail, and they already outnumbered from the jump, anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the thing about that is that even if you got us all grouped together, this is what's going to happen. As the saying goes, cream rises to the top, which means that whether it's black, white, Spanish, whatever, the very best, at least the way it's supposed to work, the very best of that group is going to rise to the top to be the leaders. And the first thing those leaders are going to implement is discipline. There's no question to that. It's going to be discipline. It's going to be discipline and a set of procedures and standards to fall into play, and then we start doing that push forward.
Well, this is the other thing. So what people don't realize is in the white community. So it's not the feminist agenda isn't exactly the same as it is in the black community, but in the white community, it's a lot of making men metro, getting men to wear dresses, letting men's kids be gay, letting their kids be transgender.
It's going on in Black America too.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, well, I know it's going on. I know it's going on in the black community, but the way that the angle in which they play their puck is different.
I got you. I
agree with that. Yeah.
So like you got Black Lives Matter made by lesbians that openly say they want to get rid of families, and like they bring up the black man when he's killed, but you don't see them talking about black men as a movement for Black Lives Matter. It's just when they die. Right. In the white community, you have white feminists talking about how men just need to be killed off. They need to lower the population of men. You've
seen those too, huh?
in the feminist community, you see that the white feminists are saying that all white men are racist, or not racist. They're all rapists. So like they're doing the same thing, but just in a different angle. Just like if you look at any white television show with a dad, he's a bumbling buffoon. He's an idiot. Mom's always coming in to save the day.
I just had that conversation with somebody a couple of days ago about Anthony Anderson on Blackish. I literally just had that conversation a couple of days ago, because that show has been on 6 years now. If you look at the first season and a half, he didn't act the way he does now. Now he's a bumbling fool who's out of control. And if you notice and you step back, you see the same thing happen with Ross from Friends, And you see it in a whole bunch of other shows. They don't start off that way. They turn the character into that.
Yeah, and but now it's pretty much all these new ones. That's what they create. I mean, when you look at their failure called Black Lightning, how from the jump he never got any respect. Um,
Those daughters, yeah.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the wife too. The
Yeah,
wife.
yeah, yeah. But that oldest daughter was the worst. They all were bad. They were all bad, but the youngest one was the worst. I mean, excuse me, the oldest one was the worst to me. When you stand there and you dress your father down and straight up hold big ass public like that, man,
Mm.
yo, you
I
don't
see
talk
what
to
you're
me like
saying
that.
there. I see what you're saying there. Yeah.
I mean, the other ones at least kept it private or in the house or some shit like that. I mean, she's dressed. This is the hero who's been protecting that city for before she was born. And now here she is dressing him down in front of the police, the news media. Man, no sir, no sir, no
Yeah.
sir.
A blatant just disrespect. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it shows across the board.
And like
Mhm.
what a lot of people don't realize is like there are white chicks that are just so you have
Yep.
a couple different types of white chicks. You got white chicks that want to be independent and are bossy and they're bitchy and they're loudmouth and they're just as abrasive as any
A
other
black woman,
group of
yeah.
women.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the woman that isn't those things, but she still has a strong feminist ideology in her mind, and it
Mm-hmm.
comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'd like to add the Savage's point about the different angles from feminism. Yeah,
Go
because I
ahead.
think Sigma said it earlier because he asked his Indian friend about. I mean, his Indian friend asked him, "Why do black women need feminism?" So that already shows it's a different angle.
Well, but this is the thing. So even when you make the argument about white women were really not oppressed in America.
They never
Like,
were.
yeah, the word
Right.
oppression is just a bullshit argument. Just like when people say that black women under slavery was raped, I really don't believe that to be as true as they're trying to paint it, because we all know that women will have sex for resources and women will have sex for benefit. So if the white man slave owner is going to give you benefits having sex with him, why wouldn't you have sex with him? Like
Well, I think
anytime,
I think it's both.
yeah. Well, you can make an argument about a power dynamic was what made it rape, but at the end of the day, when tribes in any culture were fighting, and the men came in and killed the other men, those women would marry the new men that, even though their husband just got killed by him, they would still marry that man for power and for safety.
True. You're speaking to the savage how do I want to say the savage true nature of how they work. They've
Yeah.
never overridden that and never will. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, and that's why I was saying I personally believe it was a combination of the two. One might lean more one way than the other, but I think both apply.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it doesn't apply, but what I'm saying is when it's said, it was just rape. It was just rape. That's all it was ever. But
Or they're making it a blanket. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
yeah, like
Yeah.
I don't think that that's necessarily I just don't think that's true. Like in general, that's not how women operate. Like women are hypergamous and want to be secured. So it plays into their nature to do shit like that.
And Savage, they even had some of their daughters, because the term mammy, they were grooming their daughters to be with those slave masters. So yeah, it's not completely the case with the whole grape.
Actually, there's history of that, because you would have a woman with a slave master. She has a child. He would still turn around and sleep with that same child that he birthed. So, and that happened a lot.
Yeah, so like a lot of the narrative that is painted when it comes to anything is it's not. I'm not gonna say it's a false narrative, but it's not 100% true narrative.
It's disingenuous.
Because it's disingenuous to get power. Like women weren't oppressed. Like when they talk about women being oppressed, like that's like not even in England. In England, there were women that were allowed to not get married, and they were able to own businesses, but they couldn't be married and own a business.
Right.
Like that's that's how it was with a lot of women. If you wanted the safety and security of a man, you weren't allowed to own property because he was responsible for you.
Right. And it's the same thing with men too. When you really get down to it, that's how we ended up with the house nigga versus field nigga mentality and theory. So, yeah.
Well, also on the women owning that business deal, you got to think it's not in their nature to contribute to the betterment of society. They only do
for
these
women and
things.
girls if they do contribute.
They only do these things for their own improvement.
Aegon, what's up, man?
What's good,
Aegon?
Aegon?
Like, what you realize is that even today, women manipulate men for shit as it is. So if you're gonna tell me that women weren't manipulative back then, even like because every culture has been under a rule of another culture at some point in history. So women are gonna always do what's best for their self-interest. It's just a fact. It's just a fact.
Yeah. No argument on that.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
No pushback on that at all.
Like if anyone's gonna tell me that the Jewish women weren't having sex willingly with the Egyptian slave masters, like that would be a disingenuous argument.
Oh, we don't even have to go back that
We don't
far.
have to argue that.
Go to France and look at how they meshed up with German soldiers who were occupied. So, and mind you, that was technically, without doubt, against the rules because the Führer wasn't having it, and yet it still happened. As a matter of fact, after it was said and done, them and other French women were dragged into the streets, man, and their heads were shaved as punishment. So, yeah. They'll do what's necessary to survive.
But have you guys seen what's been going on with Wall Street these last few weeks?
You mean
In
the
ref-
stars with GameStop and stuff?
Yes.
It's predominantly it's predominantly what Robin Hood was doing, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, see, this is the point. So the elite hedge funds, the people that had the money, were shorting the shit out of stocks. And as a collective, all the guys got together and decide, well, if you guys are going to short this, then know what we're going to do?
You're talking about the Reddit group, yeah.
Oh, Wall Street
What's up,
bets,
Zero?
yeah, that sub form.
If you're if you're gonna end up shorting something, all right. Well, we're gonna all we're gonna get together and we're gonna buy this share and we're gonna drive the price up, and you guys are gonna lose. So what did they start doing? They started they brought people into the chat rooms to say that you were screwed and that you should sell. They had bots going through. They did everything they could do to separate the people from what they were doing. It's the exact same thing when it comes to women and it comes to race. They're using black women against black men. They're using white women against white men. And then they're using race against black men and white men to divide us as men. So because as a group, we have the power. Like we have the power. And if we're not working together, then we're never going to be able to get that power.
But see, that's the thing, and that's what they're worried about. Because this is where it's going to get interesting. We've already established that at the end of the day, societies are built and created by men, right? So here's the thing: they're not afraid of us getting together and taking power back. They're afraid because we have the wherewithal and abilities to walk away and start something different without them. That's the real issue.
Well, but this is the issue. But this is what it comes down to. So if men come together, black and white come together, and we put a stop to this gender war crap, okay, and we fix that situation, what is then to stop us as men from fixing that situation and then moving on to other situations that are affecting us? Because once we get rid of that situation, then we have the power at that point.
No, I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is that where it stands right now, it goes back to what Eisen said. Even if every single one of us woke up tomorrow morning and said enough is enough and we gain together, and we come together, we don't have enough. We don't have enough political clout. We don't have enough financial clout. We don't have enough political clout because the voting base is always larger than us.
Right.
So
We'd have to do it by force.
right, it would either be by force or we would have to go off and build something totally different and start over from scratch. And for them, that's well, I get to that in a second. For them, that would be a concern because they cannot maintain what they have unless we're present. And now you said it's not true. I want to hear that.
Okay, so there was actually a study that came out that showed that there were more conservative men than there were liberal men that were available for dating. So
True.
they did a study when it came to progressive or far left women and dating, and the women on the left, there were way more women than there were men for them to date. So they seen more women walking away from their ideologies to be able to be dating men on the conservative side. So women don't do anything because they strongly believe in it. Women will change what they believe or what they think to benefit themselves. So as men, if we change something, we will be able to get enough women to change to get the vote.
Here's the thing.
But did you really get them to change, or did you just get them to play chameleon?
Yeah. Here's the thing. The only way you get women to toe in line is by force.
Yep.
They have the vote. So the only force that could happen is if you forcefully took over and changed it, or if enough men band together and withdrew themselves financially.
Exactly.
It forces a change.
And that's what I meant by going off.
They have nothing else to come to the table with, but to
right.
Get there.
And that's what I meant by stepping off and going somewhere else and building something different. Because the only thing you described just now to me, and maybe I'm misinterpreting, but the only thing you described to me is that you've put a woman in a position to accelerate her hypergamy, to play the chameleon role.
She's bluffing.
She's bluffing because as soon as she gets in that position and then we start doing what we're supposed to do, it's only a matter of time before they start the same crap up that they started in the 1800s with the first wave. They're just biding their time, pretending to be something they're not.
Yeah, but even if we took something over by force, my man, at the end of the day, women are always going to go back to the. I understand all that, but they're like women are always going to. That's what you understand. Women are always going to cycle back to the same idea of trying to gain power. So you're never going to make a society where you eliminate that. That's part of their nature. True. So even if you took everything over and you reigned for 200 years with this great society, after 200 years or 100 years, these women are going to start grouping back together. And the whole point of it is a pendulum. You got to push it back the opposite direction. Right now, it's way too far the one way. You're never going to get it to stay in the right direction forever.
Oh, yeah. Right. Well, you're talking about Rome at the end of the day. Yeah. that just like Rome is swung back and forth.
And to the point that Zero made earlier, where he says, and their punishment was getting their heads shaved. Why? Because the French couldn't kill women who make the kids. That's the other reason.
Oh, you talking about the World War II thing I said?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the other thing too, because nobody's going to punish them simply because of that simple fact. That's their value.
Right. And it's no different than people think that they used to think only men could be serial killers. And there's a whole history of women that were serial killers, but they got off because they were women. I mean, there's something to be said when you have a country who has just as many, if not worse, women who kill, and only 2 in the history of this country have been put to death.
Oh yeah, less than 1% of women are put on the death penalty.
Mm-hmm. That says a lot. And we talking about women who've done stuff that's far more heinous than some men who got the death penalty.
Mm. Yeah. So and that's the thing. That's why the pendulum always swings back that way, because of the simple fact.
They're women.
Yeah, they're women. Dudes are gonna go soft on them.
Yeah. I mean, if we just go with something as simple as women who suffered from Munchausen syndrome or postpartum depression, you got a whole crap load of some serious murderers out there, man. but
Well, here's the other fact, though. If a woman kills all of her kids, there's a reason why she killed all of her kids. It's Munchausen. It's
it's Munchausen, postpartum, all that other stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there's always an excuse for them.
Yeah,
she suffers from psychological problems. Well, so did the men. What's your point?
Yeah, but if a dude goes through and kills the whole family, he's just a monster.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And then I think I commented on your channel, one of your videos, Savage. I already said it's ridiculous how they're the main ones abusing their children, but then we're the face of child abusers.
Well, look, that goes back to the statistics. The statistic I like to throw out all the time: 71% of children that are killed in this country are killed by the mothers, and out of that 71%, 40% of them are boys. Think about that.
I thought it was 60% of the victims were boys, right?
Well, no, the stats I got says 40. 40, 41, something like that. Yeah.
60 could be if you include child abuse.
I guess, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But 71% of children that are killed by the mother. And out of that 71%, 40% of them are boys. Think about that. More than half of that stat is boys being killed by their mothers. Think about that.
Hey, Omega Dreads. So here's another false narrative. Men normally, when fathers kill their kids, they usually kill the whole family, black or white. It's not a race thing.
It's a psychological break, to be honest with you.
It's a gender thing. But the reason, just like when it comes to school shootings and stuff like that, the reason that you see so many white people doing school shootings is because the way that they consider a mass shooting is different than like a gang shooting. So when you have a mass shooting, it's 4 or more people being shot. But if it's in a black neighborhood, it's considered to be a gang shot. Even though they're shooting the same amount or more people and they're doing it in just the same violent way. Like, for example, those funerals that get shot up, there in Chicago, there were funerals that got shot up. That was considered to be a gang shooting. But if a white person was to do it, then it would be a mass shooting. Just like you hear the narrative about Roof shooting up that church and that he got to survive because he was white. But there was literally like a month or two later, a black guy that shot up a church that also didn't get shot, and he was taken into custody willingly. Like, a lot of the stereotypes that are given are because the narrative, the way it's painted to make people think a certain way. Just like
feel a certain way, not think.
Women are they are literally the ones abusing children, but we're the face of it.
Hey, Black Curls. Yep. Are you eating something?
No, I'm hearing noise, but I'm standing still where I'm at.
Oh, okay.
Ayo, guess what? So two things here. If you're gonna say that a mass shooting equals random people and a gang shooting equals targeted people, are you telling me that Roof wasn't targeting that church?
Yeah.
You're gonna tell me that he wasn't targeting the people in that church, because if he went to a specific place and shot it, then that'd be targeted. That'd mean he planned that. Because a lot of the people that get shot in gang shootings are bystanders that weren't even supposed to be part of it.
That's correct.
So it would be random also.
That is correct, because the vast majority of gang shooting is random people as part of the initiation for the person joining the gang. That's the vast majority of those kind of shootings.
Yeah, it is true. Damn.
So
just like the guy at Virginia Tech, he went in and shot up the school. Like, when you have a college campus, you don't know where everyone's going to be. You have a lot of people. So you're targeting a space. You're not targeting a people. even in gang shootings, you're targeting there's a person that you want to attack, but you're targeting an area. Anything that's in that area is going to get hit.
Yep. That's why the key answer is to lay flat and don't move for that very reason. Because if you move, you become that new target. So,
Yeah.
but Omega, that's how you got shot and you lost. Oh, and it killed your best friend too in the drive-by.
Damn.
Sorry for that, bro. But I know how you feel, man. I lost a lot of brothers like that myself. I know how you feel.
Yeah, like as a whole, the races aren't different. Like when it comes to women act the same regardless of their regardless of the race. It's biological. Like as men, we act similar to each other, even on by different races.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've always said that. It's biological at the end of the day.
Yep. Zero says it all the time.
Yep.
Shout out to Zero for being right.
Yep.
Zero always has good points. Anytime I see him make comments or super chats, he always brings some fire.
Yeah.
yeah. That's one of the reasons why I hate him. I don't like the dude.
You're not the only one.
No. I don't like him because I feel I feel that his talking points are based on facts and facts are not the truth.
Yeah, just because they're facts, it doesn't mean that they're true.
Okay, they're just not true. And I wish he would find someplace else to go instead of trolling the chat. I don't appreciate it.
He hasn't been around. I can't speak for this chat, but he hasn't really been around lately in the manosphere. I mean, he was on last week, but he hasn't been on lately. I guess he's taking care of his scientific duties. I'm not being funny about it.
No, he's been busy, and everybody needs a break from this space sometimes. So
yeah. The same thing with me. I've been busy, and I just wanted to take a break, man. Like I said, other than coming up on Eisen, man, I hadn't been anywhere else.
That's why I came today. I was taking 2 days off. I just did 9 hours. With Cooler was on my panel all night. He was hosting the show online, and I just said, I said my boy's coming on today. I haven't seen him in a hot minute. And when his bat signal came on my phone, I said, let me pop up just to chill with him today. And even though I was wrong with some points, you guys' opinions, I really, really appreciate Lawrence and Curls and Aizen welcome me back, and my brothers in the chat who I know well, and meeting Savage today. I know Savage is from MTR. Am I correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's how a lot of us met, actually.
Black girls as well.
I saw the video. You had some hair back then. I saw the video when you was getting your own platform together with MTR. So that's where I know you from.
Yeah.
Oh well, I still have the same amount of hair. I just haven't shaved. I just been shaving it more lately. That's all. That's it.
Oh, and I stand corrected. I showed up on Savage's stream too one time last week. I think it was.
Okay.
You had your son's mother up there, and that Universal dude came up. Yeah, he was just. Anyway, I
gotta finish it. I started it, but I gotta finish it.
Yeah, but I think in all fairness, for all of us, I say this for all of us, taking a break is good. Taking a break is good. Not just because we're busy, because we all are. There's no question to that. But also you gotta let your batteries recharge, man. Because like Eisen and Zero and New had to break it down for me, man. You gotta step back sometimes, man. Sometimes
I took a 2-month break.
Yeah, there was a while you wasn't getting done now. Yeah.
I had to.
Yeah.
I've been picking out content, fellas. I've done what show was last night? Show 190 in 90 days, bro.
Yo,
Yeah,
Mace,
yeah.
you be bugging me out, man. You be on like once or twice a day, man, and they be like anywhere from 3 to 6 hours a pop, man. I'm like,
I'm
dude,
like, does this man sleep?
Yeah,
yeah. I'm like,
Who said
damn,
that?
man.
Who said
yeah.
that?
Black Pearl.
You just said that? Do I sleep?
Yeah, that
I'm
was
like,
Black
you sleep,
Curls.
Mace?
Yeah, yeah.
Like
He does put them out daily.
I appreciate. Yeah, my show. My shows average 6.5 hours a night, bro.
Yeah, that's what I said. Between 3 and 6 hours. That's exactly what I said. And like I said, man, yo, more power to you, bro. That's too much for
Appreciate
me.
that, fellas. I want to do like 3-4 hours, but guys keep popping in the room talking stuff. I had Aizen last time I saw him. It was the Saturday night before my birthday, and the first question I said to Aizen, besides how he's feeling, is he feeling okay? How about dolphins, right, Aizen?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I end up having to take a 2 month break because, so as being a white content creator, most of the content you're seeing coming up is black content. So like, one, it's hard picking content because I don't want to keep commenting on black content creators and black culture all the time because then it just
So
makes you look like
so
it
so
makes you look like a dick.
so what you saying? We making it too easy for you?
No. What I'm saying is it's making it hard because there's not a lot of white content creators making just general stuff. It's mainly black community stuff.
It's Savage. I can ask you an honest question. And by the way, Omega, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. You know that Omega Dreads Gaming. You serious? Not too many white people are doing content these days, bro? I'm asking an
There's not
honest question. 'Cause I'm not over there.
in the manosphere. There's not as much. Majority of the content creators are black. The most growing channels are black content creators.
I didn't know
That's
that.
correct. That's
I
correct.
didn't know that because
Yeah.
we hear from guys in the manosphere, in the black manosphere, what they be saying is that we ain't doing shit.
No,
Well,
I,
see,
black
the-
I,
manosphere
I
well,
think
see,
the thing is, I think the thing is that what happened was the manosphere was already established anyway. So those guys, it's like they got nothing left to talk about.
Yeah,
and
I
a
know.
lot and a lot of them have been shut down. Been shut down as
Yeah,
well.
true. That too.
Because realistically speaking, you can pretty much call them out on one name: Turd Flinging Monkey,
Stephen
John,
Montalou.
Stefan Monolo,
Really?
Rollo Tomasi, John from MGTOW's Freedom, Sandman still kicking. So it's what's his face from Entrepreneurs in Cars.
Oh yeah.
So that's like six, man. I mean, those are really the only ones whose names still pop up if they're gonna pop up at all.
Yeah, and you still watch Sydney MGTOW.
Because those are the guys that got me in the space. It wasn't the black section. I started off with the first thing I ever saw was Sandman, and then from Sandman it went to John from MGTOW's Freedom, and then it went from there to Turd Flinging Monkey, and
Yeah,
then
because-
from there I jumped to Black Ram and so on and so forth.
Yeah, because
So-
no, go ahead. Who's
So
that?
what
Savage?
you have to understand is like, so you have like Terrence Pop. Okay, so
Yeah, I
he
forgot his
is
name.
Yeah, I
He's-
forgot about him.
he's not his content's not race based in any way.
No, not at
When you
all.
listen, when you listen to Sandman, it's not race based anyway. Most of the content creators on the white side are doing general gender war stuff,
Mhm.
but you have black entertainment, and then you have black manosphere. So like if Kevin Samuels makes a very popular video, it goes to black media and it gets blown up. Also, you have, because there's a black content creator, black folks, they support that. So like for example,
I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
so there's a guy called the Poor Man Podcast. I messaged him like a month ago when he had 500 subscribers. Like, hey man, you're doing good content. Now he's at like 3,000 or 4,000 people, and he mainly does content as a black man in a black view, and he's supported by the black manosphere. But like content creators like me being white, I'm less likely to get as much support from the black community because like right here, so you'll have people watch this and say there doesn't need to be a white dude on the panel. There doesn't need to be a white dude talking about these topics. He's a racist. So like a lot of the stuff that you see right now, like O'Shea, black.
That's another one. Yeah.
MTR, black. Sharp does
Donovan Sharp, yeah.
Donovan Sharp, black.
Yeah, Donovan Sharp, he's black, but his is more general. Like he doesn't do black specific content.
Greg Adams.
Yeah, mostly white guys and
We got a myriad of people.
And Greg Adams. Yeah.
Yes. That's what I was saying. Coach Greg Adams is another one.
But
yeah,
here-
again, but they're not the ones that got the most growth. But they're not the ones that have the most growth. Like Jessica X has big growth. MTR has big growth. Kevin Samuels has big growth. O'Shea is a staple. Solo TV is a staple.
Angry Man.
Jessica was gonna get big growth because, as Zero says, if you say it with titties, the niggas are gonna come.
That's correct.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
I won't come. Even though I love Jessica, I won't come. But yeah, niggas will come.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
I won't be there. I can promise you that, boys. I won't be there.
What you also have to understand, though, on the white side of YouTube, black YouTube has a lot more lenience than white YouTube. So
that is
black
correct.
YouTube can get up here and say stuff about the LGBT community. They can say stuff about white people. They can say the N-word. They can call black people out. They can say all sorts of stuff, and they're not getting taken down.
That's true.
Y'all, we can't say anything about a Manosphere is handcuffed like a son of a gun.
No, he's dead ass serious. Because I remember John from MGTOW's Freedom was just talking about his divorce, and he was complaining. He wasn't even complaining. He was telling a story about how his wife or somebody at work had found his videos, and then she got upset about it. And the next thing I know, because he discussed it, shot down. I mean, she was just shut the fuck down. And as Savage is not lying, we get to say a lot of stuff that they can never get to say.
That's the truth. How come Roger Report now have to do free shows at the same time? There's free platform. I told you guys think I'm joking.
Because
it's a difference in having it pulled.
Right.
They're just being flagged.
Exactly.
There's a difference. And here's the thing.
No, he wasn't flagged, guys. He was pulled. I told you.
You said he's doing content again, though, right?
Yeah,
these guys that Savage is talking about, they can't do no content.
Yeah, that's the point.
And watch this. Here's the other thing. What does the reset report do? He got bitches on there to reset the conversation.
Shout out to me, Eisen.
You guys are cold.
No, damn that. No, wait, hold on. No, damn that. Anytime you gonna sit up there and pull all the men down on your damn panel and let a bitch talk about you and your culture of men for an hour, fuck that.
Who did that? Who did that?
The reset report?
The reset report. That's why I call him the reset report now. Because he just does that. He caters to these women so badly and talks in circles with them.
Right, and that's the point. But that's the point I was trying.
Guys, let me tell you something. Have you heard me up there?
It ain't got nothing to do with you.
It's got nothing to do with that.
You understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna have him on my show, by the way, this week, one-on-one interview. I destroy the sisterhood on his panel.
It's got nothing to do with that.
No, I know it doesn't do with me. All I'm telling you is that I do it.
But we're not talking about you. We're talking about him.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I do know what you're saying.
Because
all I'm telling you, I don't simp.
No, but again, that's not the point. But that's not the point. We're talking about him.
So I understand that.
Because the point I was making with John. the point I was trying to make about John from MGTOW for Freedom, he was already divorced. She had got everything. My man's living in a RV camper or something like that, and he's totally happy with it. He's got no problem. But the fact that his wife found the content and they do what they do, they start doxing, they start calling his office, complaining that he's making this, he's making that. And the next thing you know, he's shut down, and that's just because he was sharing his experience. We get to sit up here and just like Savage was saying, we can say nigger without blinking, and this channel will still be here tomorrow. You feel what I'm saying? So hold on. So getting flagged and all that good stuff, yeah, we might get that, but these guys get their whole channels shut down and removed. That's a whole different kind of beast.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. You have to understand though, as
Yeah.
a black guy and having black content,
Yeah.
you can upset the black women in that's listening to you, and they'll try to flag you. But the issue is when you're a white guy, not only do you have the fact that you're a guy going against women, but then you also have the racial narrative because you're white. So you have black men that will get pissed off at you, and you also have black women that will get pissed off at you, and white women that will get pissed off at you.
Yep.
So it's a lot easier for our channels to be taken down.
And watch this, Savage.
No,
And watch this, Savage. I'm gonna tell you this right now. It probably ain't so much the black women getting that shit pulled as it is these niggas, these black
Yep.
dudes.
Yep.
Because we can attest here that a dude that frequents her all the time, he done had his channels pulled like a motherfucker every time he gets one up. Marco. And it's the dudes that do it, not the fucking women. It's the fucking dudes.
Well, we know why that is, bro.
Haters, man.
Zero, what's up, bro? It's good. Nice to see you, Zero.
Yeah,
Well,
haters,
do
from
it.
the manosphere, by the way.
But that's
Yeah,
what I'm
the
saying.
haters.
Like,
Yeah, I know that. I know that.
most of the content though that is pushed is black content because a lot of the like if you listen to Better Bachelor, when he speaks, he completely won't use certain words. Like he edits the way that he speaks about all these subjects because he knows that he will get struck. But when you're on a black content creator, they'll cuss all. Like look at Tommy Sotomayor. Like the only reason they keep taking his stuff down is because women keep flagging his stuff. It's not because YouTube is going out of their way to get mad about him using the N-word or saying cracker or cussing. It's from his stuff being overly flagged all the time by women. But if it wasn't for those women, he would be doing fine. But Better Bachelor, he reads an article and he won't even say the words that are in the article because he doesn't want his channel to get any sort of negative.
Yeah. Joker's like that, and then matter of fact, in the video, he'll tell you why he's doing that.
Zero's on point with that statement. And again, shout out to Zero.
Yeah, and that's it. Like Zero said, Marco was doing the idea that everyone keep talking and say that they do, but they can't. But if they showed it,
I'm not plugging him. I'm not plugging myself. I had him 3 or 4 times on my platform, and I interviewed him one time for 2.5 hours. He's one of the nicest people I've ever come across. And the one question I asked him was, do these fools, not you, Zero, because I know you, him, or me, I brought you up in the interview too. I said, do these fools realize that you've been all over the world? Did they ever ask you these questions?
Are you talking about Marco?
Yeah. And he And he looked at me dead in the eye and he said, no. And I'm like, oh, these guys, that's stupid. And he didn't want to say it because, he has relationships over here. I said, I'll say it for you. They don't understand that you are a well-traveled man. The only thing they care about is, this is for you, Zero. Tribute to my man, Zero. Pussy and views. And he said, yeah.
Well, the other thing is, too, and the other thing is, too, it's like what Zero says, too. These niggas don't actually want Jesus. They want the idea of him.
Yep.
Facts.
Yep.
Also, the other thing of it is if you look at like the white YouTubers, they don't really do interactive content because they can't. So like Better Bachelor, he reads articles and talks to the camera.
Yes,
he's
he does.
Great, by the way. He is great.
Yeah, but he's not going to go viral because he's reading an article that was already written and he's giving his opinion. But Kevin Samuels has people that call in and they interact, so he has the opportunity to go viral. Plus, because he's growing, you have other people in the same space that are trying to shoot him down.
Yeah.
Joker isn't threatening to nobody.
Yeah.
Parent Talk isn't threatening to anybody. The white YouTubers, they're not threatening to anyone. They're making content based off of articles and experience. They're not interacting with people. But you have like people with Kevin Samuels that are interacting, and MTR. You have these people that have more than one person in their situation. So it's just a different environment of why the media is getting these content creators in the black space are being pushed, because you have beef between content creators. Like look at Jessica X and Chrissy and the Pink Pill. You've got those women going at her, which is going to drive up her views. It's going to drive up people.
It
watching.
drove up everything. Money, subscriptions, it drove up everything.
Yeah, you got Kevin Samuels, who's not making content about any other creator, and everyone's taking shots at him, trying to bring him down, and that's pushing him farther up. You don't have that same dynamic in the white manosphere because
No,
they
you don't
do all that.
Don't. Yeah, you
They
don't.
have to write an article and leave it alone.
Damn.
And and the interesting part about that is because the reason why the black manosphere, and again, this is my personal opinion, is paid attention to so greatly is because they need to make sure that the uprising of us niggers are shut down.
Oh yeah, they talk about that all the time. Shout out to my boy Evan Duncan in the chat room, and let me say this since I don't ever be with him on a panel. Zero, it is honor to meet you, my friend. It's nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
Wait, who?
Welcome to the panel, Zero.
Oh man, you let this dude up here? Oh damn! Damn!
Zero, how are you? This is Mace. How you feeling, bro?
I'm good. What's up with you?
I'm good, man. Since it's an honor to meet you. I always believe in your philosophies, and I think you and Marco are great as a combination, man. It's nice. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
And he
go that far. I'm a dude behind the microphone.
And he gonna come up here with the soft nigga voice. What the hell?
That's his staple now, soft nigga
Because
voice.
of guys like you, I do what I do in the manosphere. I'm not no soft nigga boy. I'm just being real.
I did that. I did that when I first came in, and y'all told me not to.
Yeah.
I'm not
You also have to
reason why.
That's all right though.
You also have to understand that when it comes to female content creators, most of the female content creators are black. So like you don't have white level up girls. Like you don't see a whole lot of leveling up girls on the white side. There's a couple, but they're not prominent.
The closest I've ever seen is Nola Girl, I think.
Yeah, Nola.
Yeah, so you only have like
Zero, you be proud I'm about to say I do not follow none of these female concept creators. None.
But I wasn't Zero. That was Savage talking.
No, I know it's Savage, but I believe with Zero's philosophy, pussy and views, bro. He's so right, it's sad.
Well, that's why I don't subscribe to Jessica. But Savage, what were you saying?
But what I'm saying is so like when you have level up girls, divestment, life coaches, when it comes down to the women that are coaching women on how to get men, it's mainly on the black side of content. So any content creator that's black that is making waves, those women are automatically going to shoot at them. So just the dynamics of the two manospheres is why you're seeing more content come out from one side, because it makes clicks and money for media to put this one group out. Like you're not ever going to see a white content creator in the manosphere go on WorldStar. Like they're not going to hit the shade room unless they came out and said some blatantly racist stuff that was going to get their channel shut down. That's the only way that those two platforms are going to post their stuff. Well, but Kevin Samuels telling some woman she's average, that's going to automatically get put on the shade room.
Well, the thing is, too, to Agon's point here, because we're in America, what would white girls have to level up to Martians?
But again, that's not a fact, because again, only 10% of men make 100K or more.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. But on the other end, the fallacy is that they think that they can level up to the white man because they don't think that only 10% of them actually make it shit. You see what I'm saying now?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and then white women don't have a divest movement either.
They don't. Like that's like. But white women don't level up to the best deal. The average income is $50K a year.
Right.
So
I get what you're saying.
Average people are dating average men. And even white women have this delusional idea that they deserve more than they're worth. But the difference is you don't have whole media platforms on YouTube telling white women that they need to level up.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I see
I
what
gotta
you're
be.
saying.
I gotta be honest with you. I don't think I've ever run across a white woman who used that language.
Well, the thing is, they can't be so bold. Whereas we know that the colored woman can be that way because that's the way the culture is for them to be able to
Yeah,
be that bold. The culture,
there's
two
there's
different dichotomies.
well, it's not even that. You have to understand that when it comes down to speech and it comes down to race, white people as a whole cannot speak the way that anyone else speaks.
No, I get that, but but using phrases like "level up" has got nothing to do with race. And I've never heard a white woman say that. I mean, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying I've never heard it.
Because
I've never heard a white woman talk about level up. I've never heard a white woman say something about high value man, or I haven't heard. I hear them say they should, but I've never heard them use those terms.
well, when white women talk about like, see, gold diggers are frowned upon in the white community.
Right.
Like mothers tell their daughters, to date good men, and you have trashy moms that tell their kids to use men. But in the white community, men we don't like that. Like we don't like women that are trying to use us for stuff. So it's not out there in the open like that. Like, what's a good example? Like,
I got it. It makes sense.
none,
Everybody else might not have in the chat
not,
things
not
to others, but I got it.
like so. No normal person in white America was telling their daughter to be like, uh, Nicole. What's her name? The white chick that married that oil tycoon right before he died.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Oh,
Yeah,
Anna
yeah,
Nicole Smith.
and yeah,
Anna
Anna
Nicole
Nicole
Smith.
Smith. Yeah.
You don't have majority of white people telling their kids to do that. Like that's not a thing. Like,
Because it ain't gonna bring them.
well, not even that, but it's looked down on.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Like,
saying. The men aren't gonna go for it. Whereas in Black American culture, shit, they gonna take whatever they can get because any pussy is good pussy.
It's
true.
promoted. That's the difference.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
well,
promoted
yeah,
heavily.
yeah, it is
Yeah,
promoted too.
smooth.
That's the difference.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that black guys support that stuff, but you do have in culture like like my mom would not tell me to go take a girl out to a $500 dinner ever. Like my mom wouldn't tell me that. But you would have women like my mom would never tell me to take care of kids that are not mine. It would never happen. But you have countless black women on TV on Maury telling their sons to take care of kids that aren't theirs. So like it's
Yep.
just different. It's a different thing. Just like my dad wouldn't tell me to buy money on chains, but you have a lot of young guys in the black community that wear their money to get women. Like the way that we're taught to get women is just it's different. Like we just do it differently.
You're right. No,
No, you
you're right.
you dude, you
You're right
nailed
about
it.
that.
You definitely nailed it, especially with that example of raising other people's kids. That is fact. Like I said, I got a large number of white friends. I've got family the whole 9 yards. The mothers do not say no shit like that. They do not.
Savage, I'm not sure
They
if you
tell
were
you
here earlier,
they tell you
but
to
I
handle.
mentioned. Go ahead, Lawrence.
No. Never mind. Go ahead. You go first.
Yeah, I was gonna say Savage. I mentioned earlier. I wasn't sure if you were listening in the clouds, but yeah, I mentioned a study with one of the manosphere dudes I know that black men are most likely to be stepdads and not biological fathers. They're the least likely to be biological fathers. So that does confirm what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, sense.
white
We
guys will be stepdads. Like a lot of the people I know, like are like I know a lot of stepdads, but the way that the stepdad, like my dad is a stepdad, but the way it was is he divorced his wife and my mom divorced my dad, and then they got married, and like they became their own family, and they've been married for over 20 years. Get that bone from out under here, dude. Like, come on, quit being a dick. But you don't have a lot of. Sorry, my dogs are right under my legs trying to chew a bone when I'm on a microphone. Uh, but white dads will be stepdads. Like my girlfriend's dad, he married her mom, and she already had kids, and then they had kids together, and then they divorced. Like you do have white dads that are stepdads, but it's usually either they have kids or they have kids with the woman. It's not just like them not having any kids and taking care of other people's kids. Like that's not really a thing that happens.
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's different.
Now I'm gonna regret this, but go ahead, Zero.
Yeah. He's definitely coming up. Go ahead in your soft nigga voice. You there?
Maybe his voice is so soft we can't hear it.
Ben Smooth, because
I'm gonna send it to him.
He's trying to have a conversation with me in the chat, and it's just.
Well, until Zero comes back, let me just say that I think that these points that you guys are making are solid, but there's some things that you're gonna have to reevaluate. Let me stop. Let me stop.
But yeah, but the thing that I'm making about the gold diggers is you have women in the open on Black YouTube, and you have women in the street that tell daughters to get what they can out of men. You don't really have that in the open, and it being a good idea in public in the white community. You don't.
Exactly. No, that's true. That's true. Like I said, my first wife was white. I've watched them in action. They don't do that. They don't.
Yeah, it's much more tactful. It's a much more tactful way how they do it.
More tactful and more subtle. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, here's the other thing. So we have low bottom dudes in the white community. All right. So there is a class of women in the white community that just wants to do that works and takes care of his kids. Like that's all that they want. Like they aren't expecting to have crazy stuff or want exorbitant amounts of things. Right. But then you also have women that are spoiled their whole life and they expect. So like you have different groups of women, but we don't have as a whole a group of women that's in the open promoting things to other women like that. We just don't.
Gotcha. Smooth. Welcome to
Yo.
What up, Smooth? What's up, Smooth? How are you?
Hey, Mace. What's going on, my brother?
How you doing, man? Happy belated.
I'm doing good. Good to see you, actually, man. You all cammed up and shit. Damn, man, you older than I thought, bro.
I'm not that old. Damn. I'm gonna get rid of this, man.
Nah, it's all good, man. It's all good, man.
Good to see you, man. It's good to see you too.
Why you here, man? 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 Why you here, man?
Shalom, shalom.
What's up, Smooth? I'm just messing with you.
I know. Now, Sam, you know I fuck with you and all that, but I need some clarity on what you're saying right now. Because you said the whole gold digger thing and all of that stuff. I do understand that, but let's not get it twisted. Let's not just act like, oh yeah, in the black community, the gold digger shit is just so accepted. I know that in recent years, with this whole stripper culture and shit and entertainment that's been ushered in with all these fucking reality shows and shit, that this shit it's become more common that you have this gold digger shit being promoted, in black culture. But y'all cannot tell me that that's how it's always been.
I didn't say that.
You know what? Hey, look, Smooth. You know what? Here in American culture, I'm gonna say it is, because like I said before, it was not uncommon for the woman to have a man for this, a man for that, and a man for that. There's still gold digger shit.
Yeah, my next door neighbor's like that. No joke.
Yeah, but that's every woman. That's every woman. You can't say that you don't know that they do that in the white community.
Wait, hold on. But wait, what you're missing is the simple fact of him saying the promotion of it being a good thing, and you ain't a real dude if you don't do it. That shit ain't like that over there.
And that's why I'm saying in recent years it's been more promoted.
No,
but y'all can't tell me that this is how it's always been.
White men have always understood transactional relationships.
Exactly.
Say that again. Say that again, Zero. I didn't hear you.
White men have always understood transactional relationships. So
always.
When you talk about gold digger culture, you're just talking about something that they've accepted a long time ago and we don't.
They've accepted it, and they know how to use it effectively. And as far as it goes for this thing, dude, I'm sorry, Smooth, but again, sitting here being the older dude, I saw that growing up, bro. It was always like that, and I'm pretty sure there's brothers who are older than me who will say the same thing. It's always been now. And now the only thing that's different.
Okay, so who was the bad bitch back in those days?
Hold on. So the only thing that might be different, today, as opposed to when I saw it growing up, is that you can't hide from it because media is everywhere now and it's being slapped in your face. That's the only difference, brother. That's the only difference.
Yeah. And the only difference between us and white dudes is that when everything got shipped, like when social media made all of the behavior like obvious and blatant, white dudes understood that they like you're not finna control them, but it's just like, bitch, don't embarrass us.
Exactly.
That's literally
exactly.
Just do not fucking embarrass us.
Exactly.
That's their whole thing. Black dudes are like, steal my pussy, and white dudes understand that no, that's not gonna happen. Just don't embarrass us.
Yep.
So the point that I'm making, Smooth, is like you don't have a lot of white dudes wearing chains. You don't have a lot of white dudes that wear their money like that. But you do have a way bigger prevalent amount of black men that wear their money.
You don't have white dudes that wear chains.
You don't have dudes.
Standard.
You don't have your average white dude just wearing big dumb chains.
You don't have your average black dude wearing big dumb chains.
Bro, I see motherfuckers all the time wearing fitty belts catching the bus. I don't see white dudes wearing fitty belts.
What is a fitty belt?
What is a fitty belt?
It's a 300 a Fendi belt.
Oh,
It's
Fendi. Okay. Fendi. Okay, I know what you're saying.
You listen, with white people, you don't see a bunch of young kids that are broke wearing super expensive clothes catching the bus. Like the point that I'm making is I'm not saying that white people don't do these same things, but you don't see white women out front making things on social media like that. Like when you see that whorish behavior, you see it from celebrities. You don't see average people making YouTube channels with their white women telling white women not to date normal dudes because they're fucking broke, only date fucking $100,000 dudes. You don't see that. The whole level up thing, that's a black person thing. It's a black woman ideology. You don't see that very prominent with white women on YouTube. You just don't.
Wait, Sam, I'm trying to get your point because we literally went from dudes wearing chains, belts to the women.
Because that's what they are.
What are we exactly getting at? And then the whole acceptance of the gold digger and stuff like that.
Because
what are you trying to say with that?
What I'm telling you is the way that white people are raised to get women is different than what is going on in the black community right now. Like we understand that women want the best men, but where our families don't tell us to put our money out like that. So like if you're an average middle class dude, your dad's not buying you any crazy cars. He's going to buy you a basic car and tell you to get a job. Just the way that we're taught and the way that we do stuff is just different.
That's
like
true.
You don't see young dudes buying expensive shit and flashing it trying to get women. Like that's just not prominent in the white community.
But we know those things, but isn't like in the average white community, y'all just know how to manage your money better, or y'all had shit passed down more. That y'all did not go ahead and freaking sell off because y'all wanted some crack and shit. Y'all manage your shit better, and you have stuff to pass along. And with that kind of mentality, you're not gonna have to buy your kid no flashy type of stuff because you don't have that kind of insecurity.
No, what it comes down to is 90% of people make average income. So if not most of white people are average, they're not.
I know, but what does the average white person have to prove to the world, and what does the average black person that earns just as much have to prove to the world?
Nothing.
Nothing. That's oh my dude.
Nothing.
No. Yo, Smooth.
Always has to prove himself some way, somehow, right?
No, only if you feel like it.
The only reason why niggas do all that shit is to prove that they can get bitches. They get all them rims, all them cars, do all that damn candy paint and all that shit because it attracts bitches. They trying to prove
It
something
goes
to
back
hoes.
to the bitches.
So
Which would
wait
be
a minute.
gold
So
digging.
are y'all excluding the bitches right now?
You can't.
Do y'all would y'all so you guys think that the saying that as a black person you have to work 10 times harder than your white counterparts is a myth? That shit is not true?
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you don't have to work hard.
I don't think it's a myth. I don't think it's a myth, but I think it's more than what we make it to be.
Okay. Even if it's more than what we make it to be.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. What I'm saying is that there are certain times where we have to make it more than what it has to be. Sometimes when you got the job because they wanted you. It doesn't automatically have to be an assumption that you have to do 10 times as much because you want somebody to pay attention to you. The attention was already paid to you by the simple fact that you have the job. A lot of brothers go into working at a company with that mentality that they have to work 10 times as hard. And I'm not saying you're wrong because I've had to do it in my lifetime. I get what you're saying. But but 9 times out of 10, I can't lie to you, brother. I put that burden on myself more than it was the people who hired me.
Right. You just gotta work smarter.
So why did you put that burden on yourself? And I have another example because
I bought into the propaganda that was pushed and passed around growing up in the neighborhood that I did, that the white man is always going to beat you down. He's always going to hold you back. You got to work 10 times as hard to prove to him that you're capable of having a job and all this other shit. That didn't come from white people. That came from people in my neighborhood who look like me, bro.
So
no white person ever told me that.
Wait. So I have something for that, Lawrence. Zero has told us about this before.
Okay.
Zero, are you there?
Hey, yes, there.
Zero, you remember when you told us one time on the panel that when you were working IT, when you were working IT or when you were in management or something like that, the whole thing about the suits, where you said that you always have to look sharp and all of that stuff, whereas you have your white counterparts who can dress down and it's no problem.
Right, but racism is gravity. Like that's not going anywhere.
No, my thing is that my point again was that the average white man does not have as much to prove to anything or anyone or to the world like the average black man does. That example with the suits is just a small example, but it's a simple example.
Right, but every other man outside of white men have the same problem. Asian men have, like, the reason why Asian people have, like, Asian dudes have the whole mathematical genius stereotype is because they excel at it, and they're not just marginally better than everybody else. They're vastly better than everybody else.
Exactly.
It's like when you have other groups of men that are seen as whatever they're seen as, it's because they're not just marginally better; they're way better at it. So that's all black people have to do is cultivate a reputation of being like, we don't complain when it's like put on us where we're vastly better than white men at sex.
Or sports,
or your dick's bigger.
Yeah,
but that's genetic and has been proven. I'm talking about like stereotypical shit that's not biologically proven. I'm talking about being good at sex. Like that's like a who fucking knows. But we don't complain about that. We don't complain about swag wars.
Exactly.
We got more swag than everybody. We don't complain about that shit.
Right.
Exactly.
We focus on the shit that don't matter.
Exactly.
But wait a minute, you guys are talking about complaining. I was still getting at Savage's point about the whole thing with a white dude does not wear a chain or they will have a regular car, whereas a black person, would have something more extravagant and all of that shit.
They don't be doing that.
I grew up around a bunch of, in Minnesota, white people and black people are like, I mean, they like 5 or 6 generations in where you have a black dude with dark skin with a blood brother with white skin. He look just like Savage, and the motherfuckers is related, like literally brothers. And I'm talking about brothers in the same house, grew up together. blood brothers, and one white and one black. It's a lot of dudes like that. It's a lot of people that grew up like that here. When I moved to Minnesota, it was culture shock because this is probably one of the most mixed places in the entire United States, probably the world, aside from San Diego. So when I look at white people, there are a bunch of white niggas, and the motherfuckers wear chains. The motherfuckers they wear their hats back, but they tat it the fuck up. They talk. They like when people say talk white or talk black, the motherfuckers are indistinguishable from any nigga that you go meet except for their skin color.
Yep, pants hanging down the whole 9 yards. Like I said, I was raised by a Jewish family and I married into a white family. Man, he's not lying. I've seen that shit.
Yeah.
So then what's up with all the average white dude doesn't wear chains and shit? Because you obviously just explained somebody that wore chains.
Depends on where they was raised. It's just like if a black dude was raised.
But the average black dude don't wear no chain.
Depends on where you at.
I'll put it this way: it's black dudes in my neighborhood. Them niggas don't wear chains.
Yeah, and where I grew up, everybody wore chains except me. So it depends on where you land.
Yeah, and now the thing is getting a new car. I mean that's the thing, getting a new good looking car all the time.
Yeah, y'all got to tell Savage that because based on what he said, it seems like it's the average white dude don't wear chains. The average black dude wears chains.
No, depends on location and environment.
But what I'm saying is, the average, like I was giving examples based on the fact that you have black guys that wear their money, that are average guys that wear their money to get bitches. You don't really have average. You don't have average white dudes doing that. You do have dudes that grow up in black communities and hang out in the black community a lot that do that stuff. Like I used to be one of those guys. And then when I got sober, I changed how I acted and how I talked because I wanted to be someone different because the mindset I had was a negative mindset that was holding me back. So I had to change the way I seen things. But
so Savage, is there something in the white community that dudes do to get bitches? Or something like that does not exist?
No, they do. They just do different things. Like they don't wear their money is what I'm telling you.
Now I know where you're coming from.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
I get it.
You don't like. You don't. Okay, so like you're like for me, when I was growing up, my parents never bought me a pair of Jordans. They never bought me a pair of J's. I never got any designer shoes of any kind. The first pair of the first pair of name brand shoes I got was a pair of Etnies, which is a skateboarding shoe, which was only like $60.
I remember Etnies.
And I had to save the money up and buy them myself.
Mm-hmm.
But my son's mom buys my 4-year-old who doesn't even know what Nike shoes are, Timberlands and Nikes. Why is that? Why does she dress him in Nikes and Jordans when he's 4?
Okay. Does your baby mom have a brother or any male in her family?
What does that have to do with anything?
A father. She has a father, and she also has a brother that's younger than her.
How much younger? Like same generation? No. Wait. I'm going somewhere. Wait. Hold on. The reason why I'm saying it doesn't even have to be your baby mom's. Anybody, right? You said that you had to Etnies, right? That's what you had to save up to get. How old are you, Savage? I assume you're millennial, right? You're 32. Yeah, 32. Okay, perfect. So you're millennial. So back in your day when you had to save up money to buy your sneakers and all of that stuff. Mm-hmm. Back in your day or back in our day, you mean to tell me the average black kid was just running around having his parents buy him Jordans like that? Or you think he had to save up money too to buy him a pair of Jordans just like you did?
But I'm not saying that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that black people have their parents buying them shoes. That's not what I said.
Well, you gave the example with your baby moms buying your 4-year-old a pair of Jordans.
Correct.
Right? So I'm saying that you're giving a parallel with when you bought your own sneakers with when your son is having sneakers being bought for him. But I'm saying that since we're still on this white dudes do this, black dudes do that, I'm saying back in your days where you bought Etnies, you mean to tell me that the black dude was getting Jordans from his parents, or he also had to save up money to buy Jordans, just like you had to save up money to buy Etnies?
Well, the black kids that were in my school, one of them was adopted by a white family, and he had name brand shoes, and the other black kids were the principal's son. So his dad had money. So like
Okay,
at my
those are
high
exceptions though,
school
because
there
their
was only
parents had money.
yeah, but in my high school there was only 3 black people. So I
Okay.
can't give you any hard statistics on my school. But the point that I'm making is it's been known for years that black kids shoot other black kids for their shoes. There's been multiple black kids that have died over shoes. Where have you seen that in the white community where kids are getting killed for their shoes, their coat, their jacket, their pants?
And I want to add 2 cents. What's up, y'all?
What's up?
What's up? I'm sorry. Real quick. Shout out. Welcome, Spiritual Logic. Welcome, Aegon. So,
Aegon, what's up? Practicing.
Hold on, Mace. Go ahead,
No, I'm
Spirit.
not saying nothing.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to say.
Oh yeah, Spiritual. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say this. I hear what y'all saying, but I would have to say that we got to be real and say white people understand how the world works. They understand that what's important. Like white people are, in majority, are focused on getting homes. They're focused on getting jobs, and this is a majority. There's always going to be derelict people among in the community. But when you're talking about numbers, white people, for the most part, understand how to prepare their children and what's important in life and prioritize better than black people. And because they do that, they just acquire more things than necessary to survive, which just is overall giving them a leg up. While black people put more stock in superficial things that have nothing to do with survival. Like you say, it's more about swag, a feeling, about the feel of something, that it's the functionality to survive in it. And go ahead.
That's why I brought it back to my son's mom, because my son's mom has control of my son and she buys him those shoes. Yeah. I would not buy my son those shoes.
Right. Yeah. Because I'm sorry, Eisen. Go ahead.
Because and I'm gonna let Aegon go. Because of the simple point is the simple fact: these single mamas, they are gonna raise and dress these dudes, these little boys, to look like the niggas they want to fuck.
Facts.
Yeah. Go ahead, Aegon.
Yeah. What's up, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's up, y'all? What's up, Hawk? What's up, everybody? The thing that I like to say is the major difference is that like white men control their women. They control.
I was gonna say that too.
They control their women.
They keep their women in check. We don't.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I get what Aegon's saying. I don't think it's a question of controlling the women as it is controlling the purse a little better than we do.
But that's controlling the women.
No, I would say it's more they may control the eyes of the culture to where, like Zero said, just don't disrespect us out in public. But that's completely different than controlling the actual.
Yeah, I would add this. Let me add this. I would add this. It's not really, well, I wouldn't say it's about controlling the women, but like I said, when white people get their homes, they have careers, they have more leverage because they're not as dependent on working with the women as the black people are trying to work with women. Black people just have the things that women need, and they seek to control their own their own lives better. That's why I tell black people to control your own lives, focus on getting your life together, your home, so you don't have to go 50-50. So you're not looking to use a woman as a partner or the means to survive. You can survive on your own. Therefore, if you bring a woman in your life, you have more room to bring her in on your terms rather than, oh, she's my partner, I can't do this without her. Like you hear some simp black husband talking about, I need my wife, without her, where would I be?
Spiritual logic. Like basically, what you're trying to say is they want to bow down to the pussy.
Right.
But
overall,
that are in control of their.
But what you have to understand.
Would you say that again, Zero?
My bad. There's no men in America that are in control of their women.
Right.
Okay.
What you have to understand though is a lot of the kids that are being raised in the black community are by single women. And these single women protect the other women. They don't teach their sons what type of women to stay away from. And you have boys who are doing superficial things to get women, and you have women that are women that are sending their sons into failure with other women. And that's why I'm saying, like, as a whole, You don't have white women on YouTube talking about leveling up and having high standards and all these things. Like you have feminists that are feminists making feminist talking points, but you don't have level up girls. You don't have the white version of level up girls that are being pushed. You don't have the white pink pill on the other side. That's mainly
their women. They can.
We gotta be careful. We gotta be careful. We gotta be careful. It's impossible. Like I agree with Zero. It's impossible to control a woman. That's impossible. Now here's the thing. Now here's the thing. But hold on. Let me qualify it. Here's the thing. When you have see white men who get married have better leverage. At least they plan for the divorce better than black people. They have because they have more. They're more established. So when a divorce happens, they can kind of they got at least they had more in the game to begin with to say, well, I got ripped out the frame, but I can still go back and build my life, afterwards. When black people just kind of get thrown away for the most part. Now there's exceptions, but like I said, as black people, we just put too much energy in the wrong stuff, putting too much trust in the woman, too much trust.
All right, so okay, so go ahead, Smooth. What were you gonna? I'm just kidding, not Smooth. I'm sorry, Zero. What were you gonna say? And then after Zero, Smooth.
So, like, white men do not plan for divorce. They're no different than any other group in America. No one is control of any women in America. We have feminism. People keep forgetting that they have all the power and all the rights. You can't even plan for divorce. Like there's nothing you can do to plan for divorce because you can't even protect yourself during the divorce. There's no planning for it. As far as that gold digger culture, the difference between the white people and black people and the gold digger culture shit is that for white women, it's an automatic culture thing. They don't have to promote it because they just do it. Like when white women go for the bag, it's automatic that it's automatically known. It's just like the reason why athletes and shit get with white women is they already know they need the money to even fuck with these chicks. Like right away, they don't even think about it. It's automatic. Mm-hmm. Women advertise that shit. They're like, they say it out loud. White women don't say it out loud. That's the only difference between the two. White women don't announce that they want your money. Also, what white women do is they say, well, they understand the transaction. This is the difference. And this is the big major difference. They understand the transaction. They understand the relationship is a transaction. They're going to do whatever the fuck that they need to do within that marriage, even the little things, all the little things that matter. Like, I don't know, sitting up straight at dinner, that type of shit. All of that shit matters. They know how to do all of that shit because they're trained to do it. The only difference between black women and
hold on 1 second, sir. I'm sorry. Hey, Mace. Hey, Mace, can you mute up, man?
Yeah, I already did. I pulled away, but the show is so good. I had to get.
Well, yeah, but we can still hear it when you pulled away.
No,
man.
no, I'm muted.
All right, cool. Thanks. Go ahead, Zero. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, like there is a culture difference. They're more trained. I'll just say it that way. They're more trained in how to, like, I guess, behave like a wife. I'm using quote fingers because they're all cosplaying, but they're more trained. Like even trailer park white girls are more relationship ready than the average Keisha. Like, and that's serious shit. Just like, but there's under no circumstances any American women gonna be under control. It's just their level of acceptance of the transaction. That's the only difference between the two.
And all right, so hold on.
Not here.
Yeah, hold on. So okay, go ahead, Smooth. You were next.
No, I'm good, man. I'm just gonna listen for the rest, man. I'm good.
Okay. Who wanted to say something a second ago?
Black girls.
Yeah, I'll say something.
Okay.
Yeah,
spiritual than black girls.
Okay, yeah,
Thanks,
I agree. I agree with Zero saying when I said plan, I mean like at least you see more white people have the infrastructure to even go to court and actually put up a fight. Like you said, yeah. When I say I'm not talking about like they're planning like I know I'm going to divorce, but having the infrastructure, at least the life, the resources, the capital to at least go to court and fight rather than just getting torn out the frame and left for dead.
Yeah, go ahead, black girls.
Okay, yeah. In summary of what Zero's saying, black women want the same outcomes they see other cultures are doing, but they don't want to pay the cost of the transaction. So imagine wanting a product and you have to pay X amount of dollars. Black women want to get it for free. And then when spiritual mentioned like some type of infrastructure, when you got a culture of women who just take, how you gonna build when they just keep taking stuff away from you? They have the highest divorce rates. They divorce at a higher rate than they can marry too.
Well, like even in white cultures, like we still have we still have whore women that openly sleep with all sorts of dudes, but like that's not even like you don't have people trying to wife those women.
Exactly.
Like you don't have.
I
you
don't
don't have
believe that.
Hold on,
Yo.
Smooth. Hold on.
Hold on, Smooth, man. You let it finish.
Yeah, like you have party girls that are literally party girls. They go to parties, they get drunk, they get banged out, and that's it. Like they just get passed around. Like you don't. Those women aren't getting married. Like in my generation, all the party girls, I don't see them getting married. Only party girls that I know of that got married had a party phase and then they stopped and then they married someone after they stopped their party phase that had nothing to do with anyone they knew at that time. But the girls that are constantly in a party phase, they can't keep a man. They're horrible to date and they're not getting married.
Yeah, but isn't that the thing for all women?
No, what the thing what he's bringing up is the simple fact that the culture of the men is different too, Smooth. The thing is, what's pushed? If you ain't wifing up and trying to take these single mothers, you ain't a real man. That's not pushed over there.
Yeah,
Look,
now
none of y'all could tell me a white chick that was a party girl getting her slut on and all of that shit.
Well,
here's
here,
the
okay.
thing.
Well, let me
Find a simp that married her.
Well, let me try this. Let me try it
took
this way.
care of her.
Okay. Well, let me try it this way. Let me try it this way. Okay. If you take a white woman in college and she's going through her slut phase, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When she graduates, she leaves that college and she goes somewhere else to find a job. In that new place, as far as anybody else is concerned, she's the Virgin Mary. Mm-hmm. However, if you take a black woman, she will run her slutty behavior and still trying to sell herself as the Virgin Mary in the same spot she did the slutty behavior. Does that make sense?
You saying the same spot? So what if she moves just like the white chick?
No, she don't move. She
don't move. And not only does she not move, but the other women in that very same area who watched her do it in that space will tell the other men they should be shamed for not wifing her up.
And I'll say this, and we gotta remember, in this culture, it's about pretending. Some women just know how to pretend better, and some women don't even see the need to pretend. And because the culture and the environment, women are just kind of like faking femininity for the most part.
Right.
So you got some women who understand how life works and understand, okay, I need to at least put on a good face, even though I might be always a whore, always, because women are incentivized to be loose and wild and reckless in that respect. Men, that's the legal system that they know. They know the legal system probably better than we do. So they're incentivized to fake it. So some women who understand how life works, they'll say, well, if I want to get married, I need to put on this face. But black women don't see the need to even fake it.
And not only that, the biggest thing is you got these older niggas that are pushing the fact that you're supposed to wife up these hoes. Forget the women aspect of it on the men's side.
But what y'all talking about from the time of Savage, even like everything Savage said used to be true. Everything y'all saying right now used to be true. Like they don't have to fake anymore. Like I know.
Oh yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
People see how reality work. Like they don't have to go.
That's because the men are so weak. That's because the men are so weak.
Right, but they don't have to go anywhere and start over anymore. Like those days are over with.
No. I wasn't trying to allude that that's what's going on now. I was just trying to make an analogy that would give a little clarification for Smooth. I don't believe for a second that matters now. There's no way to assume that such a thing still is accepted now. Just look at slut walking and everything else in between.
Well,
Lawrence,
I had a response for that analogy, but Zero.
Well, like I said, it was just an attempt to clarify things. It wasn't meant to be like that's what's going on right now and that's how it is. Well, all I'm saying is that at the end of the day, it no longer, okay. In its truest sense of in the truest sense of the words, here's the bottom line of it. Regardless of what color you are, it doesn't matter. They're all the same.
True. But this is what I'm telling you though. When I mentioned about these when I'm talking about these party girls, okay? All the party girls that I went to school with, that are my cousins or I grew up with, all of these party girls have kids. They're not married. The girls that are married stopped being party girls and they moved somewhere else and they're married, is what I'm telling you. But if I had no kids, my mom would tell me not to marry a woman with kids.
Right.
There
will be an equal number of anecdotes on the other side of that. Party girls.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Party girls that are married with kids. The thing is, it does not matter anymore. It doesn't matter if they were a party girl in the past. Men are just accepting these bitches, like no matter what. And it doesn't even have to be like even white dudes are bowing down. Like, and there is a lot. There's a large group of white dudes that are just like fuck that. If they take the Chinese position, if you fucked your life up before you got to me, you're gonna stay by yourself. There's a lot of them like that, yes. But the vast majority of men, and this is bore out by the statistics, they will accept a bitch. Like, especially if she kept her looks together, even after going through all of the bullshit that she went through, all she has to do is have some looks about her and be willing to get with a dude that's going to accept her. And most dudes are going to accept if she got her looks, because that's the only qualifier for most men. The qualifier is the looks. This is why the statistics bear out what they bear out. Like the single chicks with kids, they still get married to men of all strata and of all races.
That's talking about the fundamental problem.
Because all of that shit in the past does not matter anymore. No one cares about virtue. They care about, is she still hot, and is she willing to accept this contract so I can have live-in pussy?
But here's the thing: that's the fundamental problem, that just the men are just weak. The men are weak.
So that comes back. So that comes back to three things. The first one is I owe an apology to Smooth. To you. I apologize because I actually thought you were going somewhere else.
Yeah.
And that's why I didn't grasp what you were saying. But as soon as Zero started talking, and you said that's what you're talking about, so I apologize for misunderstanding that. I'm sorry for that.
That don't matter.
No. Hey. Look, this is me you talking to. It does matter. That's part of being a man. You got to admit when you're wrong. Now the other two things are very brief, and that comes to the dichotomy between, I guess, white women and black women. The only thing that I can see is two particular things. One, you won't have white women blowing all their money on name brand shit the way black women will, because they're trying to keep up with the Joneses, or whatever have you may. The second part is that it goes back to what a couple of people have set up here as well. It's the same difference. A white woman will not tell her son to go wife up a chick with 5 kids just because it's good for the sisterhood. Black women will. Those are the only two differences that I'm seeing right now at this moment. And if I'm wrong, correct me. But that's all I'm seeing right now.
Can I correct you? And I don't know if I have this perspective. And y'all can tell me if I do. Y'all know I grew up in fucking Austria, right?
Right.
And what you just said about you won't find a white woman splurge money on name brands, I can't rock with that because I've seen it. I've seen chicks frivolously spending money on name brand shit.
Well, can I ask you a question? Is that based off? Is that a comparison between what goes on here in the States and what went on in Austria, or are you seeing that across the board?
See, that's the thing, because white women, to me, a white woman in America don't look different than a white woman in freaking Europe.
Okay.
You understand? I mean, yes, there are some distinctions if you look at, but still,
They're
for the
even
most
more
part.
fashion conscious in the East.
You say what?
Again?
They're even more fashion conscious in the East.
Oh,
Exactly.
Yes, they are. Yeah, that I know. That I know.
You
That's
understand me?
that's why I asked you.
They
That's
were
why I asked you if there was a
practicing.
difference.
They were practicing that Harlem shit about, oh, well, you ain't got the latest Gucci sneak, and all of that. I seen that shit with these white chicks.
Right, but okay,
That's in Europe.
There's a caveat to Eastern women's fashion shit is because they live under much more oppressive, I guess, societal rules, and they understand that beauty is like incredibly important. That's why when a lot of people get mail order brides, they always come from the East.
Yep.
So they understand that beauty is like the primary.
Well, Zero, are you talking Eastern Europe right now? You talking Eastern Europe?
Eastern
or
culture,
you mean just
period,
East?
all of it.
Okay.
Eastern cultures. So they understand that beauty is primary. This is why, like, the fashion is so much more acute over there. They, like, the women over there understand, but they don't use fashion the same way Western women use it. Yeah, they look alike, they dress alike, but Eastern women use fashion as a tool more so than Western women use it as status.
Yeah, and that's why I asked if there was.
But
That's
I am
why.
talking about Western women. I
No,
mean,
but-
Austria,
no, but-
Germany, UK. That's Western women still.
But there's clearly a difference, man.
But there's still a difference. We have to make that. We have to make that disconnect.
Okay.
We have to separate.
Yeah, location and
because Austrian women, you know, and et cetera and so on. Again, like Zero said, they're doing it as a tool to build themselves up to go to the next level for status. Women here, white women here, if they are doing it, they're doing it just so they can have clout, just so they can say, my baby wears this, yada, yada, yada. We've heard that with black women.
Right.
It's just something to make themselves look good, because they're not even doing it for the kids. They're doing it to impress other women and other people around them.
Stun on other women.
Yeah,
thank you.
And the only difference I can really clearly see between the two is that the chicks that are in more oppressive environments, they even more so understand that transaction of the relationship. Like even
absolutely,
more so.
Absolutely.
Like,
you can see that.
Well, not even that.
But they really understand because they try to get out of their environment.
Exactly. Go ahead, Savage.
Well, not even that, but over in Europe and stuff, you have more socialized countries, so they're not having to pay for school. They're not having to pay. There's a lot of things that are given to them in the society that they're in, so their money is able to be spent in a different way.
Yeah. And real quick,
so
before anybody, I'm sorry, I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Just their mindset is going to be different.
Yeah. So real quick, because we've all been talking, we lost Aegon. What's up, Aegon?
Yeah, Aegon, what's good?
Yeah, come back, Aegon.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
I guess what I meant to say is, when I say control women, I mean there's levels to it. I mean, you got the strictest cultures in the world. You say the Middle East and like China, and a lot of poor places, and then you have over here where it's very loose. What I'm saying is that white women have more power than black women, and they're both Americans. I'm talking American black and white women. So there's a bigger population of them. So they should have at least 13% of white women acting as bad as black women do, but they don't. So basically,
there is a control.
The law. No. So, but I'm saying, but they have control. White culture has a control over their women, not to the extreme of the Eastern nations, but they have control over their women because they have more power than black women do, and they don't abuse it on their men. Now, they do use some power, but not. They could use more, but they don't.
I would argue the difference is that they have a respect for their culture more versus the black woman in America.
Which we go back to what Savage said about do what you got to do, but don't disrespect us in the process.
But they are disrespecting y'all, though.
Well, it's always going to be a level of disrespect. But here's the thing: there's a difference between disrespecting your own kind, and there's a difference between disrespecting your own kind by letting the whole world see it. In other words, look, you and I can fight all day, every day, and I'm still going to love you. But let another motherfucker from the outside come in and do it and see what happens.
let me say this. Like, if you think about
Also, you're
it,
saying their moral code.
here's the thing: female nature is universal everywhere, but there's a culture and there's
Correct.
legal difference. Like women in Shahara law are the same women everywhere else, but Shahara law just is a cultural thing that it contains that nature in a way that it just does. Yeah, it
Right.
doesn't mean the women are different. It just means that they're in a different culture and a different kind of legality.
Well, you also have to understand that, like, as a whole, like white women do all the same shit to white dudes. They lie, they cheat, they get pregnant by other dudes. They do all the same shit, but you can tell if a woman's low quality by the way that she does these things. So if a woman cheats on you and she shows, like, she puts it on Facebook, that would be, us white guys would consider her to be the lowest of the low woman. Like, most of us would not entertain her. But what those women still, like, women still cheat on dudes. Like, that shit still happens. They do the same shit that all other women do, but they just do it in a different way.
You're talking about execution. That's all you're talking about. You're talking about execution.
like,
if a white woman cheats, she's going to cheat. She's going to do what she do. Most black women like to throw it in a man's face, put it, like you said, put it up on Facebook. They're loud with it. That's the thing. They're loud with it.
Yes, they do.
They're very loud with it, and it takes it to the point where if you're cheating, okay, you're cheating. That's one thing, but now you're trying to take it to a level where you're trying to diminish me as a man, as if it's already bad enough you're out there cheating.
Yeah, no, they play themselves, and try to like make us. What's that word we use about what they try to shame us by letting the world know that we ain't crap and I cheated on this no good, you know what? But yet it really, really makes them bad and make their whole, in my opinion, their whole sisterhood looks bad.
That's only half of it. That's only half of it, because the first half is to make you look bad and to make you feel bad. The other half is to turn around and look at you and go, well, if it wasn't for you and if you did what you were supposed to, I wouldn't have to do this.
Well, just like women use.
So in other words, they're trying to escape the consequences of their actions by putting the blame on you, me, whoever it is.
Yeah,
white women do the same shit. They give the same excuses, like, you don't pay. I cheat on you because you don't pay enough attention to me.
Oh yeah,
you're always working. Like, they do the same shit. They just do it in a different way. Just like there are plenty of white women out here that play the same. Like, you go talk to a white woman, she used to get her ass beat. Like, every girl I've ever talked to in my life came from an abusive relationship. Do I really think that that's statistically possible? No, I don't. I don't think that's statistically possible. But they all say the same shit. Like, women do the same shit. It's just the way that they do it. And what I'm saying about the gold digger thing is, you have an idea to get bitches, you have to show your money in the black community, which is true. Like, everything is done for bitches. White guys really don't do it like that. Like, white guys really don't do shit like that. We just don't.
You see, that's the thing.
In other words,
you're making it seem like.
Can you repeat that? You said white guys.
Y'all are so different. White guys don't do it like that. Like, go ahead. Yeah.
No,
so guys, did he say white guys don't do it for bitches?
No, it's not. I'm not. We don't. So your average white dude is not going to be spending a bunch of money on himself to get bitches. He'll be most of them are spending money on bitches to get bitches.
No.
Like,
yes, they do. They do it differently than black men, but they still do it.
But they still do it.
I didn't. That's not what I said. I'm saying they don't spend money on themselves to get bitches. They spend it on bitches to get bitches. They send.
Yes, they
white
do.
dudes sent.
Yes, they do. They do it differently than black men, but they still spend a shit ton of money on themselves to attract bitches. They still do that. A lot of white dudes, they buy a lot of material possessions to attract bitches. They do the same thing. No man does anything really that different. They buy different shit. They buy different shit. It's just like, here's a perfect example. It's just like how pookie motherfuckers can have sex with chicks of all strata just on the strength of the hood swag shit. Now, if a white dude they can hood swag and get some hood bitches, but if they try to hood swag and get a chick from a higher social strata, they're gonna get laughed out the fucking room. Because the higher social strata women, they don't want to see the white dude at that level on some pookie shit. they'll accept the black dude on some pookie shit and still fuck him, but they're not gonna do the same thing for the white dude. It's a double standard, but fuck it. However, when it comes to buying material shit, white dudes just buy different shit.
Right, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's the same game, just different execution. The black guy would wear his money. Yeah. I know. That's why I'm trying to clarify.
Like, I literally know average dudes that spend thousands of dollars on jewelry for their women.
Right,
and they're dating for a while. They don't buy themselves jewelry. Like, they simp super hard for women as a thing. Like, that's what I'm telling you. Like, a lot of white dudes are hardcore simpers.
And a lot of black dudes spend that kind of money on jewelry for their bitches too. My thing is that I don't get this difference that I hear from you said. That's why I came on that first, because you said all these things, but the same examples that you gave on the white end, I can see on the black end. Or the same things you say for black folks, I can see with white folks. So I don't really get the
here's
difference.
the thing, but Smooth, this is why I told you it's the culture and the legal system. Women are the same everywhere, but the culture, like, you can't, like, okay, women are the same in Saudi Arabia, but I guarantee you that there's societal and cultural consequences for the same behavior in Saudi Arabia if the woman that in terms of being in the US.
Don't keep talking about the double standard between like white and black men buying shit to attract women. They just do it differently. Like, if I was to translate, he's basically saying white dudes just don't go all out with the hood shit. True, they a lot of them don't do all of the hood shit. I'm gonna buy this jewelry, I'm gonna buy these pants. They buy different pants, they buy different clothes, but they still spend the fuck out on themselves to look good, to attract chicks. With the added bonuses, that they have more material wealth than black men on average. So they have shit like boats, stuff like, or second homes, stuff like that. Or they
grandmother's house that she left me.
But that's
let's replace the herringbone chain with the fucking Audemars watch. That's the difference.
Well, see, but that's the point. He's saying you guys are actually saying the same damn thing.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Here's the thing. Here's what he's presenting. White men are not spending money on hood shit to attract women, like loud ass clothes and jewelry. And I agree, but that doesn't mean that they're not spending money on themselves to look good to attract women. They just spend on different shit.
But I never heard him say that.
He never said that. Second part.
But that's the point I'm trying to make. He never said that.
I'm saying replace the baggy jeans with a suit. That's what. So he's neglecting to say. Okay, he's neglecting to say, instead of buying baggy jeans and a herringbone chain, they buy suits and an Audemars watch. Okay,
those are different. No, but that's a different. That's a different class of dude, because your average white dude isn't buying a suit. He's not.
Well, let's put it this way.
Buying a pair of Levi's.
Let's make sure we clarifying just plain sexual access from simping in a marriage, because when you just want sex, then that's what swag probably will have. In the black community, they don't care about, like, a dude who's trying to just get sex and not trying to actually marry and simp out. He's just going to use swag for the most part. That's the superficial dumb stuff. But when it comes to, like, seeking a woman for simping out for a marriage in either culture, they're going to do it different ways. They are both going to do it. They're just going to do it different ways.
And also, I was going to say also, too, the other thing to take in consideration is the location.
Yes, location plays a big part, because what I used to have to do in New York is not the same as what I have to do in Florida. That's fact. And what I do in Florida is not what I used to have to do in North Carolina. I mean, all that does matter. Your cultural level, your geographic location, your economic level, social status, all that plays a part. But I agree. I agree.
Yeah. So what you're talking about is a higher class of white dude. Your average white dude isn't buying those watches. Your average white dude is buying Levi's. They're spending $50 on a pair of jeans. Like, they're not overly flashy. But where white guys are different is white guys are spending a fuck ton of money on women to get women. Like, like the way that we're raised is we're more raised to be to pay for women up front, pretty much. We don't like the way that our culture works is you don't have to have women come out and tell other women to accept. Like, for example, how many times have you guys heard a woman say, well, he's dressed in designer clothes but can't buy them for his kid? Have you ever heard a black woman say that?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
You don't hear white women say that because that's not the way that's in our culture. We pay up our money on our women. We don't put it on ourselves to attract women. Like,
so what is the white equivalent
to a degree? To a degree, Savage. I would agree with you
because y'all buy homes and cars. I mean, y'all still buy homes.
Just like a good example for a black man, it might be sneakers and chains. For a white dude, it would be a convertible.
And see here,
or bragging on his career.
And I think that was the part that got me triggered that I came up here, because the thing was that, okay, you don't do this, you don't do this, you don't do that. First of all, I know that y'all do some shit like that, but you have your own version of it. But I wasn't hearing that part.
Well, yeah, because you got triggered. I didn't say, like, the point that I was making was the reason that you're able to have black women openly come out and talk about leveling up and fucking for the bag is because you have women that are teaching men to be more materialistic and peacocking, so it makes it easier for that narrative to be openly accepted. You don't have peacocking taught in the white community, so you don't have women coming out on the white side and telling women to fuck for Gucci bags. That was the point that I was making. That the reason that you're able to have these level up girls and all that is because the way the culture is set up with women raising men. But because you don't have that same ideology going on in the white community, the simping is different. That's all I was saying.
Well, as long as we say it's different, they all doing it for, all women are doing it for the bag. You know,
White girls don't have to have a whole level up division and all of that stuff.
That's the point.
They ain't got to do it.
Yeah, that's the point he's trying to make. That's why I was saying
they have an abundance of that shit.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why I was saying you guys are literally saying the same thing, just with different words. There might have been a slight misunderstanding in the direction, but it all comes down to the same. It all comes down to the same thing. All women are doing it, and both black men and white men do it. It's just their execution is different.
That's why we talk about solutions. The solution is always with the man. It's like we're focusing on women. It's always about men, and like we all said this before. Like most men just don't have the ability to ignore, to have sexual discipline, to have self-control, and not be exploited by their flesh, by their weaknesses.
Right.
That saying "happy wife, happy life." That is really a white people thing.
Oh yeah, it is.
Like that's what we hear a lot of. Like my mom has said it to me, happy life, happy wife. The white women I've dated have said that to me. Black women have never said that to me. I've never had a girl that I was dating that was black
people do it. Black people do it, but they don't actually care about having an actual life. They just think happy woman, happy woman. They don't even think further than that.
Actually, they flipped it a little bit, because and I'm pretty sure all you guys are going to remember this. What's mine is mine, and what's yours is mine.
Exactly.
That's how it is. That's why.
That's the way.
Well, that's women in general, anyway.
Yeah, but as far as it goes for being in your face with it, it's going to be more black women than it is white women. White women, like Savage said, will look at you in your face and go, "Happy wife, happy life." A black woman will literally look in your face and go, "Well, what's mine is mine, and what's yours is mine."
Like
we've seen that.
What we're trying to tell men is to stop making a woman your life. Actually, get a life on your terms. Exactly. Stop making the woman your life.
Like myself personally, like when I dress, the only clothes I buy are Carhartt. That's the only brand of clothes that I buy. I don't buy any other clothes. I
noticed it.
Yeah, if you see me, I look like just a normal blue collar dude, or I look like a farmer. Like that's it. You won't ever see me wearing some Gucci shit or any Nike shit or anything like that. I just dress like
minus the tattoos and stuff, man.
You can do that, bro.
Well, if a nigga want to look fresh, let him look fresh. Like that. You know what I'm saying? You can have a blue collar dude that's probably going to match his card with something else. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Shit, man, please.
Well, I'm not hating. I just was saying what I do.
Well, see, for me, my experience,
Really?
I've looked at it from both sides because when I first started out, like most men are want to do, I was blue collar, so wearing jeans, Levi's, that kind of stuff, no big deal to me. And then as I moved up and I got into corporate, every day was a suit. And there's a serious difference in how women look and act and interact with you based on that. And then when you get older and you start making money, you start picking up the other side of that, where you start dressing even lower than you did as blue collar because you're not trying to let everybody know what kind of money you got, what kind of status you got, what kind of status you got. Like millionaires,
That's
never
when
know.
you start wearing hoodies and shit, huh?
Right? Yeah, it's like you'll be in a grocery store standing right next to a millionaire, and you never know it.
But he got
Can-
freaking good.
Yeah.
I just want to go right back to what Savage was saying. Like I'm not saying like he's not wrong. I'm not saying he's wrong. So so we're not talking about higher strata white dudes. Understood. You're talking about the regular average everyday. So regular average everyday white dudes. Again, this is the difference between like what white dudes buy and what black dudes buy. So is everyone familiar with North Face?
Yes.
Yes. So when niggas started buying up all of the quote unquote brand name stuff, white people simply switched to a different brand to make themselves to identify themselves as different or whatever. So
Patagonia.
North Face became the default white dude cool brand of clothing.
The Abercrombie Fitch of 2020.
Right.
Same with Helly Henson.
And these and this is accessible clothing. This isn't for a higher strata of white male or anything like that. This is regular accessible clothing. The thing is, it identified you as like, the white dude who dresses well.
Well, if you go
along with like Asics shoes and shopping at Nordstrom and shit like that, Nordstrom really isn't that expensive.
Nope.
Cabela and shit.
There's a bunch of shit in there that is expensive, but for the most part, stuff that's in Nordstrom isn't expensive. But white dudes started shopping it to present a different image. Now, and this is average, everyday white dudes. It's just that white dudes wear different shit in order to do the same thing that black dudes are doing to attract women. They just wear different brands. So if a chick sees a dude in North Face, he's like, okay, he spent a couple $100 on that jacket. Or it's the same shit. It's just
I see what you're saying.
Thank you.
It's swag shit.
Back in the day, we had our Fubu's, Fat Farms, and our freaking Carl Kanais and shit.
Right.
And
So
the
what
white
I'm
folks
saying
had their shit that they was with.
Had no fear on.
So what I'm saying is he's not wrong about it. But all they're doing is they're just wearing different things. It's just like even with cars. When niggas started buying up BMWs and they started making the BMW look like a welfare car. Everybody had one.
And
so what did white dudes do? White dudes switched to the Audi.
Right.
And made Audi a premier brand. Now everybody trying to get an Audi.
Actually, I saw that in the 80s when they switched over to the Saab.
Well, do you know what the average vehicle right now in America is?
Isn't it a Toyota or something?
Probably a CRV.
No, it's a Ford F-150. That's the average vehicle.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, especially down here in the South. And here in the South, what goes on, them white boys, they jack it up, put them big ass mud tires on there. That's the status symbol right there for the regular.
Yeah, that's like putting rims on the car for the niggas, right?
Yeah, and the candy paint and shit and all.
Yeah. Well, you got to go mudding, man. You got to go mudding. Real quick. Just a quick shout out. Black Curls dropped down. It was good having you up here, man. Hope to see you next time.
So
Black Curls come back.
But like, if you go to like back when I was growing up, Abercrombie and Hollister was popular.
Yeah.
those brands,
oh my god, yeah.
Those brands aren't expensive, is what I'm saying. Like your average shirt is like $20-$30. Like that's not an expensive brand. The jeans aren't expensive. Like that's like Old Navy. Like Old Navy was popular at one point. That is not a name. Like it's a name, but it's not an expensive brand. Like
Okay.
most white people they'll buy clothes, but they're not spending $90 on a t-shirt. They're not spending $140 on a t-shirt. Like you're not seeing your average white dude do that.
With
Like
the,
you're
the
gonna see
Lacoste polo shirt and all that type of shit. I see what you're saying.
like you're gonna see in your average dude dress nicely, but they're not spending $900 on an outfit. Like the average guys just don't do stuff like that. Like
No,
the
that's
reason
not the point.
I understand that, but again, what I'm telling you, no one wants to look like a fucking bum. But buying clothes that look good for $20 is different than buying a $300-$400 belt. It's a different thing.
Savage.
We
You see,
understand that white dudes aren't out there buying herringbone chains and shit, busy teeth. They're not out there buying big ass belts and shit with buckles on it that say I'm the shit. We understand that.
but zero. But he's always talking about a different time as well, because the time that you're talking about, Savage, where Abercrombie and Fit, because this whole belt shit is now $300 belts with the H on and shit. That's today's swag.
It doesn't matter. Like let's remove the time. Like none of that matters. All that matters is what we're saying is they just buy different shit, regardless of.
Yeah, we just buy different shit.
Some of it is expensive. Some of it is not. For example, again, the North Face shit is kind of expensive. You can go get a North Face jacket from anywhere from between $50 to a few $100s. The whole point of the matter is they, I guess what you call cultural, made the brand culture appropriate, just like Asics, just like American Eagle jeans and shit. A lot of white dudes went from Levi to American Eagle. They just switched brands. It doesn't matter. The price, fuck that. It's all about the look, the aesthetic, and the appeal of it being like outside of this particular thing. So I don't want to look like a ghetto ass motherfucker, so I'm gonna wear this. But this still indicates that I'm trying to attract you with these clothes, or with this stuff. Doesn't have to be a one-to-one parody on like chains versus this or whatever. The whole thing is white dudes buy different shit to achieve the same effect. That's all it is. Like fuck the price.
And Abercrombie and Fitch want no $20 shirt, yo.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Again,
Not $20.
Abercrombie wasn't that expensive.
The prices range from a few dozen bucks all the way up to hundreds. The fact that fuck the price, they switch they're doing the same thing in a different way to achieve the same effect. Niggas buy nigga clothes. Yeah. White dudes buy white dudes clothes.
Dudes buy white dudes clothes. Exactly.
And as soon as white dudes start doing the same thing, they just switch to another thing. They just switch to a different brand or switch to different shit.
Yep.
And it's easy to see this.
Like the whole reason that I buy Carhartt clothes is because I work in the trades. So I buy clothes that last, and I work all the time, so I don't buy, like, I have no need to have like not working clothes. So I wear work clothes all the time. I would, if I was to buy clothes like for going out or something or a special occasion, I would have no use for them because they would literally just be clothes I wouldn't wear.
Those hats you get from Carhartts that looks like dog ears and shit?
Yes, I've seen those. I don't own
right. You don't see a bunch of people wearing them shit to the club?
I've never been to a club.
Okay, well,
good for you.
Here's the thing: fashion is fashion. Like I give you, like here in Minnesota, Cabela's is popular as shit, and all they sell is hunting gear. People be going to get fucking camouflage jackets and coats and
they don't fucking hunt. They don't even fucking hunt.
They don't even. Yeah, they don't hunt. They wear it for the bitches. And white dudes do the same shit. They be in Target. They be in Target with green camouflage, brown camouflage. They're not wearing that shit for hunt. They're wearing shit for hoes because it's all fashion based. And Bella knows that people are coming there for fashion. They market that shit for fashion. They even got fucking displays of here's this outfit. Here's this hunter / go walk around and get bitches outfit.
Yeah. Remember in the days they had the camouflage hip hop outfits.
Yeah, here's the ice fishing outfit. Like we get it, man. Here's fashion shit. White dudes just wear different clothes, and what happens is black dudes will go in there and they'll fucking popularize it, wear it out, and then they'll just switch to another brand. It's the same effect though. Everybody's doing the same thing.
Straight up.
That's all I'm getting at.
And paying the same price.
All men are doing the same shit.
Yes.
That's what I'm getting at.
And paying the same price too.
Yeah, but let's be fair though. Who remembers when True Religion jeans were popping?
I do.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, like
those jeans
2006, 2007, 8,
those
9,
jeans, 10. Those jeans are like $200-$300 a pair.
Uh-huh.
Right, but American
I don't
Eagles
know.
are like,
I don't know anyone.
Jeans are always expensive. American Eagle jeans range from like $60 all up to a couple $100, but everybody had the fucking American Eagle jeans on.
I've never seen a pair of American.
And it doesn't,
$300.
It doesn't even have to be name brand stuff, because I've seen it happen when I was younger with Lee jeans. Lee jeans Levi's were always more popular, but when people started wearing Lee jeans, suddenly the price went up on them. People started buying them more, etc., and so on. And so it doesn't matter if it's a big name brand or something just small. It could be a bargain basement thing.
I've seen white boys in True Religions.
Yeah, hold on. I've seen people literally buy off-market shit and then turn around and wear it in such a way that everybody got excited about it and went out and bought it themselves, and suddenly
price up on it.
And suddenly something that was a knockoff or an off-brand became the brand. So that happens regardless of where you are, who you are, what level of status. Because again, it still comes back down to the same thing. As men, we're going to use whatever's possible as long as it points us in the direction of getting pussy. That's just the way of it. Because men always wore Levi's, but why did they start wearing Lees? Because girls liked them and they got popular because of it, and boom, there you go. Yep. Abercrombie. Before there was Abercrombie and Fish, there was Izot shirts in fucking in the 80s with the little alligator on it.
The Izot Lawrence. I didn't even know.
From like $10 to hundreds.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Starter. I remember when Starter was a white dude brand. I remember back in the day.
Yeah, me too.
Before niggas started getting killed over Starter jackets and Starter sweaters and Starter pullovers, that was a white dude brand. Niggas didn't even wear that shit.
Yes,
and
it was.
Then when they started wearing them,
they started wearing it.
They just moved, and then white dudes moved on to what was it called? Goose. The Goose.
Yeah. It was Goose because it was Izod shirts. And then people didn't want to get them messed up when it rained and whatever. Then people started going to get starter jacket. I still got my starter jacket to this day.
Right, but then after it got popularized and niggified, the white dudes went over to the Goose, and then niggas went over to the Goose, and then the Goose shit got popular, and then white dudes like, oh, let's go over here to the
Ed Hardy.
The Ed Hardy shit, and no, what's the they had like a Ford Explorer named out Eddie Bauer shit.
Yeah, Eddie Bauer.
Wait, hold on. I got a question. So, Zero, what you trying to say is niggas going over there buying up this shit, driving up the price on this motherfucking shit all the time?
Yes,
because
you didn't know that, bro.
Okay, niggas be looking for the next cool thing, but so is white. Like white dudes wear clothes just like black people to attract bitches. Like there's no difference. Okay, I mean, you ain't gonna see white dudes running around buying like $3,000 fucking Yeezys because they don't care, but they want to look nice enough to attract a woman. Nobody would like Savage said, nobody wants to look like a fucking bum, and that's true. Right. So white dudes are not like black people ain't got a monopoly on fashion.
So then the argument. So then it's okay. So the argument, I guess, becomes as to what extreme dollar wise is being spent. Would that be fair?
Yeah, but okay.
What extreme would the average dude spend?
White dudes will buy a brand, right? And that brand is just basically a signifier. This is what I wear. I'm well, blah blah blah. Signifier that you should fuck with me. Right. Black dudes they'll be wearing whatever they wear, but then there's black dudes that want to look different. You know how we got all them niggas, them different niggas that want to be
Harlem niggas,
standout niggas that wear pink gloves and shit. So they'll look over across the hall and go, oh, I need to fuck with this so I can look different. I want this perceived level of betterness. So
I need my belt to match my socks, yo.
Wear what these white dudes is wearing. So they'll go get the same brands that the white dudes get, and then all of a sudden it becomes popular. Then the white dudes move on to something else, and then the different niggas will go run over there, and then it gets popular again, and then they move on to. It's watch, rinse, repeat.
Yeah.
We seen this shit throughout life, man. It's watch, rinse, repeat. Like right now, white dudes is all about the fucking North Face. You know what's happening right now?
Oh, I've seen
Niggas
it.
in
Niggas
North
buying
Face.
this shit.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen
I
it.
seen that niggas
Zero,
in North
zero.
Face, and I didn't even know that was actually a white people. I thought it was some
You
nigga
want to know
shit.
what's happening to North Face clothes?
Zero, you telling me the
prices are
North
going
Face
up.
is back in?
So
What?
You telling me the North Face is back in again?
Look, North
Yes.
Face right now, white dudes wear North Face.
Yeah.
Right now, niggas is gravitating to North. You know what's happening to North Face clothing? It's going up. Going
You
up.
know what?
And now when you wear North Faces, bitches look at the back of your jacket and they see the
Mm-hmm.
North Face logo and they be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna fuck with this dude.
Because in New York, back in the late '90s, in the hip hop stage with Nori and Jigga and those guys, they used to rock North Face all the time, and everybody, I'm swear to you, everybody in NYC was rocking a North Face jacket. Everybody was buying, and that North Face jacket was like $300. Now, because white boys are rocking it, brothers are trying to get that. It's gonna skyrocket the price again. It was big 20 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in New York with the North Face, but North
It
Face
was
fell the
big.
fuck off. And,
No, it
and
was
when they
big.
fell the fuck off because niggas started buying rapper brands. Remember, all of the rappers have their own brands.
Yeah, I
John
remember that.
John, Jay-Z
Yeah,
had
I
his
think
shit.
Macy's talk about the time before every rapper had their own brand.
Oh, okay. So that was a long ass time ago then. So
Yeah,
it doesn't
yeah.
matter. Niggas was gravitating towards
20.
black. They was gravitating towards black brands, but they didn't really care about black brand clothing. They cared about black celebrity branded clothing. Meanwhile, white dudes were moving on to other fashion, and then again, the different niggas come through. I'm gonna wear the same thing because then I'm gonna be perceived as a better person. And then when they put the shit on, it gets popular again. So yeah, North Face is popular again.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Tommy Hilfiger was not thrilled with what happened with his shit.
Hilfiger?
Yeah, back at the same time too. Tommy Hilfiger. Yeah. Let me say this.
Yeah, he said point blank he wasn't thrilled about black culture in this. He said that. Yeah.
Did he actually say that, or was that a myth?
Oh, he said it. Bro.
Yeah, he said that. He said I didn't make it for black culture. I don't like the fact that it's attached to black culture. Yeah, he said all that.
Did he really say that? Because I heard that when I was little, and I stopped wearing it. But then I heard it was a myth years later.
No, he said that.
Yeah, Hilfiger said
said
that
it out
the
loud.
Timberland, the people on Timberland saying the same thing about the Timberlands back when they blew up. Yeah, in the '90s, late '90s.
I switched to Panama Jack because Timberland said that.
Yeah,
but it sounds like to me then that almost they're leaving these brands because
I'm looking at an article right
they
now.
don't want to pay the same price. It's being driven up.
And let me say this: Zero bring up that point. You know what it is? It's the kids who their parents were wearing the North Face back in the late '90s, early 2000s. Now their kids are wearing it now because the white boys brought it back into stock.
Well, look at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who brought it back into style, who didn't. It doesn't matter who's wearing it, who's not. The fact of the matter is, it's as simple as Zero was saying and Savage was saying, etc. and so on. You will use whatever tool you have when it comes to trying to get the pussy. That's all. And you're always gonna you're always gonna pick not what's popular among men. You're gonna pick what's popular among women because that's who you're trying to attract.
Well, I still wear my Sean Johns, and I still wear my coat off T-shirt and my white Air Max Ken Griffey's, and I don't pay these women no attention. I just dress for me.
Exactly, and that's what it should be.
So I've never in my life owned a North Face jacket. Never. I've never had one.
That's you personally, though.
Yeah, I've never bought any of that either. Yeah.
I was too fat back in those days when it was in stock, so they didn't have my size.
I'm not saying that I wasn't making a higher, a broader stroke, but I'm just saying I've never owned one. Like, I don't own one to this day. Like, I could buy one. I don't.
You
Well,
ain't
it's like
missing
me.
nothing.
Well, it's like me with the starter jacket. Even after all these years of having it, I never bought it. My cousin William gave that to me. It was his.
I never
I know
wore a
I ain't
starter
spending no
jacket either.
$300 on no damn North Face jacket. You got me
I was
fucked
too
up.
fat, so I couldn't afford it. And I'm glad. And today
Like,
that I'm not fat no more. I ain't wasting my money on it.
Well,
like the
it
only
wasn't about affordability for me. It was just that I didn't see. To me, it never made sense where I would spend half a paycheck on one item of clothing. I mean, even when I was growing up, and it was all about Vidal Sassoon jeans and Jordache, and girls would have different color. I never understood that. I never understood $100 for a pair of jeans that I can just go down and get for 15. I
Yeah,
never understood that.
you know what
so
girls used to love back in the day? They used to love the female L Maxes. Remember those late '90s, early 2000s?
Yeah, I
Cost
don't
like
care about.
200.
I don't care about none of that.
so
Savage, what are you gonna say?
so like so like for me, uh, the last Carhartt, like the last coat I got given was a Milwaukee heated jacket. I got that for Christmas from my brother-in-law because we're both in the trades. And then the coat before that I bought was a Carhartt coat that I've had for like 7 years. Like never, like I've never really bought clothes like that. Never in my life.
Mm.
I can't comment on that.
Look, the most I've ever spent money on is suits, and the only reason I spent money like that is because I would always get them tailored. That's it. That's it. That and the shoes that would go with them. That's the most I've ever spent on clothing. I just can't do it.
Shit,
The
I got
most
them on
money,
deals too.
Say
the
again.
most
I was gonna say I got my suits and shit on deals too. I went whenever they had deals and sales going. Buy
Oh
one
yeah.
get one half off, and
Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I did the
so,
same thing. That's what I'm saying. The money went into tailoring it, not buying it.
the one suit that I have, I bought when I got sober because whenever you lead, they tell you to wear a suit. So I have a suit that I bought from
Carhartt.
H&M. No, Carhartt doesn't make suits. But I have a suit from A&M that was like $140 or something like that. And if Carhartt had a suit, maybe I'd buy it. I don't know. But the most money I spend is when I go at Carhartt. Like I'll spend probably $1,000 in a year with work shit.
Yo, I had to get you on that Carhartt suit. Yo, I had to get you. Yo, he was up there. He was open man for that one.
Listen, bro. I have a Carhartt tattoo. I'm just saying.
Damn, they keep you
What?
safe. Damn, yo,
Man, bleeds Carhartt, bro.
you a brand slave? Like really? Was it
I have.
iron?
I literally have a Carhartt tattoo on my neck.
I think it's funny because I guess it's not uncommon down this way for a lot of white dudes.
They have
Some of
Carhartt
the black too.
tattoos?
Yeah, I mean, well, I ain't gonna say Carhartt tattoos, but to do Carhartt everything.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta understand that like when I spend money on jeans, like I'm like if I buy a normal pair of jeans, I'll go through a pair of jeans within like 2 months.
Right.
So if I buy Carhartt jeans, I literally when I first got into the trades, I bought some Carhartt jeans, and the only reason that I don't have those jeans right now is because I got too fat for them. Not because I tore them, not because of any of that stuff. Just I got too fat.
I'm sorry. When I buy a pair of jeans, I expect change back. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Carhartt jeans are like 60. They're like 40 to $60 depending on what style you get. They go up to $80 depending.
I don't care. Whatever item of clothing I buy, I expect change back. That's all I'm saying. I just, like I said, I can't get into paying outrageous amounts of money for clothes like that. I just can't.
You have to understand that I make money with these clothes. So like it's just like buying tools. Like when you go and buy tools are expensive.
Okay, I get that. From that perspective, I get it because it's a work item and you can technically write it off if you want to. But I mean, just getting them for the sake of getting them to wear or just I can't do it.
No, he's getting them for the durability.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, as far as it goes for work, that's what I'm saying. I get it. I absolutely get it.
You also have to realize that like Carhartt, they make clothes for people that are in the trades and are working class people. So they're tailored and they're cut and made so that they're comfortable when you wear them. They breathe. They don't ride up. They have multiple pockets for the tools you're going to have in your pockets. Like they're specifically tailored for this specific thing. So the fact that I work all the time, they're comfortable to be in. Like I'll spend $80 on a pair of jeans and literally wear them at least 1 or 2 times a week and wear them for 3 years and not tear them in any way.
All right, so you're talking about specialty items then.
Yeah, it's not that they're specialty, it's any of the jeans they make, but they specifically make their jeans for a certain demographic.
Yeah.
Okay, but then that's the reason why you buy the Carhartt that you buy. But that wouldn't be applied to the average white dude, like you said.
Yeah.
Right.
You know
that's
what?
the point I
Down
was
here
trying
in the
to make.
South, down here. That's why I said location is everything. Because down here in the South, these hunting ass white boys, these regular ass white dudes down here wear that shit like it too.
But you have to realize that majority of most white people are working in the trade. Like a lot of the dudes I'm around are electricians or laborers or they're plumbers. Like a lot of the people that buy this shit work somewhere in the trades.
Yeah, but wouldn't you think that they would have other clothes that they wear just for casual, like to?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Around this way, this is what they wear.
No, I mean Savage right now.
That's what I'm saying.
What you have to underdo is white folks don't go to the club. Like we don't.
What? Are you kidding me? Yo, man. Yo, Ego, how you say Philly drawing?
He draw.
I think it depends on the area. That's what I'm trying to say. One thing is location.
Invented the club.
I think the thing is location.
White people don't go to the club.
Well, wait, hold on.
See, that's why I came up.
Hold on. I think I can clarify it. Savage is correct, and this is why. It's a breakdown. Black people go to the clubs. White people go to bars.
Nah.
Hell no.
No.
Here's what I'm saying. Location-wise matters because what he is saying is actually true as far as in my area. As far as the area, that's what I'm trying to say.
In your area.
Watch this, Smooth. New York, Miami, and California are the 3 fucking hubs that are abnormal to the rest of the fucking U.S.
That is correct.
Okay. Damn,
people don't go to clubs in those cities.
Miami,
Houston, those are the big
exactly.
But those 3 right there make the market on the standard of that what you're talking about.
Yeah, but still, white people go to clubs in other cities.
Yeah. Not like, but
please.
But they're not to
that level. Capping.
No, but okay. Here's the thing.
This is Capadonna.
I'm sorry, Savage. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's Winter Wars up here, Capadonna, yo.
Okay, so again, I live in Cleveland, Ohio, where there are clubs. There are white people that go to them, but the majority of white people don't go to clubs.
That is correct.
They go to bars.
If you go to in Cleveland.
This is in all of Ohio that I've ever been in.
Ohio's a college fucking state.
Nigga. God, bro.
Yeah.
There was a club in Georgia called Wild Bills.
Columbus?
It was a white club. Mostly white people went. But I know that over time, more black folks started going there. And that was more of a mixed crowd. I don't know how it is now, if it's still open. You understand me? Y'all, and this is in Georgia. Y'all can't tell me this whole thing with white people don't. If you say white people don't go to the clubs now or in recent years, in the last 3-4 years, they go to bars, fine. But you can't tell me white people in general don't go to freaking clubs.
Also, in general, we don't.
That's cat, yo.
I'm not.
In the U.S., clubs are indistinguishable from bars. For example, in Denver, Colorado, their downtown area is a fucking college spectacle. Bars, clubs, lounges, all the same thing. Just like here in Minnesota, you go uptown or downtown, you will not be able to distinguish a club from a bar. There's a big ass bar called Kieran's. It's a Irish bar. It used to be an American club called Bellanotes, where all the football and basketball niggas used to hang out. And then they changed it to a bar called Kieran's, and then it's indistinguishable from the club that it used to be. Just like Wild Onion is a bar. But Wild Onions turns into a club at 8:30. If you go to if you go to the Eagle, which is in St. Paul, it is a bar until 8:30 when it becomes a club. If you basically bars and clubs maybe had a distinction, I don't know, a long time ago, not anymore. If you go to California, there's a sushi bar. It is a restaurant that even during the daytime, it doesn't even look like they get down like that. You go to fucking Oni in the morning or in the afternoons or whatever evening, you eat sushi, it looks regular. As soon as 7:30 hits, they dim them fucking lights, and then they turn on the dance floor lights. It goes from a sushi restaurant to a fucking club in 5 minutes. Just in fact, hotels are even got in on the act. If you go to the W, which is a popular hotel, the lobby of the W turns from a business center into a fucking club in like 10 minutes right after it's 8 o'clock. Clubs and bars are the same thing nowadays. Like,
but they're not.
Even the dives. There's a dive called the Rail Station. It's a dive bar. At 8 o'clock, that dive bar turns into a fucking club. Now, they don't label it that, but it is still a dive bar. But all of the club people come in there and they start doing karaoke. They still serve the super strong drinks, just like any dive bar would do, and that's why people go there. But there's no distinction between club, bar, dive, lounge.
But out here in Ohio, there is.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. I'm going to have to disagree with you because here where I'm at, there is a distinction.
That's why I said
and maybe my comment earlier might be because of my age, because maybe because it was different. But I know where I'm at right now. There is a hardcore distinction between a bar and a nightclub here.
So here out in Ohio, so a bar is a place that you go and you purchase drinks. Is there dancing that happens? Yes, there is. But the difference out here is like you're not getting there's no VIP at a bar in Ohio. There's no bottle service. That's not a thing in a bar in Ohio. Clubs do that.
Mm-hmm. That's irrelevant. Just because it doesn't have a VIP area or bottle service doesn't mean anything. The same.
So what you're saying is anything that serves alcohol is a club. You're saying.
The same groups of people frequent those same establishments. There's no like if so. For instance, we have older people lounges in here too, and it's all over the United States. I've been over all the United States. They have lounges, which is where like older people frequent. But even those places, the club people come there. So, like for instance, what Lawrence was talking about, if they got lounges and they have distinction, it's likely because it hasn't been invaded by the club people. But from what the numbers bear out with these people, and these establishments have numbers on like their sales and the type of patronage that they have. This is why I'm saying that there's no distinction because the same people are going to these same places. Bottle service and VIP doesn't. I guess if we want to make that distinction, okay, then cool. That would be a clear line of distinction, and yeah, we can go with that. But if we're just going by the people that go there, no, there is no distinction. But yeah, you have a point.
That's the difference. That's why I said location matters because here this way there's a difference in the people.
Service and VIP is a distinction. And
no,
agree with that.
No, I was saying there's a difference here because of the people. Here, man, they shut that club shit down because of the niggas. Ain't nothing but guards. I'm serious.
And going back
to location matters.
And going back to what you were saying, Zero, that distinction is not just about bars and clubs. We have distinctions on lounges too. Like I said, it might just be because of where I'm at, but each one of those is broken down in its own distinctive and styles.
Okay.
So like I said, I don't know what to tell you. I just know where I'm at.
Like I said,
here,
I
out here. Like if you ever are in Ohio, go to Kent, Ohio. It's one of the biggest party schools in the country. All right, it's all bars. It's all bars in Kent. You don't have the only club you have is the Dome, which is a strip club. You don't have clubs.
Right.
You don't have clubs like you have in Cleveland. Like when you come to Cleveland, you have clubs. And guess who predominantly lives in the city of Cleveland?
Hold on. So there's no clubs in Columbus?
I don't know about Columbus because I don't live there.
It's the biggest college in the country.
No, but the biggest party city is Kent.
Kent is bigger than Ohio State.
He said, but what he's trying to say, he's saying that
he's saying that's where all the motherfuckers go to kick it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's the same. It's the same thing here with me. If you want a club, you have to leave Brandon and go to Tampa. If you want a bar or a lounge,
is it a club
or a bar or a lounge, you can hang here in Brandon all day.
Like a lot of this way, bars don't have a dance floor. They just move shit out the fucking way sometimes.
Exactly.
They don't really have, that's what we're trying to say. It's a different source of people, man, in different locations, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like out here, you got there's a country bar out here that's called the Dusty Armadillo, and it the people line dance there, but it's a bar. It's not a club.
Yeah, I got one of those. Yeah, I got one of those.
It's not considered to be dancing doesn't make it a club, but there's a distinction out in Ohio or in the Midwest, the difference between a club and the difference between a bar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying. That's how it is here too, because we have one of those bars too where you can come in and do line dancing and etc. and so on. But if you call them a club, you just be ready to go outside and fight because it's not a club, it's a bar.
Hold on, but explain to me different a club and a bar. I'm lost.
Bars are more beer. Clubs are more
social gatherings.
Yeah, social. But what separates the two is the level what used to separate the two. I'm going by classical definitions here. So clubs used to be more you serve the drinks the sidecar and shit like that. Those are what bars are more informal. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Exactly.
Hey, how about this? How about this? When you want to say bar, think of Coyote Ugly. When you want to think of a club, think of Studio 54.
Right.
Yeah. So here in Cleveland, the bars you don't have a dress code. You don't have a dress code. At the clubs in Cleveland, you have a dress code. They will not let you in unless you're wearing a certain type of attire. There's attire that they will not let you in on. A bar, you can be dressed like any old person and get in.
But hold on. But the original argument said that white people don't go to clubs.
But they don't.
Yes, they do because those are the ones who set the rules.
Okay. Then you
missing in large numbers.
Yes, exactly.
What is an EDM club?
Right.
And I think he's also, and the other thing you have
to,
like I said, the other thing you have to think of is location too. Location matters with these things too.
Yeah. And you also have to take in consideration this as well. What we as black people call a club is not what white people call a club either. There are some distinguishments in that, whether we want to admit it or not. So and the way it's laid out and et cetera and so on. Now, if we're talking about the standard club like we're accustomed to, if I'm assuming we're all on the same page, I gotta admit, I see white people there, but they're not the vast majority. But if I go to the bar, the vast majority, if not everybody in there, is white.
Yeah, even with the college.
Wait, Lawrence, stop right there. Hold on. Okay, so. Yeah. We don't have to go with the location shit because, like I said, all over the United States, white people be clubbing like shit. Now there are different types of clubs. Like again, if I'm gonna reference my city, there before COVID, there was a club called Club New York. Now that was a kind of black club and the immigrant club.
I bet
we have all that club was that club. You go down in that motherfucker. And it was hooded the fuck out. Niggas blowing blunts in that bitch. They're just all over that motherfucker. So, okay, I get it. But then you have clubs like the 508.
Right.
90% white people in that motherfucker. Or you have Club Aqua.
Well, you misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just telling you my experience. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, that's the location.
I mean, honestly,
the location thing, because
that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying at all. I'm just saying I've never seen that. Like I said, the
But
clubs
again,
that I've been to, whether it be high end clubs, in non-commissioned officer clubs, local clubs, I see white people in there. They're just not the vast majority of people. If I really want to see where the vast majority of white people go, it's always been at bars.
Yeah.
just
So like
like
I said, so like I said, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying I haven't seen it.
out here, like the only places that you're going to see clubs are in big cities. Out here, it's all bars. You have a crazy amount of bars. It's to the point where you have black specific bars out here where blacks will go to, like, this is the bar that they go to, and you don't see many white people in those bars. But the other, like any other bar, you see a bunch of white people in it.
And here the thing is, like, most of the shit, niggas got to go to the damn bar because whenever they would get a building, the motherfuckers from Memphis would come up, shit would go down, shooting, stabbing, and all that nigga shit would pop off, and they stopped them niggas from getting the shit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, because where I'm at,
location
man.
matters, like we were saying.
Yeah, because where I'm at, every time I turn around, there's another new bar. I got breweries down here who are actually building additions on to turn a section of it into a bar area. I mean, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I know it sounds weird probably to your ear, but that's all I know.
Yeah.
But you're like so the black clubs will get shut the fuck down and the white clubs will stay open. Like, again, for instance, like in San Diego, there was a club. There was a club down, what was it, like B Street? Anyway, it was downtown. They closed down the black club, but the white club stayed open because in the black club, motherfuckers was getting into fights and stuff like that. But you know who were the most money they made from? White girls, because white girls go to the black club. Just like if you go to Club New York, 80% niggas, but the female population, mostly white girls and Asians.
Yeah, but
location. It's location.
Yeah.
That is fucking 100% location because I've been all around the United States. Everywhere you go to, it's the same fucking thing. You cannot distinguish a club from a bar anymore because they all do the same things.
But you have to understand. You have to understand though that the coasts aren't representative of the country. California,
the big all over the United States. I'm talking about
what I'm
San Diego, Arizona, Texas, Minneapolis, shit, even Milwaukee, Wisconsin. If you go down to Shoreview, where all of the fucking clubs and bars really are, that's where you see all the shit.
Hey.
I'm not talking about just coastal.
Right, but here's the thing: what he's saying though, Zero. Those locations, no city around here in the motherfucking Midwest, except for maybe Indianapolis and Chicago, are as huge as those.
Indianapolis, Chicago, Wisconsin,
but that's
Missouri. They got cracking ass clubs. Even North Dakota got cracking ass clubs now.
Right, but the point is, but the point is you're gonna find those, and like I said, I have no proof. This is just an assumption.
Right.
I'm assuming the clubs you're talking about, and when you call off every state, they're in major metropolitan, big area cities.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Like I said, I don't know. That would be my assumption.
Yeah, but
Marshfield, Wisconsin is a small town. St. Cloud, Minnesota is a small town.
Okay,
what's the population?
Have cracking ass clubs and bars. Yeah, population less than 10,000 people.
Oh wow. Okay, because
here we got them.
This is what I'm saying. The people from the city. This is why I'm saying like the same people going to the same places. People from Minneapolis will drive all the way to fuck to St. Cloud and go to the red carpet, which is a college, because St. Cloud is a college town, and people will drive all the way fuck up there, drive 1 hour and hour and a half all the way the fuck up there to kick it, spend the night in their hotels and shit to kick it on the weekends. Same thing with Marshfield, Wisconsin. Marshfield, Wisconsin is 2.5 fucking hours away, and people here will fucking drive those 2.5 hours on the weekend and go kick it at their clubs because it's just different. And small town bitches be hot as fuck, but they don't know no better. That's why people do this shit. They go all the way to these small towns and blow their fucking economy up on the weekends. And they have clubs and bars and they indistinguishable because they go to their local, because people like, let's go to their local watering hole. But then the city motherfuckers invade the small town local watering hole, and then it becomes because the owners and managers go, oh shit, we got all these new people. We need to change some shit up a little bit. Let's get some karaoke in this motherfucker. Let's move these tables out the way and get the dance floor popping off. Hey, let's turn it. Let's get this disco light in this bitch. So like when the city people come on the weekend, we're gonna flip this over to club style. Still a bar. They still got the craft beers. They still got all of the home brews and all that other shit. They still got all the informal drinks, but then they start putting formal drinks on the menus. They start adding shots to the menu. They start getting all those specialty cocktails and fucking Manhattans and shit on the menu. That's what I'm saying. This is why I'm saying it's getting to the point nowadays. It's almost indistinct. Like you can't tell the difference between a club and a bar anymore.
I got you. I guess that's why I was saying it was location, because it hadn't made it here like that yet. So there's still a bunch of places where it's not like that.
Yeah, because like I said, the only thing I can answer to you with that, Zero, is that my information is dated because I haven't been out there like that, but I do know here where I'm at, there is still distinguishments made.
Yeah,
because I've got a lounge that I personally go to, and then there's a bar that on occasion a couple of friends get together from work or whatever, and we go there sometimes. And then there's nightclubs. Like I said, the nightclub, you literally going to have to drive 20 minutes to go to Tampa because Brandon's not having it. So like I said, down here, there's still distinguishments.
Yeah. So you ain't had the city people invasion yet.
Well, here's what I'm trying to say. In my area, I'm 15 minutes away from a college. So here's the thing. They shut them down. So these niggas are doing that shit in their apartment complexes and shit like that.
Yeah, and the only reason the only reason Tampa is still going the way it is, and this is again an assumption on my part, is because it's a college area, so they're not trying to shut it down. They're trying to let
the other thing. The thing that you're stating though is you're stating that city people come out to the country, and then the country changes what they're doing. So again, the same culture is from the city. It's city culture that people are adapting. It's not. It's still the same idea from the cities. Like clubs are usually in big cities. When people start moving out of the city to go to local bars, they bring that club energy with them.
Right. No, that was just an example. Like I'll put it this way: St. Cloud, the people that live in St. Cloud, it's a college town. So the people that live in St. Cloud, they are from the city, but the thing is, they live in St. Cloud. They're not like city people drive up there, but since it's a college town, the same city people live there because they go to school there. Same thing in Marshfield. And Marshfield isn't even a college town. It's just so close to other cities like Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
It's populated highly.
They still got a small town population, but it's so close to other cities, and then word travels that now they have people moving there and living there that basically are, and then the local population are getting the whole fucking brainwashing going where they're on the same city shit.
Yeah.
So this is happening all over the United States. Like there's small towns everywhere. There's places that, like for instance, Boise, Idaho is a city, but then you got like this backward ass city called McCall, Idaho. That's like 100 years ago. You go to McCall, Idaho. It's the scariest place to fucking go for a black person because they look like they still in Civil War era. The motherfuckers, like they aesthetic in the town has to be log cabin. Even the subway, even the McDonald's has to look like a log cabin. Dead ass. That's how. However, even that culture is starting to become more city because their bars are literal bars. You go in there, they don't got fancy drinks. The motherfucking bartenders will look at you like you crazy if you order a mojito.
That's why I'm gonna have to say Hey Zero, that's why I'm gonna have to say location is playing a part, because what happens is that it causes the people to move away from here to the city to live their culture.
Right, but I'm saying that the city is going there, like the city influence is making it up there, even sometimes without the population going. Because in McCall, you go in a bar and you say, give me a beer. They got beer. You order a water, they're gonna give you a beer.
I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is here, what's happening is the city culture is influencing to where them young kids are leaving out and moving to the city. It's having a different effect.
No, but that's what I'm saying, Eisen. The kids don't even got to move no more.
Oh,
like
okay.
I said,
That's why I was saying location. I got
even
you.
Even in super fucking strict McCall, like the new generation of people are adopting that same type of habits where their bars are starting to become their bars are starting to change because people come in there trying to kick it. Like the locals are even coming there trying to kick it.
Trying to kick it.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying.
Right?
He's trying to kick it, yo.
Like
out here, bro.
Like, I'm gonna do a leap example, right? This is a leap. So a lot of times we like to talk about how the Amish got their shit together and all of that, right?
They don't.
The Amish breed like rabbits, right? Why the fuck isn't their population overtaking the rest of the countries? There's a simple reason. The Amish lose a lot of their people to American culture. Mm-hmm. Like a lot of people in the Amish community leave.
Yeah.
And this and what I'm relating this to is the fact that that small towns and locations that have culture where you can have bars and have traditional shit, they lose that because that influence is going to make its way up there, whether people move there or the other people just get the influence through osmosis. It's just something that happens because that's where the culture is going.
We have the largest. We have the largest group of Amish in the country in Ohio.
Y'all motherfuckers, yeah.
And my grandfather drove Amish for 30 years. That's like they're not overtaking. What's it?
Did you used to be Amish?
No.
I'm fucking with you. What I'm saying about the Amish is they breed like rabbits, but they lose a lot of their population simply to people bailing out of it. Now that doesn't mean that the shit's falling apart. I'm not saying they're falling apart. Mm-hmm. I'm saying that they lose a lot of their people to just American culture, people that just want to bail out. But their fertility rate is so fucking high that they can afford it.
But what you have to understand, this is what you understand. So they don't lose as many people to the outside world as you think they do. And also, a woman can only be pregnant she can only be pregnant for 9 months. She can only have one kid when she's pregnant. So like, even though they fuck like rabbits, they have fertility problems just like everybody else. They eat similar food to us.
And also you have to take in consideration they're doing things at the bare minimum without advanced technology, so the mortality rate is going to be higher as well.
Also, they're not in the census because they are their own group. Like they don't get any Social Security or anything like that. So they're really not on the census like that. And also, they have a lot of interbreeding and they have a lot of genetic defects from their blood being so similar. Like it was so bad that they actually had to take they had to send like 7 or 10 families from Holmes County, Ohio, up to Lancaster, PA, because they had to differentiate the bloodlines because they had been having sex with each other for so long that there's a lot of problems in their DNA. So they have issues with losing children from genetic reasons.
Right. Yeah. We know we got a high Amish community here too. We got a high Amish community in St. Charles. We got another one up in St. Joseph's. They do try and practice genetic diversity by going to other states and other cities. Like we've seen that. All in all, what you're saying, even with those negatives, they still have a fertility rate that's much higher than the national average. That's just what it is. Even with all of the inbreeding, even with all the other shit, they have a fertility rate that is higher, way higher than national average. It's like 3 or some shit. So they're more than populating. What I'm saying is, when you said why more than what I think it is, it's not me thinking it is. They do lose a lot of people to the culture. That's just what happens. I'm not saying, I didn't even say what number because I don't know. But that's what they do. They lose people to the culture, to American culture.
Yeah, but it's not very large.
It's not significant.
Yeah, it's not. As a matter of fact, if I remember correctly, it was either TLC or A&E. They had a 5-year show that covered people who leave.
I think it
People
was
who,
A&E.
yeah, that's what I said. A&E or TLC, one or the other. It was on for 5-6 years, and then they had a spinoff on top of that, which lasted another 2-3, that showed those who either stayed or left or returned, and all that good stuff. So it's not the people who leave is not as high as you think.
Yeah, it's not that high, and also on top of it, the reason that their fertility rate is so much higher than ours is because their women don't their women aren't affected by feminism. So you don't have women that are not trying to have kids at all.
Right.
Like that's like they have literally an average birth rate. We have a low birth rate. Every Western society that has feminism has a low birth rate. It's just a fact.
Right. And the spinoff of that too is that you also have to take in consideration, even if you did have Amish women who didn't want to have kids, they don't have access to abortion clinics and et cetera and so on.
Yeah, they also don't have abortions.
So
right. That's all automatic shit. We know that. Like, yeah,
but they're a very small group.
Feminism there. Charge it too.
Yeah,
I don't even think the Amish community is as big as the Black community. I think it's very, very small amount of people in the country.
In the Amish community, yeah, it's definitely smaller than the Black community, no doubt.
Well, actually, it would be bigger than the community, just because the simple fact there is no community; it's a conglomerate. But
fair enough. Fair enough.
But I'm
telling the truth. Damn it.
I mean, Black folks make up 13%.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think the Amish are even 10%. I don't even think they're 5%.
No, not even close.
Nope, not even close. Not even the slightest.
But yeah.
Okay, so that's aside the point. Okay, that's besides the point. The point was that they have a high fertility rate and they still lose a lot of people. Basically, what I'm saying is influence is going to win. There's and that parallel I was making was like, I didn't even mean to get on there. I was trying to analog this to how the larger culture is simply going to absorb smaller cultures.
Yeah.
So I get that, like, you guys live in locations where you still have like some traditional shit going on, even with things like clubs versus bars. I understand that. All I'm saying is that the reason why things are indistinguishable now is because everyone's doing the same thing. It's great if they're not, but that is where things are going. And the thing is, the evidence is undeniable, because all you got to do is go to all of these different cities, and it's not limited to a big city. It's not limited to a coastal city. It's the entire United States. I don't know about the world because I haven't been clubbing all over the world. But what I can tell you is that in the United States, I've been all over this motherfucker multiple times over, and this is how it is in the United States. Like, the phenomenon in the United States is that everything is becoming homogenous. Clubs and bars are pretty much indistinguishable nowadays because the same people are going there. The same people are doing the same things, and even the people that are different and maybe a bit more traditional are just being swallowed up by the culture at large, because this is just the way things work as far as like influence is concerned.
Well, I got to get back out there and travel, man, because like I said, apparently I'm outdated on what's going on.
I mean, me, I got to get out there too, because like I said, what's going on mostly this way is they're leaving the smaller areas, going to the bigger cities. So that's the change that's happening there.
Yeah, because like I said, all my traveling I did across this country was 80s and 90s. So
damn.
So apparently I'm outdated. Because, well, like I said, when 80s and 90s, man, I traveled. I hit every spot in this country except I think North Dakota, and I traveled to different countries. So, but like I said, it's like when I talked to Marco before, when we were talking about Barstow in California. I'm totally,
right.
I'm a little outdated, because like I said, last time I remember, it was nothing but a pit stop for a truck. And that's just one truck. So, yeah, as they pardon the joke. So, yeah, but like I said, Zero, I don't deny what you're saying in any capacity. I just know what it looks like where I'm at, and maybe the council, the community, whoever have you made, maybe put stuff in place to keep it that way. Because you also have to take into consideration, I'm in Florida, which is predominantly older people for the most part, who really have the reins of power So I guess they're gonna make
They
sure
gonna hold on to the last.
they're gonna hold on to the last and make sure that those separations are still in place. That's why I said if you want a club, you gotta go to Tampa because that's where the college is and that's where all the young people are. But if you go to like I said, Brandon or Clearwater or St. Pete or something like that, you might have more of a problem with people who do like where I'm at now, make those distinguishments between the two.
So like up out here in like in Ohio, clubs are predominantly in bigger cities where mostly black people live, and most of the time when you go to the club, the majority of the people there are black. When you go to bars, it's a mix. Like there's white and black people there, especially like in Kent, but the majority of them are white.
Well, yeah,
so you're basing it off of Ohio, really.
Basing off location, period.
Yeah, location, period. Because if you want to go, like I said, there's a club in Tampa, but if you want to go to the club, there's only 3 locations you're going to go to: Miami, Jacksonville, and Orlando. Now, don't get me wrong, there might be others too, but those are the 3 that people are always going to call out first. So again, it's location.
Yeah. I just know that there were white clubs and there were black clubs, but I think that's a thing of the past too. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. I would agree with that. I mean, anybody can get into a club nowadays. I mean, I don't really see. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't really see clubs where people are telling you can't come in because of the way you look. I don't. I mean, if they are, I haven't seen them.
Here's the thing. I'm not going to say exactly it's a thing of the past just because of the simple fact. Not because of racism. People tend to be around the people that they have most in common with. So I can't see it just being completely a thing of the past.
Yeah, but for the most part, I think regardless of who you are, I think regardless of who. I think regardless of who you are, you can walk in anywhere as long as you ain't disruptive. For the most part.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm not saying it's that way across the board, but I think the average consensus is that, okay, well, I don't usually see you here, but look, if you come in and you cool and everything and don't act a fucking fool, we'll be okay. Because like I said, white people have that, just like you were saying with the clubs being shut down because niggas get stupid in it. White people have that same problem with bars. There's a difference between a bar and a difference between a dive bar. You feel what I'm saying? So and motorcycle bars and clubs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
Out here in Ohio, like when you like the bars that you go to that have like shootings and stabbings and robberies and shit are predominantly the bars that for whatever reason blacks choose to go to. That like there's certain bars that have like the street dudes that go to or the dope boys go to that have the issues. You don't really get that from like in Kent. You're not gonna have those. You're not gonna have like the college bars. There's fights and stuff, but you don't really have shootings or stabbings or robberies going on at those bars. But there's a bar that's not downtown Kent. It's off in the cut. It's called Aces or Spades or something like that. And that's a predominantly black club. And the cops are there like almost every other weekend.
And I was going to say, too, on my area, it's kind of like what you were talking about with Lawrence, where them old-ass white people, they don't want to let that shit go. They want to keep that, so they're going to hold on to it until death. So I'm not saying it won't change more or blend, but it'll just be – it's just going to be slow whenever they all die off or whatever. So.
Well, I got to admit, I like the separation, to be honest with you.
It don't bother me either.
Yeah. I mean, I like it because it gives everybody a chance to be someplace. Because once everything becomes a club, I got to be honest with you, man. I don't do clubs anymore. And I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be funny or stupid, but at the age I'm at, I don't need music blasting that loud in my ears. I don't need to be sitting in the dark for 4 hours. I don't need to have dudes or chicks who get so drunk they walking around spilling their bottles on me. That's why I said I go to the lounge. I go to the lounge because I like sitting in the lounge and just chilling, a couple of cigars, some decent music, people talking. I guess more like a dinner party than it is anything else. I don't know.
Well, hell, Lawrence, you're old nigga.
Are we talking about like ghetto clubs with like 90%? But because
no, I'm not.
Because I don't see shooting events and fucking violence and shit because, again,
no, I'm not talking about that.
No, I think he's talking about Savage.
Savage, what Savage said.
Oh, okay, okay.
But I'm hearing this whole like clubs where shit happens, like shootings and shit. The only clubs that you see reported on like that be them fucking ghetto clubs where the patronage is mostly like niggas with the pants, like that shit. Like again, that is again like how you guys talking about location. That's some localized shit. Most of the clubs where you see like black and white people and Asian people like all there together, like these clubs, bars, dive bar, whatever the fuck you want to call them, the ones with mixes of people, this type of shit doesn't happen. The only time that shit happens is when it's like when the patronage is full of like motherfuckers who are only comfortable around.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not talking. Well, I'm not.
I would agree.
That's not even close to.
And I would agree. I think the thing, and that's what I was saying. I think location matters because of the simple fact is here we're not going. Here in my area, I can speak. We don't have quite the depth of mix that you would have in Minneapolis and the larger cities that we like. In California, and like I said, the 3 places he named in Florida as well as New York. So I think that's why I said location matters because for the most part here, that's why I was saying it'll take time. The simple fact is, people got their own shit that they gonna fuck with, so them ghetto ass niggas gonna be over there. That's why that shit gets shut down like it. And that's why I was saying location matters.
Right, and for me, I'm not talking about that in any capacity. I think maybe one shootout once, like damn near 10 years ago over in St. Pete. But I'm not talking about that in any capacity. The clubs I'm talking about, it's a mix of everybody: Asian, white, black, Spanish, whatever have you may. Yeah. I'm not talking about shootouts or anything. I'm talking about like getting drunk, doing dumb shit like drag racing after you get out, or making too much noise. That's what I'm talking about.
Those type of clubs, like in Detroit, there's a club that looked like somebody fucking rebuilt a garage and then turned it into a fucking club. Like they just extended the garage and like I get it. Like them shits is somebody really fucked up. Every club that I see ever. And I'm talking about not even ICE. Every club you see reported on where it's like some type of violence, there's always some fucking. I mean, they hate to say it was a fucking ghetto club.
Yeah, and see that.
What you can understand though, but out here, what I'm telling you though is out here, that's how it is.
Yeah,
how it is. I get what you're saying because here, like I said, we don't have quite that mix either. So you got the nigga shit mingling together. Right. Then you got them country rednecks smoke.
So that means, Savage, you were pretty much saying that white people in Ohio go to bars and black folks go to clubs.
Yes, there are some white folks that come to clubs out here, but it's not really white folks that go to clubs. Like it's not the majority.
Yeah, and like I said, that's been my experience. I'm not co-signing for him, but the places I've been, like I said, there's been white people, but the vast majority of who's in the club have never been white. There've been some, but they're not the vast majority. Yeah, like I said, everybody I know, whenever it was time to hang out, like I said, if I was with brothers or sisters or whatever, it's like, yo, let's hit the club. And when I was with white dudes or white girls, it's like, yo, let's go to the bar. I'm being honest with you. I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, maybe
opens back up. I gotta go see that shit.
Maybe it's a generational thing. I don't know. I don't know.
Like I said, I think it's location more.
If you ever are in Cleveland, we'll link up and I'll show you. Like out here, like all the dope boys, all of the dudes that are getting money, they go to the clubs in Cleveland. And then you have the guys like out in Ravenna and Kent where they're like, it's a smaller town. You have the dope boys and the hood guys going to certain bars, and those are where the problems is. You don't see like downtown Cleveland at night is dangerous as fuck. Like there's been shootouts in downtown all the time.
Yeah, like, that's the reason I gave up my townhome in Tampa and got the house out here in
That's
Brandon.
every city. I mean, we just had some motherfuckers get killed last night. So yeah.
Well, yeah. But like I said, where I'm at, it's not about shootings or anything. None of that happens. It's usually like just like last week. Just like I said, drag racing. They went out. They went to the club. They got drunk. They got stupid. 9 dudes got arrested for drag racing in the parking lot of the place. That's generally what we got here. I mean, like I said, even with the one shooting like 10 years ago, that was St. Pete, and that was in a like you said, Zero, a literal ghetto establishment. So but outside of that, man, usually it's just people being drunk, being loud, drag racing, just dumb shit. When you should know to go home or get an Uber.
Yeah, I'm just saying because this shit don't sound like okay. When you say like white people don't go to clubs, that makes no fucking sense.
I didn't say white people don't go to clubs.
I said the majority.
No, it's not you, Lawrence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I don't know, maybe not a majority, but I mean, it is enough to where you understand that yes, white people be clubbing like shit.
Hell yeah, here in New York.
The thing is, like, what is an EDM club? Like, that shit was fucking huge.
What is that?
I don't know what that
EDM, yes.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is.
Electro dance music.
No, we ain't got that shit here.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I'm saying,
you know, when you walk in and it sounds like a fucking perpetual heartbeat.
That is a subset.
Yeah, locations.
Yeah, but I'm saying if it's majority white people and like
look at this festival.
Okay. You talking about
festivals though? That don't.
You're talking about techno.
But again, that is a subset. Like there can be a majority in a subset, but that's not the majority as a whole.
That would be fair.
That's like that's literally like saying, well, black people sell drugs, so all black people sell drugs. Like you're literally taking a subgroup and you're taking a subgroup and because ED is an underground small. It's a small thing.
Whoa, hell no, underground. Oh,
come on, man!
I'm telling you, it's location. I'm saying
underground. EDM is huge in Europe.
I can't speak on it because I know.
Anyway, I'm from Europe. I may see it differently with EDM.
EDM is not a niche.
But
EDM
again,
is not a niche. It's worldwide mainstream music. It's actually.
You mean DJ Avicii is from a subset?
It is mainstream now. It is mainstream now, but I remember when it started. When it started, it was on the same level as punk. It was very small, very minimal. Not a lot of people knew about it. That was then. It is big now.
What year are we talking about?
That I would have to. Yeah, I would have to admit, techno music is huge now.
Right, but that's the same thing for any form of music. Hip hop was the same way. Rock and roll was the same way. Jazz was the same way.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the point. Yeah, that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make.
EDM is worldwide mainstream. Like, in fact, whenever someone gets big, no matter what genre of music they're in, they team up with one of the EDM people and make a global hit.
Yeah. As a matter of fact,
they make a global hit because it's more popular in other countries. It's not hugely popular in America. It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's low. It's popular depending on location.
No, it was popular all over.
Like, you know what I'm trying to tell you? Here in my area, it's not. I'm not saying y'all are wrong about y'all's area. I'm not trying to be funny.
Nah. Savage, you tripping, yo.
Unless you live in Tapwater, Kentucky.
Yeah,
I got a question.
And even in Tennessee, I mean, maybe in Memphis and Nashville, outside of these spots, it ain't happening. Kentucky, maybe Louisville, but outside of those spots, it ain't happening like
it's the same thing here. You go to a club in Tampa, that's one thing. But if you want to hear what you're talking about, you got to head to Miami.
So I got a question for you.
Mississippi people don't even know electronic cars exist, man. Like we get that. Like we understand that there's gonna be. We get that there's gonna be places.
Right. Yeah.
Like we get that. We're talking about mainstream globally.
Yeah.
When Walker,
I'm agreeing with you there.
Well, no, I agree with you. It's mainstream worldwide. I get that. I get that. I totally get that. I'm not arguing that.
It's mainstream in the U.S. It changed R&B.
It did.
It changed R&B.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
It's mainstream in those big places you're talking about. Yes.
Remember when Chris Brown almost got the Michael Jackson status because he did a fucking bubblegum commercial that was EDM?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. Savage, what were you saying?
The Wrigley's thing. Yeah.
Hold on, Smooth. What were you saying, Savage?
So when Waka Flocka started doing EDM music, where did he go?
Who?
Don't even ask, Lawrence. Don't even ask. You don't.
You know what? Hold on. Before anybody says anything else, let me say this real quick, and then Savage can finish. As of right now, I'm going on mute because I don't know this music. No. I'm being dead. I'm being dead ass serious.
I get it.
I don't know this music. I don't know. Hold on, Smooth. Hold on. I don't know this music. I don't know the names of these people, and I'm not going to be able to contribute properly. So I'm going to let you guys go at it.
Lawrence was like, "What the fuck is a Waka Flocka?"
He's like, "What the fuck is going on? I'm going on mute."
Okay, so when Waka Flocka stopped rapping with Gucci and started doing EDM music, where did he get his success at? Where did he tour at?
Waka Flocka is not a globally mainstream artist. Again, like if we look at globally mainstream,
but again, he specifically after rap, he started doing EDM music. He became
Waka Flocka wasn't even shit in hip hop.
Okay,
stop trying to argue some bullshit. The fact
let's take some bait. What happened to Flo Rida when he got on the EDM music?
Usher.
Where did Waka Flocka? Where did he go?
He went in the trash. He went to
Europe.
What happened to Pitbull?
He went to Europe. No.
You're right. He went overseas.
Yeah, he went overseas.
So what happened to Pitbull? He was a rapper.
What happened to Usher? He stayed here.
Usher stayed here. Pitbull stayed here.
Like again,
I don't know what happened with that.
And they became global.
Flo Rida stayed here.
Flo Rida became global.
Yeah, and Flo Rida stayed here. It's globally mainstream music, and it is popular in America as well as the rest of the world. There's no America doesn't like EDM. America loves EDM.
And it's not a niche either.
New York is over the place, bro. In New York, that's the night scene here, bro. Mostly that music you're talking about, man. They love that.
And how long has it been the night scene music over there, Mace?
In New York, I'll say about probably like a decade almost.
Okay.
But it's big here. That music is definitely big here at the clubs, bro.
But yeah, that's
DJ Got Us Falling in Love Again was like the #1 hit for weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I was saying location is big on everything.
And Rihanna didn't necessarily go to freaking Europe. David Guetta and all the motherfuckers came here.
Right. That's the only reason we know about him is because they came
That's
here.
why we know about him, exactly. And he started making EDM shit with all the rappers.
It was one of them EDM motherfuckers that did a Grey Goose commercial, I think.
Where's Steve Aoki? What about Steve Aoki? Ain't he from here?
Yeah, he's
I don't know where he from.
He from here. He
from California.
He the heir of the Hibachis. He the heir of Hibachi.
And see, that's what I'm trying to say. Location matters.
No, but
you're right.
It's not just location, Eisen.
It does matter.
If something is next, Eisen, I know location matters, but if we're talking about EDM, that's nationwide, brother. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying it's not spreading, but what I'm trying to say is that the smaller areas in the South is not spreading like that yet.
Well, it's kind of the South's fault for not going on the internet.
Yeah, keyword is yet. Keyword is yet.
That's what I'm saying. Asian, you think you're hearing that music in Iowa? Asian, you think you're hearing that music in Iowa, bro? I don't
maybe in bigger cities. Yeah, I'm not gonna discount a bigger, higher populated city.
No, I'm agreeing with you. You ain't gonna hear that shit in Iowa and in Montana.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why location matters.
I agree.
You gotta think too, Smooth. You in Atlanta. That's a big hub, man.
I know, but my thing is we're generalizing. We're generalizing stuff.
How we generalizing?
But then but then when we unpack it, we later on come to find out that it's really just in your geographical
and that's what
location.
I've been saying location matters.
New York.
Yeah, we know location matters and all of that stuff. But if we're talking about this shit in general, then we can't generalize something that is just different.
You have to.
Your little location over there, but it's mainstream.
what I'm saying is, how can somebody who ain't experienced it really just say that?
Because they have the internet. Because they have the internet.
No, wait. But okay, but what I'm trying to just because you got the internet don't mean nothing. People, no,
I don't understand. I don't
watch
your
this,
point.
Watch this, Smooth. I mean, watch this, Agon. Just because you got the internet don't mean hell. Lawrence got the fucking internet. He don't know who the fuck Waka Flocka Fame is.
You don't listen to rap.
And that's the point I'm trying to make.
No, he don't listen to rap.
What? This ain't even you. It's more because again, I was more or less responding a lot to what Savage was saying. You understand me?
And I get what you're saying.
And
so
he said, he said that he made general statement, or he made them sound general, and then later on we came to find out that okay, it's your location or where you at.
Yeah, he switched it up.
But on the majority, that's not what it is. That's not the case.
And I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is you have to always think about that because of his location.
Of course, we think about that. But the thing is, Eisen, whatever is happening in your little location right there,
right?
It's not what the mainstream is. You understand me? So we can't count you with the general shit. Because we know eventually, if it's not with y'all over there, it's gonna get there anyway. It hasn't reached the little cracks yet.
Yeah, and that's possible. And then the other thing too is you have to count for a factor of generation too. So like that's another thing that having to do with Lawrence and I knowing and caring about Waka Flocka Flame. So
Waka Flocka Flame wasn't the main the main thing. We were actually more focused on the bars and the clubs.
I don't even listen to that shit, and I know a little bit about these motherfuckers. So what I'm trying to say is your circle matters too, along with that location.
Your circle? What do you mean your circle?
Who you deal with? I mean, people ain't hang with people they ain't got shit in common with.
Savage, does your circle listen to Waka Flocka Flame?
Yo.
Yeah, some of them do.
So there you
but
go.
But I can tell you right now that I don't know anyone that I've never even heard Usher have a techno beat album or record.
Yo, fam. Again, you see, probably because of your location right there,
and
you don't know this. But I was living in London at the time, and I knew about that shit.
I don't think it's location. I think it's ignorance because there's like 4 or 5 major like syndications of radio, and it was all playing the same thing around the country. I was in West Virginia, and I heard that we all heard the same songs. Like I
don't listen to the radio.
It's on mainstream radio. Like EDM was huge.
See, again, Savage just said he doesn't listen to the radio. That's to me personally.
So ignorance.
I know it's here. I know it's here, but I don't listen to the radio. But I know it's definitely here.
So y'all wouldn't know because y'all don't listen to the radio. So how can y'all say it's not big?
Say it's a niche.
Yeah, y'all say it's niche.
And what I'm saying is, I'm saying, of course, the big hubs. Yes, I'm not arguing that. The big hubs, hell yeah, you're right. But with the smaller hubs, what I'm trying to say is, shit, them motherfuckers. I mean, the thing is going on is the motherfuckers leave here and don't come back. So if they're not coming back, they're not bringing that shit back here. How can they? Because they're not coming back. You see my point now? No, I guess you can't see it.
Like the techno music that you get out here are from festivals from hippie people, which is a super small subculture.
Oh, okay, in Ohio. You saying Ohio?
Yes, that's what he's saying. Where he lives?
Yes, I live in the Midwest. So like, majority of the Midwest is pretty similar. If you're gonna use, you can't use big cities that have club culture and say that is the majority because it's not. Like there's the whole rest of the other 50 states that are the other 48 states that aren't like that.
Let me ask you something, Savage. Do you listen to R&B?
Yes.
What R&B was you listening to in 2011?
I was not listening to R&B in 2011.
What R&B was you listening to in 2014?
In 2014, there was whatever was playing on the radio at that time.
Most of that stuff was EDM influence. I'm trying to get you to see like a
but again,
Everything
again,
from 2008 onwards was EDM influenced.
I would agree.
Like everything, like some real, like Nicki Minaj. You know Nicki Minaj, right?
I do know who Nicki Minaj is.
Her first album was like a damn
Her
near
first
indie album.
single. Her first single.
She kind of like she sold out like a mug to make that money.
Starships.
She came in the game as a rapper and went like the Taylor Swift route. Like
on the first single.
Yeah, like she was pretty huge.
I didn't listen to it like that. Okay. But I know who you're talking about, but I didn't listen to it like that.
It was garbage. It was garbage. I didn't like it.
I know, but you probably heard it somewhere, Eisen.
It was super garbage.
The thing is though that I'm trying to get across is I didn't know what the fuck EDM was, so I couldn't know the influence. You see what I'm saying?
Sure,
y'all absorb.
Yeah, because you don't know it doesn't mean it's not big. That's what we're saying again.
And did you hear me say that across the map on them big locations? I'm not arguing with you. What I'm trying to say is too, y'all know that shit because to y'all this shit is everything. That's what y'all do.
What?
No,
I don't think so.
I'm not trying to be funny.
Nigga, I don't even listen to EDM music, bro.
Wait, hold on.
Neither do I, but I know it's.
That's our world.
You gotta think.
Trying to play like I got a flower pot on my head.
You in New York. You in New York and Los Angeles make the face of everything in America.
Miami too.
Miami too.
I would put Miami number one when it comes
I
to
don't
that.
know. Even though I don't like New York, you and Lawrence and Brown Bird and Wacky one a few exceptions for New York niggas I like. I give Smooth, Smooth too. He a New York nigga like a motherfucker.
New York is full of alcoholic.
You are Smooth? You a New York nigga, bro?
Yeah, he pretty much is.
Okay.
What y'all say?
You a New York?
I didn't hear what y'all say.
New York is full of alcoholic detectives.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm a European. I'm a European as well.
Yeah, I look at you more European.
Smooth. He may have been born and raised a little bit over there in Archie. He's a New York nigga like a motherfucker, but that's my dude. That's my dude. But now, what I'm trying to say is,
I let Mace. Do you think I'm a New York dude?
No,
you from New York?
No, I think you're more Europe.
There you go. That's coming from an OG New York nigga. So fuck what y'all talk about.
You're more London, bro. You're London, bro.
I didn't hear it all. I done heard all of these New York niggas come. I done seen them before in my life, man. You be sounding just like them because you're influenced by them. We've even talked about that, and you admitted it to us.
Yep.
So that's why I call you a New York nigga.
All New York niggas is one nigga. All motherfuckers sound alike.
Yeah, they all
behave alike. They all went to the same school. They all went to the black slavery school for blackity black.
That's not true.
To make a point with music. So if you look,
oh my God, y'all still on music? Okay, I'll be back.
if you
go make my tea.
If you look at Nirvana from the 90s, they were a heavily punk influenced group, but they were considered to be grunge, which is different than punk. So just because you have music that's inspired by EDM doesn't make it EDM.
I'm lost.
Yeah,
a lot of EDM. I don't break down music like that, so shit. I'm off this.
Lot of so EDM. If I use the same, I know it doesn't make it EDM influence, but if I use the same synths and the same vocals and whatever, and then I put an R&B dude who's just singing R&B vocals over it, I get what you're saying, but it's still more or less an EDM track.
Yeah, electronic dance.
But EDM doesn't. Real EDM doesn't have anyone singing on it at all.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're not talking about what EDM is. The point was that you said EDM was a niche, and we're saying that that's not the case. Because if it was just a niche, there wouldn't be a whole mainstream genre that is influenced by this little niche music. Yeah. When you have mainstream artists making EDM type songs.
Right, and singing on it don't mean anything. Just because you add lyrics doesn't mean it's not EDM. It's still
exactly.
It's the beat.
And you know what? I will say this right here. I can't speak on the EDM shit, but I will say all of this shit is sounding the damn same. So I'm gonna go there though.
Yeah, it does. It does sound the same. A lot of that shit.
Aizen, a question for you. You think you feel I'm the type of New York nigga you don't like?
No, I didn't say you were.
I'm just joking, man.
Oh, okay. You, Lawrence, Brown Bird, and Wacky, y'all all right, but the rest
because you're watching these dudes influence each other in real time, and you living through it to see it. You know what I'm saying? You got like David Guetta, who was one of the like biggest ones, and then you see like other people who come behind him or even before him. You see these motherfuckers influencing each other and copying each other.
Yeah.
That's what it all sounds like.
Zero Jelly Bean Benitez.
What?
He's one of those forefathers of this music you're talking about. Trust me on that.
Right. I'm just saying, but you watching them you're watching them emulate each other in real time. So this is why it all sounds alike. Because they're just influencing each other.
I know what you're saying.
I'm gonna do what dude did and get rich. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm gonna do what dude did and get rich.
Copycat.
Look at all. It's just like New York radio DJs. One dude came out with the fucking standard hip hop voice number 16, and then everybody else copied standard hip hop voice number 16. And every TV show you watch with a fucking New York DJ on it. Yeah. Wake up! It's the morning show. We gonna play these music tracks real quick. All them
right.
got the same voice. Yes. All them niggas sound alike. Right. You cannot tell one. You can't tell one.
DJ Clue started that shit.
Right. DJ Clue kid, the one who separated himself from the New York
it's
scene.
5 o'clock. It's DJ Headache. I'm about to play this mix. Like all these niggas got the same voice.
Who cares?
Yeah, so
who can separate himself? Yes.
Yeah, so the EDM people doing the same shit. They just copying each other.
Yeah, it's true.
We actually have a blind DJ here in Cleveland.
Yeah, I saw the video of dude.
Damn. We got one in Philly too. He a beast.
Sister George, you actually mess with Nirvana? You love 90s grunge, really, Sister George?
What?
Wait a minute.
All right, what are you talking about?
Kind of been on music.
I'm a albino.
Smooth. What are you doing?
Singing.
He's singing
You missed it.
He's grunging out.
You missed it. I'm I'm an albino, a mulatto. Like you butchered that chorus.
What was that supposed? Was that wait? Was that supposed to be Nirvana?
Yes.
Yeah. It smells like Teen Spirit.
Yeah.
Dude, don't do that. Yo, smooth. I'll beat your ass, bro.
Bring your prejudice into pretend.
Damn, you like
hello, how low?
Smooth. So it's with the lights out. It's less dangerous. Here we are now.
Here we are now, entertainers. Yeah.
I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now. Entertain us. A mulatto, an albino, a mosquito, my libido.
A libido, yeah. Yeah. Ain't that what I said?
Do you even listen to Nirvana?
Yeah. My girl, where did you go? Tell me, where did you sleep last night?
That was a cover.
I know it was a cover by Lead Belly, but still, that unplugged shit was my shit, yo.
Damn.
Okay.
Rape me, my friend. Rape me again. Y'all niggas is laughing like nigga.
You got zero on the floor, bro.
So I don't know if you guys know this, but there's a whole bunch of symbolism in their music. And before Columbine, I don't think there was many school shootings before Columbine. But in that song, Smells Like Teen Spirit, it says get a gun and bring your friend. Fun fact.
Yeah. It said load up on guns.
That's deep.
Very deep.
Also, in that song, Smells Like Teen Spirit, it says, I met a group that always has and always will until the end.
Yeah, just like, I mean, all the other kids with the pumped up kicks better run from my gun.
Hey, man. Nostradamus over there, man.
Run from my
better run, outrun my gun.
That's crazy. Yo, who was that, Zero?
I forgot who sang "Pumped Up Kicks."
Yeah.
Come as you are, as you were, as I want you to be.
That was Bleach.
That was. What do you mean that was Bleach?
That's come as you. That's come. The name of the song is "Come as You Are."
Yeah. What do you mean that was Bleach?
I got confused with what I was gonna say. I mean, have you heard the Bleach album?
I don't even know who Bleach is.
Sister Joy likes it. Whatever you would say.
Oh, you mean that? Oh, you mean the name of the album?
Yeah, they had an album before "Smells Like Teen Spirit" called "Bleached," which they became. They got.
Was that the one with the baby in the water?
No, that "Smells Like Teen Spirit."
Okay.
Oh God.
Yeah, I thought "Come as You Are" was on the one with the baby in the water as well.
Yeah, that was released in '91. Their Bleach album was released in '89 or '88.
Oh, so "Come as You Are" was on Bleach as well?
No, it wasn't. I meant to ask you if you had heard the Bleach album, but I got it jumbled in my head.
No. I didn't. Because you can tell that I really heard the "Smells Like Teen Spirit" because that was like their biggest one. So yeah.
Oh
That's
shit!
the one I remember.
I guess. I mean, there's a lot of symbolism in Laffy Taffy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So fun fact about Kurt. Kurt wasn't really a weirdo. He was in the sense that he was antisocial and whatnot, but he was actually a Satanist, and he openly worshipped the devil. And that's why a lot of the symbolism is in his music.
Right, but I mean, the year he killed himself, you know how many people who thought just like him that off themselves, the niggas that get on press cover. The difference between him and them is that he made music, but that shit wasn't any more deep or insightful as anybody else who was doing the same shit at the same time. It's just when people die, they get exalted. That's pretty much what it is. I don't think none of that shit is special. It's not.
He loaded up on guns and put it to himself.
He didn't kill
I'm
himself.
just saying, like, it's like, you know, people get exalted when they die, especially like if they any type of entertainment.
Dead rappers get better with emotion.
It's just like Tupac was almost God level when he died. Like motherfuckers was literally crying, getting stomach tattoos and shit. Like it was fucking crazy when Tupac died.
And that was all over the world. Motherfuckers in Croatia with a Tupac tattoo on their chest.
Yeah, it was like Jesus had died. That's what I'm saying. Like when entertainers die, it's just something different.
Yeah, so
you know,
Kurt
that shit.
So, but this is the difference, though. This is the difference between Kurt. When Kurt died, grunge as a genre died itself.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like he was prolific in general. You can see that by when him dying, grunge itself died in the 90s as a whole.
Grunge
that was the end of the grunge era.
It is a one-trick fucking pony music genre. That's why grunge died. Grunge is too fucking angsty to live for. Grunge can't fucking last forever because it's just trash genre. None of this shit is deep. This shit ain't deep. Grunge is gonna die. Grunge is gonna die anyway. It's a one-trick pony music genre. I mean, really, when you think about it.
What about it you think is one-trick pony-ish, Zero? Because I ain't care too much about it to know.
It's angsty, emo, in my feelings ass music, and it's like it only has one note. It literally has one note: melancholy, sadness, hopelessness. But no, hopeful hopelessness. Yeah, those are the right words. Hopeful.
The hell is that?
Okay, so
like,
first world problem. First world problem.
Just real quick,
okay.
real
depressed on a full stomach.
Yeah, just real quick, Eisen.
Yeah.
You're at 7:25.
Yeah, I'm getting ready. Yeah, I'm getting ready to set this shit down in a minute.
So drill music has one note, and it's been popular for 10 years.
Yeah, but it's fucking it's brain dead.
It's brain dead, but you know what's been keeping it going? Social media and all the killings and the way that it's been
nuances. There are nuances. The difference between grunge and like some shit like shaking ass music is brain dead, and grunge music was trying to have some more depth. If you're gonna have to try and have some more depth, then you literally have to have some more depth. You can't be a one trick pony and then try to have more depth at the same time. That's not how that works.
So unfortunately, this is what you're wrong about with grunge was. So Kurt Cobain had depth, but you had a lot of hair metal bands that were signed to record labels, and when Nirvana took off, they made those artists go into the grunge format, and they like Nirvana itself was good. Kurt had depth to his writing. The other bands did not, because they were never meant to be part of that. The labels pushed them into that, just like right now with a lot of the mumble rappers. They don't have a lot of depth, but that's what's being sold, so they pushed these artists into those areas.
Yeah, we saying that because he died. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. We saying all of this like he's magically more has more depth than others in the genre because he killed himself. Like again, man, it's the exaltation after somebody dies.
But it has nothing
special.
But it has nothing to do with him dying.
He made a hit record and a hit album, and that's pretty much the long and short of it. The only everything else came about after he offed himself. I mean, it's the same thing with
Savage, you grew up during that time. How was it for you during the time Kurt Cobain was alive?
Well, he died when I was.
Oh wait, you was in elementary probably. Yeah.
I wasn't in school yet.
Yeah. Never mind. But like, okay, later on when you got to know about it.
So, like, when I was growing up, Nirvana was my favorite band. Like, if you go back and look at the Bleach album, which was their EP that came out before Nevermind came out, they won heavy metal awards in England, in London actually, from one of the top magazines or whatever thing was going on in England at the time. But there was much more depth to Kurt Cobain. There really was.
What was deep about him? You keep saying he's deep, but you're not explaining.
I agree.
Well, so the reason that there was depth to him was because he was a heroin addict, and a lot of his music came from that pain. He was a self-hating person in general. Like when he got rich, he still shopped at thrift stores. It was like, as a person, he actually was going against the fame. Like he was a tortured soul in general. Like it wasn't an act of who he was as a person. He wasn't marketing this idea to people. That's really how he was as an artist.
He wasn't marketing, but he signed a record contract.
No, what I'm saying is he didn't come up with an idea. He didn't come up with an idea to get signed. He got signed because of who he was as an artist, is my point.
But he still signed the dotted line of the contract.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he didn't sign a record. I'm not saying that he didn't sign. What I'm saying is he got signed because of how he was as an artist, because of the music he made was angsty and painful because of his life experience and how he was as a person.
Hold on, but you didn't answer my question. What was deep about him? You keep talking about all these reasons. Like, what made him deep? Heroin? He got beat up when he was a kid. What made him deep? Like, complexities. Like, let me give you an example. Like, okay, let's say like
Biggie.
Let's say well, not Biggie. I won't say Biggie. I'll say let's say Kobe Bryant. Right? What's complex about him is that basically he became one of the best basketball players of all time, but he never talks about his father. So basically, basketball somewhat became his dad. So basically, if you go into his life, you see how many times he played, his schedule when his dad was playing overseas, how much time he spent by himself, and how he basically had a practice schedule, basically wrapped around the sport, and it kind of encompassed who he was. Where basically he was a very selfish person with the game in itself, you know. And then he only like kind of grew after he retired. Like that's the depth of a person. Like you didn't explain anything.
Yes, but again, Kobe Bryant Kobe Bryant had years of character building. Kurt died when he was 27. He got signed when he was 23. You're not going to be able to see amount of depth as a person over a 4-year span.
I mean, but if you're writing songs, I mean, if you come out and get songs, I mean,
Tupac died at 25. Biggie died at 25. Both of them niggas is rapping from the heart. When Pac started, he was rapping about he was on some militarism shit. Like none of these niggas is deep. None of them. They just doing music for a purpose. Like they're not doing music because they're on like some deep shit where they thinking it's like way ahead of everybody else. No, they're doing music because it's the shit that they want to do. I mean, really, that's what it is. They're not doing anything special. It's just the question Aegon asked, like, is just proof enough. Like, if you sign a fucking contract and you talking about I'm anti-rich, that don't make sense. Don't make sense. Should have been doing it for free. If you're doing something for the love of it, and somebody comes along saying, "Hey, I think it's cool that you're doing this for the love of it. Want to sign a contract?" Like again, man, none of this shit is deep. Like everybody's in it for whatever the fuck they in it for. It's just like a lot of movie stars that you can call deep. Like the dude that offed himself. Fuck it, he was a character actor. He was really good. He was in Boogie Nights and shit. He killed himself. Now, before he died, he was getting all of this fucking praise and adoration. I think he had an Oscar at one point. This motherfucker was like one of the most famous actors on the planet, Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Yeah, he's a heroin addict too. He was a heroin addict.
He was going through a bunch of shit. All of his character interpretations were lauded as some of the greatest shit. They asked him what his methods were, how he got into it. Like he said, he explored the character, experimented with different emotions and all this other shit. But when he died, his fucking suicide note was, "I couldn't get the bitches that I wanted, so I killed myself."
What? Get out of here, yo.
None of these motherfuckers is deep, man.
Get out of here.
Yeah, but again, the reason that people identified with Kurt was because of he hit an angsty teenage group of people. They could relate to how he felt.
Sure, just like Green Day, 303, all the rest of them. Like again, nothing special. He just killed himself. That's the only difference.
But there's a lot of evidence to show that he didn't kill himself.
Fine, whatever. He died and got exhausted.
Just like there's evidence that the CIA killed Biggie and Pac.
No, I'm just saying. Again, when entertainers die, they become more exalted and they get way more credit than they actually like deserve.
It was the same thing with Marvin Gaye. Just to find out that dude was he was literally apparently he was so high that dude was starting to see midgets.
And he's
saying they're after him.
His most famous and critically acclaimed album was I think What's Going On or something like that. No, it was the one he wrote for his ex Janice, his ex-wife.
Here, my dear.
Oh yeah, Gaye's mom. No, the album that put him over the stratosphere with sexual
that was What's
healing,
Going On, I think.
Sexual healing and all of that. Yeah, I think it is What's Going On. Or I forget the name of the album. His greatest masterwork was written for a bitch. The entire album was literally love songs to Janice. The whole album. But when people listen to that album, they go, "Oh my God, this is the greatest album ever!" Like even during when he was alive, after he died, decades later. But that album was written in tribute to his baby mama. You get what I'm saying? It's like none of these niggas is deep, man. I don't know. I mean, entertainment got people by the nuts. Like that's all I can say about it. Like motherfuckers think this shit deep. It's not.
Zero, would you say you have an artistic side? Maybe it's the artistry in the way they found the emotions to express it in the music, and they could trigger that same emotion that he put in the music into anybody around the world that's listening to it.
That's bullshit. What denotes what denotes somebody being artistic versus somebody who's not?
The fact that you can see some shit more than somebody else.
I would say
What
luck.
denotes that? Like, look, okay, so I used to play shitty guitar just like Jack Johnson. I used to make up a bunch of bullshit ass songs. Now, the only difference between somebody
you was a tree nigga.
You know what? I'm not even gonna use myself as an example. We'll just use the majority of the niggas in the manosphere as an example. There's a ton of music niggas in the manosphere that didn't make it. The only difference between those motherfuckers and the people that get exalted is the fact that they didn't make it. Just like Aegon said, he said luck. Yes, it's the only fucking difference. A lot of, I'm not gonna use the word failed musicians. I'm just saying they didn't make it like their favorite artist did or whoever's favorite artist did. That doesn't mean that they somehow less talented or uncreative and all the rest of it. It don't mean shit. It just mean they didn't make it. If them niggas would have made it and then they wrote songs from the perspective of their life or whatever the fuck they was going through, because a lot of these niggas do be going through shit, it'd be the same thing. And let's just say one of them niggas died early. Like, look at Pop Smoke, the fucking 50 Cent clone that made shit music, and as soon as he died, all of a sudden, oh my god,
he's like listen
to Pop Smoke.
Foreigner.
So guys,
go ahead.
Pop Smoke is actually 50 Cent's cousin. They're related, for one.
Don't give a fuck.
Don't care. Yeah, I agree.
I'm just saying.
Is he really his cousin though?
Yes, they're both cousins.
Even worse.
So
I mean, even worse.
Like this nigga grew up to be like his uncle, yo.
Because then the cloning his cousin. Obvious. And then after he died, everybody was talking about how great he was. Same thing with the Jafar looking nigga earlier this year. I mean last year. Or was it in 2019? I forget. Skinny nigga, Snoop Dogg 2.0 ass nigga from
Nipsey Hussle.
Nipsey Hussle.
Yeah,
Nipsey Hussle.
I was listening to Nipsey before he died. As soon as he
died,
I
was a heavy.
No, I'm talking about the majority mainstream.
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden, he's one of the greatest fucking musicians ever lived and shit.
This thing, it was like Tupac died all over again.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I'm talking about. But they were talking about how deep his music was and how great he was.
Stop. But again, Nipsey Hussle is being cherished for things outside of music.
No, they were talking about how great his music was.
They were doing that.
Everybody was all the radio stations was playing his songs and his hits, talking about how great this song was, what this song meant, and all the rest of that shit. No, I'm not talking about the shit outside of music. I'm talking about music. The things they were doing with music.
But none of them ever listened to Slauson. None of them ever listened to the Marathon Continues. None of that shit. They listened to one fucking album, Victory Lap. He died, and then all of a sudden, he's the greatest one. But the reference is only from one album.
He wasn't banging that Slauson boy. Where you from, nigga?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I think here's the thing. That shit is pretty much like motherfucking painters. Whenever the motherfuckers die, they can't make shit else, so motherfuckers go to buy all this shit up. It raises the market value on it. I mean, that's all it is.
Right. Who's the dude that he made the painting with the dots? It was a painting with just dots. He did not draw anything. He didn't make lines. It was all dots. I don't know if it was Pollock or one of the rest of the motherfuckers.
Jay-Z always talking about him.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Basquiat?
Not Basquiat.
When he was alive, that was a unique way to
Warhol, Andy Warhol.
Andy Warhol. Okay.
No, Warhol just buys shit. He's not.
Yeah, that's what I thought you was talking about. Yeah.
No, he's talking about who actually painted it.
About the dude who actually painted it. It was all dots. No lines were drawn on the canvas. It was all dot. He just dotted it. Now that was original even when he was alive, and it was amazing even when he was alive. And he did not get any accolades for that shit until after he was gone. This happens to a lot of painters, like somebody just said. You know, and again, it's what he did was original, but
he just put a bunch of dots.
Yeah, it was very original, and it was something nobody had ever did. But I wouldn't call it deep because he simply made like I think naturalism landscape painting. It was still the same thing you would do all the time. It was just done in dots, which again, very original. He should have got his props and accolades while he was alive, but he didn't.
Yo, Zero, you know what it remind me of? This rap artist was like, he was freestyling. He was like, He was like, rap artists, flow like Da Vinci, Leonardo. You won't feel me the next century. He had to wait 100 years to get some fucking props.
Right.
Yeah. And that's true, Jonathan Johnson. Picasso's paintings weren't worth shit before he died. I mean, that's what they do with the culture as far as music and with paintings as well, painters as well, sculptures, all of that.
Yeah, but with any sort of painting or things like that, the price of things don't go up until after a long period of time. Like when you have a person that's an artist that's painting and they're making things and they're putting out a bunch of stuff, once they die, supply and demand is going to increase because people are going to buy their stuff, but they're not able to make any more things.
True.
Right.
It's just like a car from the 40s wasn't crazy expensive in the 50s, but now it's worth a fuck ton of money because they're not making them anymore. Like, it has nothing with being exalted. It has something to do with supply and demand.
Just like when an artist dies.
I think
he can't make no more music. So everybody act like it's better than what it is.
I think
remember
both,
Tupac's death albums.
I think it has to do with both. It's being exalted and as well as they can't make any more, so the price, so the value on it goes up.
True.
Well, the music artist is different because the label owns their masters, so the industry machine is going to push to get those played more so that they make more money. That's different than an artist who paints stuff and dies. There isn't a network of things to push it to make it worth more money. It just does naturally over time.
But also
to do with people doing because people are the ones doing the exalting. Like no one would buy it if they didn't give a fuck about who he was. It's just like all the Tupac death albums. After he died, a bunch of throwaway ass songs that he made a long time ago all of a sudden became fake. Like these are songs he just tossed because he didn't think they were good. But then they made whole albums out of them that sold well.
But what you have to understand though is when they die, the media machine that's tied to the record label start doing the exalting. Like that's what starts that off. It's not regular people exalting them. It's the narrative being pushed that makes people start exalting them.
I say it's both.
It's both.
Okay, right. I was about to say because if Tag Team died today,
you're right. You're right.
Who's Tag Team?
Tag
Team. You was a kid.
Yeah.
You see that commercial now for Geico? The woman is going to scoop some ice cream. They started saying, "Scoop, there it is." She starts dancing. Dancing, and the girl leaves.
There you go. And the other thing too, also look, in Black American culture, exalting niggas is a way of life once they die. I mean, big up in a motherfucker about their life, even though the motherfucker may not have been shit. But in a funeral, they gonna big up the motherfucker like he was the motherfucking son of Jesus.
He was the realest nigga alive.
That's how you get the black people.
Hey, look, and I'm not gonna argue there, but I can speak on the black shit because I know that shit.
Yeah, of course we do.
Every time a Beatles motherfucker died, they sold
you right there.
records every time.
Yeah, you right there too. Yeah,
but
and I didn't care for the Beatles, but anyway,
same here.
I mean, we're talking about a dead, exalted motherfucker right now, Cobain.
Yeah, but again, have you listened to any of his music besides his hits? Besides what was on the radio?
I listened to his albums, I just didn't memorize them.
So you listened to his albums and you didn't see any depth to anything?
No, I listened to his albums. No, I didn't get any more depth out of it than I would anything else. I've listened to Jay-Z albums have depth to them, but not any more depth than anybody else who writes about whatever the fuck they're going through.
Yes,
I see what you're saying.
Nas albums have depth, but not any more depth than anybody else that writes about their experience. Everybody has. I mean, if we're gonna say that, then everybody has. It just depends on who you like. This is where I'm talking about the exaltation comes from. If someone writes about their heroin addiction, then they write about their heroin addiction. I mean, I would consider fucking Eminem to have a ton more depth than a lot of hip hop artists because he literally like biographied his fucking life on wax. But that doesn't mean he put any more depth into his music than anybody else. Everybody writes about the shit they did. He just did it in his delivery was a little bit better. I mean, if that's what we're going by delivery, that doesn't mean that there's more depth there.
Or maybe his wordplay was better.
Because of someone
that's what he's saying about delivery.
You could take somebody who listens to Eminem and they might not like him, and then they listen to somebody who raps the same, who raps about not the same, but raps about their experience but differently, and then like, oh, here we go. MGK did the same thing that Eminem did. He basically fucking biographied his life on wax, but he's not a better lyricist than Eminem. But a lot of people resonate with MGK and think he has a lot of depth. But if you compare the two, they're doing the same fucking thing. There's no difference. It's just like Kurt Cobain is not any more deep than Oasis. And Oasis got twin brothers that sing about their fucking experiences and angst and people and love and all of the rest of it. But that doesn't make them it's the same shit. Like all I'm saying is people exalt entertainers because they like them. That's all it is. And then when people die, holy shit, it just goes overboard. Tupac wasn't any more deep than any other rapper out there doing the same shit. It's just that people like them more.
I see, yeah.
Charismatic.
Yeah, but well, not only that too, motherfuckers want to try and live vicariously through the motherfuckers too. Man, look, we at 7:47. Shit, we about to close this shit down. It's been great having everybody up here. I guess we're going to closing stops. I started off smooth.
Yeah, man. No, Eisen, definitely. Thanks for having me up, man. You know, obviously, definitely great discussion. No, Savage, I wasn't trying to come at you like, yeah, white boy, none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? I was just trying to challenge some shit that I heard. You know what I'm saying? You don't always agree with everything, you know what I'm saying, with people you fuck with, you feel me? So, no hard feelings, I hope. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Smooth, you should come up and say hello to me sometimes, bro.
Oh, yeah, that's true, Mace, man. My bad, bro. Definitely.
You come up on my panel and you could spend the whole night there if you want. I do everything in my squad besides sports. But let me say this, Savage, nice meeting you, bro. Like I said, I saw you through the clouds with ETR. So.
Thanks.
No doubt.
All right. Agon.
Yo, Eisen, thanks for having me on. Shout out to Lawrence. We had a good conversation. Shout out to you, Savage. Nice to meet you, man. First time up here. But first time I'm having a conversation with you. Hope we can talk again. I mean, Zero on here. Smooth, you too. I think Curls left. And I'm about to stream it back to Eisen. I ain't got nothing else to do. And Savage, you welcome to come if you want to, yo.
Okay.
I'll leave right now, and I'm gonna put the link in the chat when I got it set up. Is that cool, Eisen?
Yeah, that's cool. Oh yeah, I was about to say, Mace, you go ahead and drop your link in the chat too. And of course, Savage.
Drop my link.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
I did it earlier. It's Mace and Savage are already in there.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. I just want to say something to Zero too because I don't get to be up in the same panel with Zero. I just want to say that Zero, you're like a guy, but I love your ideology on things and the way you do what you do, bro. You and like I said before, you and Marco together, you guys are tremendous, man. And I appreciate you, Zero, more than you think, bro.
Appreciate it, but again, I'm just a regular ass nigga behind the microphone.
I know you are, bro, but I enjoy your content. That's what I'm saying.
All right, no problem.
Yeah.
All right. Zero. Man, it's the first time I've had you up here on a serious panel, you know, other than the infamous Pillow Talk stream.
No, yeah, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, no problem, man. Your thoughts, man? You know you're welcome over here.
Yeah, I was gonna say peace to everybody. I'm still laughing off Lawrence tapping out. Yeah, I think it's a little bit insulting to Savage to be apologizing to him because I mean, dude is raising a mixed child, so I don't think he's as sensitive as everybody is like
Right.
kind of going around apologizing to him. The man, he's a grown ass man. He knows what he's doing. So I mean, and again, if I was in his shoes, I wouldn't want anybody apologizing to me because that implies that he's some kind of weak ass motherfucker and can't take the conversation. Exactly. So anyway, thanks for having me up. I appreciate it. If Lizzo dies tomorrow, fat bitches all over the United States, it's gonna exalt this bitch to queen status.
Yes,
over Beyonce.
Hey, she finna blow up, and she already blown up. But we
really new. No,
he's right.
New. Thanks.
He's right.
Thanks, bro.
Anyway, talk to y'all later.
All right, later, man. He really not. That's funny. All right, Savage.
Thanks for having me up here, guys. It's always fun to come kick the shit for a little bit.
Oh yeah, always.
Who told me to come to their panel after?
Aegon.
Aegon.
I'll email it to you.
Okay.
If he don't put it in the chat here soon, he was trying to put it here in the chat. So
I didn't see it in the chat. So
yeah, I don't think he's put it yet.
But thanks, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Nice meeting you again, bro.
Nice to meet you.
I'm gonna get out of here. I just want to say two.
Yeah, go ahead, Rice.
Yeah. Before I say something to you, I just want to say, Lawrence, I'm sorry that I wanted to add more, but I stayed quiet because you kept knocking me down. So next time when I come up here, I'll make sure that I'll bring more to the table. There was Aegon stream. Dude, you don't know how much I miss you. I miss our friendship. Asian, I'm so proud of you, bro. And you keep up your great work. Black Curls, Sister George, Blaze the Stampede Ice, New. Everybody in the chat room that I used to cross paths. Zoni, nice to see you, 559. I just want to say that, sir, you too. I just want to say thank you to all my chat brothers and sisters who I don't ever forget. And I just want to say thank you for our friendships to last. Now it's going to be 2 years. And I miss all of you. I'm glad to see you tonight. I was reading all your comments. Evan, you're my boy. And again, to my good friend here, I apologize. I didn't bring, I could have brought more to the table, but I just kept my mouth shut.
Oh, you brought enough, man. You brought enough.
To Lawrence, but to you, my friend, cool, and you too, bro. Nice to see you again, my friend. Zero, you the best. I just want to say to you, I value our friendship, and we used to push each other in the chat room about our future platforms, but it's turned out to be, great. And again, Whiteside, thank you so much. I just want to say, Asian, that you're my boy. You always be my boy. And whenever you're gonna come up and say hello, just come up and I'll stop what I'm doing and cater to you. Because you're one of my main men, bro. And you should know that. And
yeah.
I wish you nothing but greatness, my brother, because you deserve it. I'm glad you're feeling better, and I miss you. And I'm glad that you invited me up here tonight. And I just want to say thank you so much. And don't be a stranger to me.
Oh yeah.
What you mean to always bring you up in my platform.
Oh yeah.
And Lawrence, you keep up the great work.
And yeah, mate. So yeah, I'll be back over there. I just, man,
take your time, bro. Don't rush on my.
Oh no, yeah, no. I just hadn't. Oh no, you know it's all good. And no, I just hadn't been. Man, I hadn't been watching TV much at all to have anything to bring on sports and all that. Even though our Dolphins did have a good year this year.
Yeah, man. Got that third pick, bro.
Yeah. So I'm just waiting to see what happens next year. But you're welcome over here whenever. You're not having to do your football streams and all that.
You see me a lot on Sundays with you saying the word from the great book.
Wait, hold on, Mace. Hey, hold on. Now, look, I ain't going to be having you trash our damn Dolphins because, well, look, oh, yeah, that's right. The Packers got put out. They watching it the same way we are. from the TV.
No, I just want to say that we have to get together. If Lawrence wants to come, he can too. We have to get together, me, you, and fasting, bro, and just talk about the spirit, bro. What he means to us as men, and our spirituality, and what the book preaches. I think that'll be a good get together. Me, you, and Lawrence wants to come along, and fasting. I think that'll be a fascinating couple of hours of this talking the good Lord.
Oh yeah, definitely be great, and I
Yeah,
think there'd
man.
be something
Yeah.
that spiritual logic would love too.
Exactly. That's what I'm
Enjoy
saying.
all that. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, man. Good night. Good night, everybody in the chat. I love you. I miss you all. And Lawrence, you're a good dude. And Aizen, you know how I feel about you. I love you, bro. Great success to you and your platform, my brother. Take care. Thank you so
All right.
much.
Yeah, peace and thanks to you, and thanks for coming up. And you're always welcome, and much success in your channel. Even though you've had a lot already, man, you putting out content 2 and 3 times a freaking day. So you might be the hardest working man on YouTube putting out shit like that.
I love doing it, and I hope people enjoy it in the Manosphere. I've been getting great reviews back from my brothers there, and it's for you guys. I don't do it for me. I do it for everybody in the Manosphere. And ladies and gentlemen, you're the best, bro. I love both of you.
All right, later. All right, Lawrence. Last but not least, my guy.
Hashtag men first. Thanks for having me.
You know it. Always welcome. Always a staple here, like like Mace was as well in the beginning. So always appreciate and enjoy having you guys over here. But yeah, man, that's it. This is my longest damn stream I've ever freaking had. I ain't doing this shit no more. I'm like zero. I gotta cut my shit down. This motherfucking shit was too damn long.
Yeah, I got the timestamps for you if you want to cut them.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm gonna let this shit rock. I ain't gotta cut them. It's under 12 hours, so okay. I'm gonna let it rock. But now we're good, and I think zero. What the fuck is a Waka Flocka Lawrence voice? Yeah,
I told you. I do not like this dude.
Oh man, yeah. Good night, Mace. But yeah, yes, it was definitely my longest. I ain't doing this shit like this again, but it's been fun and enjoyable having y'all here. Yeah, Zone. Yeah, it is first for you. I know it is. But hey, it's been great, and peace, everybody.